chapter, I welcome you all. The fact that so many of you woke up on a Sunday morning, suited up, booted up, and drove down here to attend day 2 of Tarang is, of course, testament to the fact that you're all amazing. We know this. Chartered accountants are people of grit, people of ambition who like to just do it, right? It is also evidence that Tarang and the program put together by ICAI is of that quality of learning that you have come to expect from the annual seminars. The 37th annual seminar and the second GCC seminar are no different. Yesterday, we had insightful discussions on banking, investments, trading, real estate, and life from our elite speakers. The lineup for today is equally exciting. From trading, cryptocurrency, to scaling and sustaining business, to scaling physical heights and unlocking our full potential, not only as chartered accountants, but also as human beings on this planet. Our speakers will share stories and lessons to continue the flow of ideas on day 2, the continuous flow of transformative ideas across borders. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin Tarang, I request you all to please rise for the national anthem of the UAE, the national anthem of India, and the Chartered Accountants' national anthem. AV team, please cue playing the anthems.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 पुरुषो निर्विमानः निर्विमानः
As I said, it is an exciting day ahead, and we're going to dive right in with our first order of events for day one. May I request the AV team to play the chapter video so we can understand a little bit about the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is the world's second largest prestigious accounting and auditing body. The Abu Dhabi chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was formed in the year 1984. Since inception, it has been led by prominent chartered accountants in Abu Dhabi and has been promoting ethical practice and professional excellence among chartered accountants in the region. The Abu Dhabi chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is a vibrant and active community of professional chartered accountants. Membership is open to all chartered accountants who are members of the parent body and residing in the UAE. The chapter has grown to over 1,000 members from its humble beginnings of around 50 members. Our members are highly valued and occupy important positions in industry and the profession. The chapter's primary objective is to provide continued professional enhancement and growth opportunities. And towards this end, it regularly organizes seminars and events featuring leading subject matter experts as well as professional development sessions on technical and soft skills. The chapter also supports students by offering coaching classes and participation in career fairs and roadshows. It has a proud history of achievement, having received numerous awards for its excellence, including the title of Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 and 2025. The current committee, elected in March 2025, is led by Chairman C.A. Krishnan Venkat. The chapter has organized 18 PDC events in the past year, covering 74 hours of CPE credit. Let's have a glimpse of some of the technical events conducted last year. Several seminars on corporate tax and transfer pricing, AI analytics and risk governance, investment planning and growth, wills and insurance strategies, business valuations and real estate trends, risk management and compliance, exploring investment opportunities, UAE e-invoicing, AML compliances and IFRS insights, AI and cybersecurity summit, and many more. In addition to professional activities, the chapter also prioritizes social events and networking opportunities for its members and their families. In the past 12 months, the chapter has organized over 15 social events and several CSR activities. Here's a glimpse of some of the events. The chapter's activities are widely covered in local newspapers, and it is also very active on all social media platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook and YouTube. The activities related to the professional development reach the pinnacle every year with the hosting of annual seminars, a regular feature since 1988. These seminars feature leading industry and financial sector experts and are attended by over 800 members and guests. Luminaries who have addressed the seminars in the past include the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, His Excellency Sheikh Nayan bin Mubarak Al Nayan, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Dr. Sam Petroda, Robin Sharma, Chetan Bhagat, Shiv Khera, Sunil Gavaskar, Mr. Ramesh Damani, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Ashneer Grover, Mr. Sachin Pilot, Mr. Milind Deora, Mr. Shikhar Dhawan, Major General G.D. Bakshi, to name a few. Also, the chapter has hosted amazing renowned singers in the live musical concerts held during annual seminar such as Sonu Nigam, Sunidhi Chauhan, Shreya Ghoshal, Mika Singh, Sukhwinder Singh, Shankar Mahadevan, Vishal Shekhar, Neeti Mohan and Javed Ali, to name a few. the 37th annual seminar themed Taran, Waves of Transformation, Bridging Nations, promises to be a unique learning experience featuring an outstanding lineup of keynote speakers. His
Thank you, AV team. Can you now please play the committee video so we can get a bit of a look at the team who is behind this excellent work so far? All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we know a little bit about the committee, and let's dive into the sessions that they've planned for us today. Let us begin with a very interesting session on crypto by His Excellency. Before we proceed, you'll have to wait, but I'm not going to make you wait for nothing. I commended you on making it here on a Sunday morning, but words of praise are not enough. We like to win things, don't we? So for the raffle draw, exclusively for Day 2 attendees, may I please call CA Monish and CA Prasad to conduct the raffle draw. Clap only if you want to win iPads and iPhones. Those who don't want to win may not clap. I'm kidding! Give a big round of applause for CA Monish and CA Prasad. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. So, I'm here to welcome you for the second day of the event and to announce the most important and interesting part of the day. Okay. So, here I'm CA Monish Mohan. I'm the leader for membership. And I have CA Prasad. He's the sub-leader for membership. So today, who have come, we have gathered their names in the spinning wheel. And let's check who will be the most luckiest. The chapter is sponsoring the bus gift. Of course, it's the orange iPhone. So, can you turn the wheel, please? Last day, our chairman just missed this. Maybe he will be lucky to have it. Wow, it's CA Anil George. Welcome, Anil ji. And I would like to call upon our chairman, C.A. Krishnan, and our vice chairman, C.A. Rohit on stage. And C.A. Rohit, please. Sir, please give away this gift. Oh.
Perfect. Now that we've won, we're ready to learn. Let's dive in with a session on crypto. And for the introduction of the speaker, I'd like the AV team to please play the video.
His Excellency Mohammed Al Hakim. His Excellency Mohammed Al Hakim is the president of Crypto.com UAE, driving the nation's growth in digital finance and cryptocurrency innovation. In under a year, he has led landmark initiatives, including the world's first government agreement enabling crypto payments with the Dubai government and partnerships with Emirates Airlines and Dubai Duty Free for direct crypto integration. He has also proposed frameworks for a Dubai-backed stablecoin, tokenization in key sectors, and strategic initiatives linking Crypto.com users with Dubai's Golden Visa program, positioning the UAE as a global digital asset hub. With over 15 years of leadership across financial services, aviation, and fintech, Mohammed combines vision, execution, and policy acumen to shape the future of digital finance in the region.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a warm welcome for His Excellency Mohammed Al Hakim.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So, I'm honored to be here today to address this amazing crowd. I believe everyone was waiting for me to come today. Here I'm here with my flesh in front of you. So I'm honored to be here today to address so many esteemed financial professionals and thought leaders, and hopefully to provide you with some insights into the crypto and the Web3 industry. Not only here in the region, but globally as we enter what will be another exciting year of growth. Mohammed Al Hakim, that is standing here in front of you today, I'm the president and GM for Crypto.com for the region. I oversee the company operation and lead strategic initiatives to expand the company's presence across the GCC and the region. I would like to start with a little bit about Crypto.com and what we do. We're a digital asset platform. We have 150 million users worldwide. We're really proud to be an industry leader in regulatory compliance, security, and privacy. Our vision is very straightforward: cryptocurrency in every wallet. And everything we do is tailored towards accelerating cryptocurrency's adoption. Some of our products and services that we offer today with Crypto.com is our Crypto.com app. It was designed to provide users an easy to navigate and intuitive users experience effective for those to crypto as well as crypto natives. Our card program is one of the largest crypto card programs in the world, and our Visa debit card is accepted by more than 80 million merchants globally. Our Crypto.com exchange It's tailored to institute and experienced retail traders, offering deep liquidity and fast trade execution. We're focused on building the most comprehensive financial technology destination. And we're also building Crypto.com to be a one-stop shop for institutions and high net worth traders, providing institutional grade custody solutions, crypto as a stable, and white gloves services the traders at the level expect. But one of the top that we're all committed to responsible is innovation, and everything we do is done with safety, security, and compliance at the core. Taking a broader look of cryptocurrency industry, and it continues to grow today rapidly, with the underlying market structure maturing. In 2025, we saw the total market cap for crypto reaching to $4 trillion. That's a very big number. It's a number that no one was expecting 5, 6, 7 years ago. For the first time, we saw Bitcoin reach an all-time high, $126,000. Global cryptocurrency owners, and this is really going to shock a lot of you guys in a good way, have reached up to 737 million by November 2025, rising from 81 million from January. Depending on the market conditions, the numbers of the global crypto owners is expected to reach between 800 and 900 in 2026. 2025 also witnessed a deceived shift from pure retail speculation towards institutional integration and regulatory clarity, and this has really been a key driver of growth, which I'll go into a little bit more later. So, for many years, now the UAE has embraced our sector, establishing itself as a Crypto.com hub. It was arguably one of the first regions to see the promise of blockchain technology and digital assets and their future role in modernizing the financial system. Governments and regulatories have been quick to adopt blockchain and metaverse concepts into everyday life with policy-first approach, ensuring security and protection for consumers alongside responsible innovations, some of which I'll go through in a moment. This has all been done through a clear and comprehensive regulatory framework. A month ago, a great leader in this country, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, came out with a tweet saying that he took a risk 3 years ago to start the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, VARA. Today, VARA is home to more than 40 VASPs that are based in the UAE and the Financial Services FSRA in Abu Dhabi. Significantly, you look at the adoption of cryptocurrency here in the UAE, and figures are also very encouraging. According to recent research, the UAE ranks 5th globally in terms of cryptocurrency adoption. Other research estimate that approximately a third of our adult population own cryptocurrencies, and in 2025 was a big year for the sector's growth. It has been reported that more than 60% of UAE government services have now adopted AI and blockchain solutions as part of a broader digital government strategy. The Ministry of Finance and the Dubai Finance executed the first government transaction using the pilot version of its CBDC, the digital dirham, in collaboration with the Central Bank of the UAE. This was a significant step towards broader adoption of the national digital currency across both government and private sector operation. Dubai Finance continued working on its plan, and it was announced last week that 90% of Dubai will be cashless by 2026 on all the transactions they're doing. This was progressed through a partnership with our company that I drove. Crypto.com is exploring the payment of government services with crypto with automated conversations UAE. Meaning, when we say cryptocurrency in every wallet, I literally took that and made it into reality. So with Dubai government, we will soon, or every single individual in the UAE will soon be able to pay using their stable coins. If it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever stable coins you're controlling today. You can pay your day-to-day services, you can buy lands, you can buy properties with Dubai Land Department, and we will settle with the Dubai government in AED. But again, that just allows the customers to use their stable coins. We recently, again, did an amazing job with DMCC. We signed, with 700 member companies in the first half of 2025, representing 38% year-on-year growth. The UAE overall saw a 45% increase in registered blockchain businesses and became the region's largest hub for crypto assets management. And the Dubai Financial Service Authority, DIFC, launched a dedicated tokenization regulatory to support firm developing tokenized investments products. But perhaps something even more pivotal for this particular audience, the UAE signed the Multilateral Component Authority Agreement on the automatic exchange of information under the Crypto Asset Reporting Frameworks, otherwise known as CARF, C-A-R-F. This is scheduled to go live in 2027 with the first exchange of information expected in 2028. This would require any platform operating crypto transactions in the country to obtain tax self-certification from customers, conducting due diligence, and submitting reports to the UAE Ministry of Finance, upholding principle and global tax transparency. For us, specifically, we announced Dubai was our regional headquarter in 2022. We received our provisional approval from VARA in 2022. Our full virtual asset service provider license in 2023, and an operational approval for our Crypto.com institutional offering crypto exchange in 2024. We also received our payment service provider license from Central Bank of Bahrain in 2024. And then a huge milestone for us in 2025, we were the first ever crypto company in the UAE to get our in-principle approval from the Central Bank UAE. That has not happened anywhere in the world, just here in the UAE. And Crypto.com is proud to be leading this initiative with the government. For our Stored Value Facilities license, it means that once finalized, our company will be able to provide digital payment services globally. Our other major development includes the launch of global retail services offered to users around the world through our regional hub here in Dubai. The expansion is powered by Standard Chartered Bank and the forward-thinking regulatory framework established by VARA. We announced our partnership with DMCC to advance commodities tokenization and explore new blockchains-enabled applications and strengthening global commodities trade. And of course, this made the biggest noise in 2025, our collaboration with Emirates Airlines. I went myself to Emirates Airlines. It was a hassle in the beginning, but we got it done in the end. And alhamdulillah, we got the MOU signed with His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum, the chairman of Emirates Airlines. From 2026 Q1, you'll be able to pay using cryptocurrencies for your airline tickets. And the same thing goes with Dubai Duty Free, Emarat Petroleum, EAN, and Lulu Finance. We are ensuring we have a strong local partners in key areas, and we're also collaborating with all major entities that I've just mentioned. We look at the region, look ahead. We're extremely committed to advancing the digital asset ecosystem here in the Middle East, and we are only see positives as the government of Dubai in particular steams ahead with its cashless strategy. The UAE is shifting from a fast adopter of digital assets to export of a regulatory model, infrastructure, and talents to the other market. I believe this upcoming year is all about scale and where we're now moving out of the experiment phase. We are shifting decisively from pilots to productions. Great deployment of digital assets across payments, trade, and capital markets. Pivotal themes will be the continued exploration of tokenization of real-world assets and obviously the widespread adoption of digital payments. There's no doubt payments will lead a mass adoption. Crypto and blockchain will be most visible first in everyday payments, government fees, aviations, retails, and large merchants, operating alongside traditional rails with automatic AED settlements. This is the year when tokenizations becomes more economically relevant, and we're going to start see the things like real estate, commodities, sukuk assets move onto the blockchain. Blockchain-based tokenization elements, intermediaries, reduce settlement times, enhance liquidity, making the compliant innovation for institution players. In this region, stablecoins are also evolving into settlement and liquidity tools, operating within central bank oversight and financial crimes controls. The digital dirham and licensed private payments platforms will form a hybrid ecosystem, enabling between central banks' money and regulatory digital wallets. And more regional corporation family offices, institutions will integrate digital assets into treasury management, settlements, balance and sheet strategy. I think so a lot of bankers are happy to listen to this, and some might not be happy to listen to this. We're going to see banks, exchange and licensed virtual asset platforms increasing shares custodies, compliance reporting, and settlement infrastructure rather than operating in parallel system. Within this, we have prominent and exciting role to play. As a regulated entity, Crypto.com can be support real economic use cases, settlements, and provide institutional access to a broader set of financial tools using blockchain technology. Our current global situation. Looking more broadly now at the global situation, there is absolutely no denying that Crypto.com price have fluctuated in 2025. The market went through some volatility moments. However, the industry continues to mature, transform, and innovate, and 2025 was still very much story of growth. It really was the year of regulatory progress. With more regions recognizing crypto assets as an important part of their financial system, a series of crypto-specific laws were introduced to clearly define crypto assets from other asset classes. The most significant, I think so, was the Genesis Act in the US. The most comprehensive crypto legislation in the country history. This was watershed moment for the crypto industry globally. The world's largest crypto economy acknowledging the important role of stablecoins for payments and better integration blockchain technology into traditional finance. It requires the following: 100% reserve requirements, backing with liquidity assets like US dollars or short-term treasury, monthly public disclosure reserves. Issuers are limited to ensure depository institutions. Issuers must comply with strict marketing rule, cannot say stablecoins are backed by the US government or legal tender. Issuers must also comply with Bank Secretary Act, including safeguards for foreign issuers to ensure they comply with AML and sanctions regulation. And there's lots more to come on stablecoins in terms of regulation adoptions globally, as they become a central focus due to their role in payments and financial stability. The total value of stablecoin market reached around $300 billion US dollars. An adjusted monthly transaction volume exceeded $3.4 trillion in November 2025. Similarly, the market cap in crypto assets regulation, or MiCA, was introduced by EU, building the trust and establishing more uniform sentiment towards the regulation of our industry across blockchain. It requires major firms to obtain new license, adhere to strict consumers' protections. Governance and capital requirements and efficiently creates a single regulated market. Crypto.com was among the first exchanges to receive a MiCA license in 2025. Last year also, cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin, continued to make strong inroad to becoming a mainstream asset class with the traditional financial ecosystem. We're already seeing a TradeFi giants like BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, JP Morgan entering the space, collaborating with crypto native firms to explore on-chain asset management, tokenized funds offering, and blockchain-based financial institutions. These signs strong institution interested crypto-powered finance. Banks are also recognized the benefit of blockchain on so many levels, not just investment. Looking ahead, 2026 presents us with an exciting year of potential progress in regulatory border and adoption and meaningful innovation across the digital assets. The biggest driver remains advancing regulatory clarity. We expect more forward-thinking regulatory frameworks to take hold, unlocking greater investments in digital assets in 2026. Hybrid finance is an evolving concept that represents the governance of integration of TradeFi and DeFi. It aims to combine the stability, security, and regulatory compliance of the traditional banking system with efficient, transparent, and innovation blockchain technology. 2026 will be a critical transition year as the sector moves from foundational building of 2025 to commercial scaling and deep institutional integration. Key developments in hybrid finance will revolve around asset tokenization. Think tokenized equities and fixed incomes products, stablecoins adoptions becoming major operational settlement rails for an international economy, and the emergence of institutional-grade blockchain infrastructure. And it is important to acknowledge that the TradeFi and DeFi are two sides of the same coin that stands to complement each other rather than compete. There is a nature of converse between the two systems. Digital asset treasury companies were another key driver of institutional involvement in 2025. And we anticipated an influx of institutions, large and small, have a digital asset treasury or DAT on their balance sheet. There is a significant paradigm shift underway. In the early stage of the crypto market evolution, some institutions forced or favored self-custody to maintain direct control over their assets for a lack of better solution. However, the digital asset landscape has matured with increasing regulatory security and evolving cyber threats. The advantages of specialized third-party custodians have become more evident. Recently, we launched our custody service for institution clients, globally enabling us to offer a scalable gateway for institutions, ensuring they can access digital assets with the same confidence and compliance they demand in a traditional market. We also believe most nations will eventually include Bitcoin and selected digital assets into their treasury and reserves. And this will progress further in 2026. This trend is inventable, whether it's through their central bank, treasury departments, or sovereign funds. It's happening, and at Crypto.com, we will continue to broaden our crypto assets offering while expanding access to traditional finance tools in 2026. We see a significant opportunity to not just continue to serve and lead the crypto market, but to be driving force in efficiency, bridging traditional and digital finance. So while there is a lot happening for our industry on a global stage, the UAE remains one of the most proactive jurisdictions when it comes to embracing the regulatory use of blockchain technology and digital assets. And I'm personally very excited to be a part of this industry in the region, and along with Crypto.com, we play our role in ushering the sector forward. No one, particularly those investors, financial professionals in this room, should want to be left behind in adopting cryptocurrencies of the future. Crypto is here to stay. It's a regulated industry. It's fast-moving. It's innovating industry, and a blockchain technology will define the future of financial system. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today, and I look forward to taking some questions from the audience once I'm done from the stage. And one question, don't ask me what will be the price of Bitcoin, because I cannot predict that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. for sharing your vision, mission, and the local, regional, and global overview. May I please request to felicitate our guest, CA Ashish Bhandari, and our Chairman CA Krishnan on stage, please. A big round of applause for our guest, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. It indeed was a session that we were waiting for, and you shed so much light on the governance, the regulatory framework, and the initiatives that the UAE is taking. Our next talk is a fireside chat between two very interesting people. May I request the AV team to please play the introduction videos for the next fireside chat segment?
CA Raghav Chadha. CA Raghav Chadha is a Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the Indian Parliament. A chartered accountant by training, he brings strong expertise in finance, policy and governance, with prior professional experience at Deloitte and Grant Thornton. In Parliament, he is widely regarded for his work on financial and tax-related reforms, consumer-focused policy advocacy, and high-impact legislative interventions. As the national leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, he has played a pivotal role in landmark political victories and institutional reforms, including anti-corruption legislation and public infrastructure improvements. Recognized internationally, including as a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Chadha represents a new generation of data-driven, reform-oriented leadership shaping India's future. CA Rohit Daima. CA Rohit Daima is the head of finance MENA region at Hatch and a seasoned finance professional with over 15 years of experience in financial management, strategic planning and corporate governance. He currently serves as the vice chairman of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, where he has been actively associated since 2015, contributing through several key leadership roles and spearheading impactful professional initiatives and events. Known for his ability to navigate financial complexities and drive sustainable growth, Rohit combines strong financial acumen with values-driven leadership. A proud member of the CA fraternity, he firmly believes in giving back to the profession and strengthening the professional community through collaboration and continuous development.
Who's excited for the next fireside chat? Please make some noise. That's what I thought. May I please request our esteemed guest, Member of Parliament at Rajya Sabha, India, and Chartered Accountant Raghav Chadha on stage, please. Conducting the fireside chat is our very own CA Rohit Daima.
Check. Hello, Raja.
Mic on, Anna.
Hello.
Hello. Check. Am I audible? Good morning, Abu Dhabi. Good morning, Raghav, and welcome to Abu Dhabi and your own ICAI family here. I would like to start on a personal note. You know, one of the very beautiful aspects about our annual seminar is that it doesn't just talk about the numbers, policies, and reforms, but we talk about the individuals, their journey, and the impact they are creating beyond the balance sheet. And yesterday we had our president of ICI, and during his inaugural session, he mentioned that at the institute, we don't just create accountants, we create institution builders. And you are one of the living example of that belief. So when you reflect on your own journey of from chartered accountant to one of the youngest member of parliament, helping the draft of the Delhi Lokpal bill, what do you think, what your CA training or value system helped you to shape you as an institution builder rather than just a professional or a politician?
Well, first of all, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much to the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter for inviting me for their annual conclave. I am absolutely thrilled to be among almost 1,000 chartered accountants in this auditorium. And, you know, it feels as if I am, you know, with my family, my family of chartered accountants. I was first a chartered accountant and then a politician and then a member of parliament, and it is something that I always remember. Now, to your question, look, I personally feel, and I feel this literally every day when I function as an elected representative, that my training as a chartered accountant has really prepared me for my role in public service. I didn't choose public service as my career at the outset, and we'll probably come to that a little later. But most certainly, my training as a chartered accountant gives me a few things, a few skills that come in very handy in day-to-day life as a politician, as a member of parliament. The first thing that comes in very handy is the discipline. Chartered accountancy as a profession is a profession that one can only, attain and succeed in only and only if you have proper discipline. You know, you can't control the syllabus, you can't control the examiner, you can't control the marks, but you can control your preparation, which is what chartered accountancy taught us, and it is something that I deeply sort of follow in my day-to-day life. And the second and most importantly is the eye for the detail, the analytical mind. Usually in politics, people go with headlines, or let's say the finance minister reads out the budget, right? In those budget speeches, usually it's the 5-7 big headlines that capture the imagination of most MPs or most politicians. But as a practicing chartered accountant, or as somebody who has practiced as a chartered accountant, our eye goes to the very detail. You know, as they say, the devil is in the detail. So we look for actual allocations, actual money spent, the footnotes, so on and so forth, right? So I think that kind of analytical training and the eye for the detail is something that comes in very handy for me personally, due to my training as a chartered accountant. And apart from that, of course, when it comes to electioneering, to have a grasp on the numbers is very important, because it's not just about calculating the figures of the balance sheet, it's also about calculating votes in which polling station and in which polling booth.
But what was the defining moment? Was it some conversation or incident or a challenge where you felt that, you know, this is something bigger than me and I should step into it?
You know, to be honest with you, I never chose politics. Politics chose me, and it just so happened. You know, if I ever wanted to become a politician growing up in life, growing up from a little boy to a teenager and then a young man, if that was my objective in life, to get into active politics, why would I do chartered accountants? Right? So that was never the objective. The objective was to finish my chartered accountancy, become a finance professional, and work like all of you work in the area of finance. But it just so happened, you know, it's a deeply personal story. I was, after clearing my chartered accountancy, I was doing something which all of you are very familiar with, called transfer pricing. And I, on the side, also had set up a private wealth management boutique firm in the UK, where the idea was to bring in money of NRIs living in the UK back to India, invest it in the Indian markets. Particularly because back in the day, the interest rates in the UK banking system were abysmally low. You know, 0.5%, 1% on a fixed deposit, you would get 1.25% per annum return. And back home, you would have 8%, 8.5% on a good day, 9%, you know, fixed deposit returns. And of course, you had money market, debt instruments, so on and so forth. So I was just playing on that arbitrage, bringing in funds from the UK, investing it in India. And at that very moment in India, there was a big people's movement, right? The India Against Corruption movement led by Anna Hazare, which caught the popular imagination. I had at that point in time flown back to Delhi for a family wedding, and I met the chief protagonists of that movement. And I thought, you know, I'm in India for a few days, for a few weeks. Let me volunteer. Let me work in this movement selflessly. And, you know, I joined that very movement like millions of young Indians did, right? And I just stayed. I never went back. It just, one thing led to another. I felt that this is something very meaningful. It is an opportunity to do something for my country. And one thing led to another, and I got into politics, and I got into active politics, I got into mainstream politics. I fought elections, lost elections, won elections, and the story goes on. So it's effectively not me choosing politics. I don't come from a political family either. Nobody in my family has ever fought an election. You know, nobody has even been a sarpanch in my family. And as you all know, to succeed in Indian politics, you need three things. You need a political godfather, you need money power, and you need muscle power. And there are certain exceptions to the rule with the grace of Almighty God. I am perhaps an exception to the rule that, you know, despite not having any of the above and not coming from a political family, I was able to come this far. And it perhaps comes from the fact that there was a deep down desire for public service. It was not for politics. It was for public service, to do something for my country, and that is what I try to do every single day.
But I think what is making a difference is basically that you comes from a generation or a profession which believes that, you know, governance should be data driven, transparent and result oriented, and the public funding should be scrutinized in the same way as a, you know, private funding. So in finance and governance, you know, what kind of structural changes do you think are essential to ensure the transparency and the trust?
Look, financial changes, technological changes to ensure trust in the world of finance, and particularly trust between the government and the citizens, is a subject of interest to me. Certain things that I have very recently spoken about in Parliament perhaps could go a long way in ensuring that. In fact, right before I got onto the stage, I was speaking to the president of Crypto.com, Mr. Hakim, and I was mentioning this to him that I was perhaps the first member of Parliament to speak on the issue of asset tokenization and how India today needs you know, a whole regulatory sandbox and a bespoke legislation for digital assets, for blockchain technology, for sort of democratizing assets in a way that one has not seen. And India is a great example of this. You know, when there is political will combined with technology and the right regulatory sandbox, we can achieve that no other country in this world can achieve. And a case in point is UPI. UPI is the single biggest technological reform brought in by this government, and which has led to a financial inclusion of mammoth scale. Today in India, even from a small vegetable vendor sitting on the on the streets or the footpath of a noisy street, to a rickshaw puller, to a laborer, everybody is accepting and making payments using UPI. This is real democratization and inclusive payment mechanisms that have been leveraged using technology and implemented in India. I think now the time has come for leveraging the same intent, same technology, and bringing in blockchain and digital assets to India. I think that is the next big moment. It is the 21st century's biggest technological innovation, and we must not fear innovation. We must regulate it. We can prepare a sandbox for it, but that is the next big thing I personally feel, and I spoke about this in Parliament as well, which was very well received by the people. I hope it was very well received by the government as well.
Yeah, so I mean, see, when you spoke about crypto, you see, UAE has created a very proper structure or regulatory framework, whereas India is taking a more cautious approach. How do you see balancing the restrictions and regulation when it comes to the technologies like crypto?
Look, India and UAE cannot be compared simply because India's risk appetite may not match UAE's risk appetite. And India's current position in the economic life cycle does not match the UAE's current position in the economic life cycle. You're comparing apples with oranges. But India's conservative and cautious approach perhaps could be right. But I would only wish to add that we must not fear innovation. We must frame innovation. It's high time that we adopt, all these regulatory changes and technological advancements that you and I have been talking about. But it must be adopted, most certainly, but with a cautious approach, no doubt. UAE, on the other hand, is leading by example. You have the VARA regulatory sort of framework, which is the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, which has been set up by Dubai. You have another counterpart of that regulatory authority and regulations in Abu Dhabi. And both, of course, are effectively, leading the way. And I think there's a lot for other developed economies, developing economies also to learn from that. And I do hope that adopting this cautious and conservative approach, the Indian Finance Ministry certainly looks at, asset tokenization as well as, leveraging blockchain technology with a positive spectacle.
I think you spoke very well. When it comes to UAE, the things are very dynamic. But, similarly, the US was considered as a land of opportunities, and the dynamics are shifting from West to the Middle East now, and UAE is seen as a, land of opportunities now. How do you see, India taking benefit out of it, or?
Well, there's no doubt that when we were growing up, we always used to hear about the US as this big land of opportunities, or, that if you get a foot in the door in the US, you can achieve greater heights, so on and so forth. I think times are changing, and now UAE in many ways has become the land of opportunities, also particularly for Indians, not merely because it's geographically close to us, not merely because the time zone is not very different, but also because it feels very familiar. And I think everything works in the favor of Indians in the UAE, except for WhatsApp, of course, which doesn't work. And I do certainly feel, with the amount of Indians that are considering UAE as their second home, that UAE will, and India, of course, this partnership will go a long, long way.
Excellent. Speaking about US, how do you see Trump as a president?
See, I'm not supposed to make political comments. Before I travel overseas to participate in these conferences, I have to seek the political clearance of the government of India, because I travel on a diplomatic passport. So I'm not at liberty to make my views public. But all I can say is that, we do hope that the relationships improve. And India is a very, very strong country. The perception about India, the fundamentals of India have changed over the last few years. And India is not a dispensable partner anymore. And the sooner the US realizes that, the better it is. We are indispensable. We are a force to reckon with. And India most certainly is not a Venezuela or any other country where, stronger nations can sort of try and destabilize and attempt to do whatever they have been attempting to do. India is a force to reckon with. India is here to stay. And above all, India's time has come. Today, investments. Today, of course, we are the fourth largest economy in the world. We will achieve the 5 trillion mark very, very soon, so on and so forth. But above all, today, India's command at the international forum is such that when investment and capital, and I speak about investment is because all of us are chartered accountants in the room. Previously, when capital and investment used to flow into India, in Indian companies, in Indian enterprise, it was viewed as charity. Today, the investment and capital that flows into India is viewed as an investment or a bet on a winning horse. And that is the very definition of India's growth.
Now let's go to the parliament. You have been very vocal about, the need of social protection for the gig workers, and especially when the gig economy is expanding from almost like 10 million gig workers now to almost 13.5 million gig workers by 2030. And the recent regulation in the social restructuring is seen as a welcoming step. Do you think this is a fundamental win, or there is more to be done to ensure the protection of the social security?
Look, every person must have an opportunity to work, but must also have an opportunity to work with dignity. My only, sort of request before these quick commerce companies and before the government has been that give these gig workers, these delivery boys, these riders who come and deliver food packages and other groceries at your doorstep, deserve to work with dignity, right? And what is dignity? Dignity is good working conditions. They must not be underpaid and overworked. They must not be exploited. They must not be subjected to this delivery within 10 minutes, and as a result which takes a mental and a physical toll on their both mental and physical health. And above all, they must be given some form of social security. They must have a PF, ESI, retirement benefits, so on and so forth. And I think this is a very legitimate demand. Subsequent to my raising this issue in Parliament, there has been a draft social security guidelines or rules that have been issued by the Labour Ministry, which are fantastic. I've had the opportunity of going through them in detail. I welcome that. And I do hope that they get implemented in a letter in spirit, and that will ensure that these gig workers get the social security that they need. There will be a separate fund that will have to be created by these companies for the welfare of these people. Their credentials will now be registered with the government. There will be a separate authority that will be looking into the grievances of the gig workers. So I think it's a great framework that the central government has come out with, and I must congratulate them on doing so. My only concern vis-a-vis the functioning of these gig workers has essentially been about their working conditions, which can certainly be improved. And while all these quick commerce companies have become unicorns, have billion-dollar valuations, my only contention here was that why don't they spend a small percentage of their valuation or their gross revenue for the betterment of the gig workers? Because gig workers, of course, are a pillar on which this whole e-commerce enterprise stands. So that's been my a little suggestion before the government, and I do hope it gets taken.
You are known for raising those, issues related to fundamental ground. be it middle class taxpayer burden, toll tax burden, they all seems different issues, but ultimately it comes down to one thing, which is a trust between the citizens and the system. Uh, do you think India's next big reform is less about money and technology and should be more about, regaining that or rebuilding the trust of those institutions?
Look, money and technology are only enablers. Uh, they can only enable the trust between the administration or the government and the people. And most certainly, one should work towards building and rebuilding trust. What is trust? What is the trust between, the ruling dispensation or the government and the people? The trust is when an income tax refund comes on time. An example of trust is that the complaint that we lodge with the government or with any authority or arm of the government, it gets heard and gets resolved. Trust is that whether I'm a poor man or whether you're a rich man, you and I have to pay the same amount of fine for the same amount of or the same type of non-compliance. That is very essential, and this is the very definition of trust. I think it's very simple. You don't have to indulge in rocket science to build and rebuild trust, and technology and money can certainly be leveraged in a big way to ensuring that there is trust.
So speaking of your parliament, discussions, we being a chartered accountant, we are trained to ask questions. We have a professional skepticism mind, right? We have a questioning mind. Sometimes we even ask question on a restaurant bill or, a wedding budget. When you are sitting in a parliament, do you still reconcile mentally those numbers? And do you ever feel like asking that, what are the assumptions behind these things?
Well, I do question a lot, there is no doubt. I question the assumptions, I question the footnotes. And when I sit in parliament, I see very little chartered accountants. I see a lot of lawyers around me. For some reason, a lot of lawyers are politicians and members of parliament and not so many chartered accountants, which is also something we collectively as a profession must address. But I do question the assumptions. I do question the very fundamentals on the basis of which a claim is being made. And usually in parliament, the thing is that there are claims and then there are counterclaims. There is a claim that, oh, this policy has benefited 30 million Indians, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, the opposition will say, no, this policy has benefited only 500,000 population of Indians, right? Now, as a chartered accountant, my job is to assess which number is right, whether it's 30 million or 500,000. And that is what I try and do objectively.
You mentioned a very valid point. Chartered accountants can play a very pivotal role in enhancing the financial transparency in the parliament and the policy making, and the representation of the chartered accountants in parliament is very less. Lawyers are more, other professionals are more. What do you think? What is the fundamental reason behind this? Do you think chartered accountants are satisfied with what they are achieving through their professional life?
I think I know the answer. The answer is there are more number of lawyers in parliament than chartered accountants, is because lawyers know how to argue. And you need argumentative skills. They can argue in favor of a policy, they can argue against the policy. So they have the skill set of arguing. On Monday, the same lawyer who's a member of parliament can speak in favor of a bill, and on Tuesday he can speak against the bill. And both these arguments that he will make will be very passionate and will be very direct and very effective. So that is the skill set that lawyers have, which we chartered accountants must also espouse to sort of inculcate and develop. That is one. Second, of course, I think also as a student of this profession, I have seen that chartered accountants usually by their very nature or by their very training do not look for non-traditional CA avenues. We somehow limit our worldview or limit our sort of sphere of work to the traditional chartered accountancy genres, whether it's audit and assurance, direct tax, indirect tax, advisory, consultancy, risk assurance, so on and so forth. We don't usually step out of this traditional gamut of the CA services, right? I think it's high time now that CAs also look for non-traditional assignments and even consider perhaps public service as one of those. Public service doesn't necessarily mean to become a politician and fight elections. If that's not what something one wishes to do, you can help frame policy, you can help frame regulations, you can be part of a regulatory authority, so on and so forth. There are many ways in which chartered accountants can meaningfully contribute towards public service.
Absolutely. And how is your relation with the fellow parliamentarian, of the parliament session? And what do you usually discuss, in canteen or otherwise? Or do you want to share one experience from the parliament which you would remember or cherish throughout your life?
Well, you see, once the parliament is adjourned, MPs become friends, they're friends. They have chai together, they have samosa together, they go to the canteen and have a nice lunch together. And there is a lot of bonhomie and a good sort of vibe among MPs, cutting across party lines. And that's how I think, a democracy should be. And that's the very, very beauty of democracy. Back in the day, you had, fiercest of the debates between the government, the treasury benches, and the opposition. And right after the debate, people used to meet at a, let's say, a presidential banquet or at a function organized by a media outlet, and they used to hug it out. They used to shake hands, they used to hug, they used to compliment each other on the kind of sort of arguments or the power of the arguments that one another demonstrated in Parliament. I think that's how a relationship between MPs, among MPs cutting across party lines should be. I am grateful to the Almighty God that I have, several friends across the aisle belonging to the ruling party, belonging to other opposition parties. And that's how I think relationships should be. I have too many anecdotes to share about memorable experiences with other MPs. And but I don't think this is the stage to share that, but I have too many of them. And many of them are great friends of mine.
Good. And now moving from parliament to something personal. The public life is demanding. You got a limelight very quickly and the media attention. How do you handle the criticism or a social media noise?
Well, there's a very famous Hindi saying that I believe in, and I say that to myself very often, which is दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रोग मेरे बारे में क्या कहेंगे लोग. So I am very alive to this fact that there will be a lot of chatter around you. There would be a lot of negative press. There would be some amount of positive press. But if your conscience is clear, and if you are able to answer to yourself that you did something or you wanted to do a particular thing in a particular way, which was right for the society, right for the country, right for yourself, and if you're able to justify that to yourself, I don't really care about who is writing what on social media. These days, of course, now the attacks that are made on platforms like X in particular are also paid attacks in many ways. People are given money to attack the opponent, and campaigns are run against you. So I don't really go to the notification tab of my X. I stay on the main wall and I read the comments made by other people in public life. That's how I stay clear of all of this. And since we're in politics, let me concede that since I've spent almost, about 15 years in public life, I must have also grown a thick skin, I feel, when it comes to all these personal attacks.
And how does your family feel about it? Are they proud? Are they worried? Or sometimes do they ask you, did you have a tea?
Well, I come from an average middle class household of India, and an average middle class household of India views uh, Indian politics in a pretty bad light. I mean, when we were growing up, our elders used to tell us that once you grow up, you must become a scientist or a chartered accountant or an engineer or an actor or a sports person, so on and so forth. But nobody says to you that once you grow up, you must become a politician, right? It's because politics is considered to be a bad word, it's considered to be a bad industry. And we must not blame our parents and elders for it. It's because the way of, the way this industry has evolved over the years. I mean, back in the day, Rajniti used to be Rajya ki Niti. It used to be Rashtra Seva. And over the last several decades, it has gradually degenerated into a bad industry and meant to be, the work of those who are unemployed and unemployable. That's the perception. That may not be the reality. So therefore, my family was very skeptical. In fact, my mother was, she didn't give me the permission to fight my first election for almost 7-8 months. It took me 8 months, 9 months to convince her that, I need your blessings, I need your consent, and I don't want to do anything without your consent. You bless me and let me fight the election. And she was absolutely against it. And her reasons were perhaps also justified that, we come from average middle class households, electioneering is not meant for us, you remain in public service, work for the country, do good for the people, but don't get into active politics, don't get into the mudslinging of politics, don't get into the rough and tumble of electoral politics. But then I think I prevailed on her and I convinced her.
So, I mean, probably same is the issue with most of the chartered accountants. They have, family responsibilities or pressure. Yesterday we had Ankur Agrawal here, who is the founder of B&W Developers, and he explored his life, different from the conventional chartered accountant practice. I mean, how do you want to encourage our fellow chartered accountants sitting here to explore something beyond their conventional things and, maybe particularly about the politics?
I think I've already mentioned about this, that chartered accountants must look at avenues outside their traditional sphere, areas of work, simply because we have the skill set, we have the analytical mind, we have been prepared through our examinations, through our articleship, and through, of course, our journey as a practicing chartered accountant for greater things, for bigger opportunities in life. And that must be leveraged. That's something that I do feel is lacking. CAs don't traditionally look at all these areas of work with the same amount of, excitement as they look at digital and technological or financial or regulatory aspects of work. So that would be my little piece of advice to them.
Excellent. Now I think we'll move into the rapid fire round. I'll ask a short question and I request you to be spontaneous in your response.
Almost like coffee with Karan. Coffee with Rohit.
A morning or an evening person?
I am more of an evening person.
A CA habit you still can't let go?
I constantly read numbers. I get really if I see let's say a newspaper or a journal or a page in which words are written and numbers are written, I only look at the numbers. So that's one bad habit for some reason I have.
Parliament or CA exam, which one is tougher?
Parliament is not that difficult. The right question, the right question to ask is, what is more difficult, to win an election or to become a chartered accountant? This is the right question, and the right answer is, to become a chartered accountant is much more difficult than winning an election. ऐसा मुझे लगता है. I may be wrong.
one reform you strongly believe that India need today.
I think India is headed in the right direction when it comes to reform of multiple kinds, from police reforms to judicial reforms to financial reforms. A lot of reforms are needed, and we are perhaps headed there. But what is lacking is the implementation. Intent is there. Implementation needs to be done in letter and spirit, and I'll give you an example of this. In this very winter session of Parliament, last month of December 2025, I spoke about this, and I said that, look, the government of India did a fantastic thing by reducing the GST rates. They did GST rate rationalization, and they wanted the benefit of the reduction in GST to be passed on to the consumer. But full pass-through did not happen because the implementation was weak. Now what happened? If a commodity was being sold for 100 rupees plus 18%, that is for 118 rupees in the market. Right. If the GST on that product was reduced from 18% to 5%, now that commodity should be sold at 100 plus 5%, 105, right, vis-a-vis 118.
Yeah.
But it continues to be sold at 118 because the margin of 13 rupees, which should have been passed on to the consumer, is being absorbed as additional profits by the company. The company refuses to give it to the consumer. So for some reason, there is lack or some sort of a gap in implementation. Intent is there. So reform is needed of all different kinds, from judicial, police, economic, financial, educational reforms. What must be ensured along with these reforms is the implementation of the reform.
I think very well said. One luxury you will allow yourself despite a hectic life and the criticism.
Well, luxury in terms of spending time with family, which I do now. I didn't do much of that until few years ago. And I like to travel. So traveling is something I try and find time for as and when I can.
And one thing people would be surprised to know about you.
I'm not a very serious person. I mean, I don't know whether people know this by now or not. I'm a fun-loving, non-serious, funny guy.
I'm sure that is very unknown. I mean, we see you in the parliament. How not serious you are in the parliament. One piece of advice you will give yourself of 21-year-old.
To myself?
Yes.
Well, if I were to give advice to myself of a few decades ago, about 1.5, 2 decades ago, I would say to myself that I must read more and travel more. These two things I would say to myself, and also worry less. We don't, and this happens to everyone, that we don't enjoy what's before us in anticipation of what will happen next, what should we achieve next, so on and so forth, which is right. But we must also enjoy the present, and that is something that I have not really managed to successfully do, and that's one advice that I'll give to myself of 21 years.
Thank you, Raghav. Do we have time for Q&A? Should we open the floor for 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, one question. Can you pass on the mic, please? Here, in the front row.
CA Raghav Chadda, welcome you to Abu Dhabi and ICAI. Since we are from the finance profession, and you being other side of the government, what 5 financial policies you will recommend to the government if you become a youngest finance minister of India?
सर पहले तो आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर देखिए, if I do become what you want me to become, then I will not recommend, I will implement.
Oh,
Number one. Number two, I don't know whether there'll be 5 changes or 15 changes, but as I said, the intent is what matters and the implementation is what matters. There are 3 things. Let me very, in a management way try and explain this. There are 3 I's that we need. One is initiative. Initiative to le koi. Dusra, intent. Then intention must be for the country, for the welfare of the people, and for the development of our economy. And third I is implementation. If initiative, intent, and implementation are there, all changes will head in the right direction for the betterment of the country. And I'll try and do this if I ever do become what you want me to become.
ladies and gentlemen, that is Raghav Chadda for you, a chartered accountant by training, a reformist by mindset, and one of the youngest member of parliament contributing in debate on finance, governance, and accountability. Thank you, Raghav, for being candid, thoughtful, and refreshingly human.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me over. Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you. On behalf of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, thank you for being part of Tarang 2026 and inspiring a new generation of chartered accountants here and in the globe.
I'll now take over because we'd like to felicitate these gentlemen for this engaging conversation. May I please request on stage CA John George, CA Nirmal Agarwal, and CA Ankit Kothari from ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter to come on stage to felicitate our fireside chat participants who've shared valuable advice. Continue to be disciplined, continue to have an eye for detail, but also look for other avenues to apply your analytical minds and skills. What I like best, learn to argue well. A big round of applause, please. We also have a special gift for CA Raghav Chadda. May I please request CA Anurag Chaturvedi, past chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter and current chairman of Abu Dhabi chapter ICAI, CA Krishnan on stage, please. The Essentials of UAE VAT Law is a book written by CA Anurag Chaturvedi, past chairman of ICAI Dubai chapter and CEO of Anderson. And we'd love to gift it to CA Raghav Chadda. It is a comprehensive guide to the VAT laws in the UAE. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, sir, for joining us today. It was excellent. Thank you. Ganpat Singhvi. He was one of the founder members of the Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI and a past chairman. Our next fireside chat session is in memory of his contributions to the Indian community, the Chartered Accountants Fraternity, and the chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your eyes on the screen, and AV team, can you please play the introduction video for our esteemed speakers for the next fireside chat session.
Dr. Malvika Iyer. Dr. Malvika Iyer is an internationally recognized motivational speaker, disability rights advocate, and corporate trainer. Inspiring audiences across the globe, she has delivered over 250 talks at prestigious platforms, including the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, and the United Nations headquarters, where her address received a standing ovation. A survivor of a life-altering bomb blast, Dr. Iyer overcame immense physical challenges to excel academically and professionally. She has been honored with India's highest civilian award for women, the Nari Shakti Puraskar, and numerous international accolades recognizing her leadership, resilience, and impact. Through her speaking, digital presence, and advocacy, she empowers leaders and organizations worldwide to embrace inclusion, resilience, and human potential. CA Anu Thomas. CA Anu Thomas is the managing partner of BOT Consulting and an accomplished finance leader with over a decade of experience across the Middle East and India. He has a strong track record in driving corporate growth through expertise in corporate finance, technology, and business transformation. A chartered accountant and a member of CPA Australia and ICAI, Anu is also a certified anti-money laundering specialist. Beyond his executive role, he serves on the managing committee of the ICAI Abu Dhabi branch and is an active member of the ISC and IPEF, contributing to professional development and governance within the finance community.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the next fireside chat session, our speaker is none other than Dr. Malvika Iyer, internationally acclaimed motivational speaker. Please give her a warm Abu Dhabi applause. And conducting the fireside chat will be none other than our Professional Development Committee leader, CA Anu Thomas from ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. Please welcome both of them with a big round of applause.
Yeah, I'm good.
I request
Thank
all
you.
our
Yeah.
guests to please find their seats. This is a session you don't want to miss.
I think mine is on.
Hello, good morning, everyone. This session is so special. Do you know the reason why? Can I get some answers from the audience, please? Yes, so we have a very special person with us for a very special session in memory of our founder member, CA Ganpat Singh PG. All of us here carry some sort of stories that is not mentioned on our resumes. Some are visible, but many of them are mostly silent. And sometimes life asks you to grow in ways you never choose. Our guest this morning understands this reality not as a concept, but more as a reality. Because somewhere in Malavika's story today, you will find echoes of your own experience. As a 13 years old, her life changed in a moment, yet what followed was not just recovery, but was a reinvention. Please join me in welcoming Malvika Iyer today with us at Abu Dhabi.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Malvika, just to start with, before the stages, before the titles, before the strength that the world sees in you today, there was a 13-year-old girl whose life changed in a moment. If you're comfortable, can you just take us through that moment of what happened, what you remember from those days, and where that initial strength that helped you build what you are today came from?
I do want to thank ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter and all the wonderful chartered accountants present here and CA Anu Thomas. Thank you so much for your gracious hospitality, and I'm very excited to be here. So before I answer your question, I do want to say that I'm here on this stage as a bomb blast survivor. I am not a victim of a bomb blast. I'm a survivor of a bomb blast. And I hope that this is the lens that you see me through. So, that you asked, yes, so 22 years or 23 years ago perhaps, I lived with my family in Rajasthan, Bikaner, a very colorful city. And I happen to know the exact date and time even of the incident. It was 26th of May 2002. The time was around 1:15 in the afternoon because the clock in my room froze. It so happened that 6 months prior to my accidents, there was an ammunition depot that had caught fire, and we used to live very close to the military area. And when I came across a diffused hand grenade, it immediately exploded in my hands. But the severity of the injuries was more than my hands, it was to my legs. To this date, I have permanent disability in both my legs with nerve paralysis, loss of sensation even. It's a long list of things that I'm telling you, something that happened 22 years ago, a laundry list of the things that happened to a 13-year-old. And I'm smiling and sharing this and telling you this. There is a reason behind that. And the reason is what I have learned. It is, we can't control what happens to us. But if there is something that we can control, it is our attitude towards life. And thank you. I believe it is with that attitude. It is not seeing the accident, seeing the magnitude of what had happened to me, the loss that I faced, the different body image that I have now, everything that I had to accept, the physical trauma, the emotional trauma. Leaving aside all of that, it was my belief that I had to not let anyone, because I remember growing up when I was in the hospital, everyone around me would point at me when I was in the hospital. They would say, "Bichari ladki," "Pavam pundu," "poor girl." So that was the word that I grew up listening to. That was the word that everyone associated me with. So it was not up to them to decide what my identity is. That's why when I said I'm not a victim, I'm a survivor. And I hope that with that attitude, that mindset, and that is how we see ourselves every day.
Thank you, Malvika. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Often we can see people imagining challenges as big moments. But many of them struggle quietly in their daily routines. Was there a moment you realized the world needed to change, not you?
So when we talk about barriers, challenges, you are looking at me, I have very, visible physical disability. I don't have two hands. So the first thing in most people's mind is a physical barrier, the physical limitation that I have, that perhaps I'm a liability or perhaps I'm a dependent, because that's how most people would see me, that I've become a burden to my family. But when we talk about barriers, through my own journey, I have learned that there are 3 different kinds of barriers, challenges that we all face at any point in our life. The first one, I believe, is our individual barrier. What is that? It is, our fears, our insecurities, the feeling of something would, if for us to pursue our dreams, if there is something that stops us from achieving. So it is all of that negative self-talk, that negative attitude. I think that is the barrier, that is something that we all need to cross, that we all need to tackle. Once we cross that barrier, then of course, there is a societal barrier. I think for me, when I was pursuing my doctorate in social work, the biggest challenge that I understood was not my physical limitations, rather it was the attitudinal discrimination. It is the way people perceive us, and it could be any kind of difference. So how do you challenge the societal barriers? And after that, of course, there is the environmental barriers. we assume that if you build a ramp and then, the place is accessible. But no, there are so many unique challenges. It's every disability is unique. Every person has different challenges. So with all these challenges and barriers in mind that we see, I think it is important for us to recognize, and I think Raghav Chadha sir said, right, that we need to ensure that everyone earns and lives with dignity. And that is something I strongly believe in. And especially people with disabilities, everyone deserves that dignity to survive and to have the. And he also talked about innovation inclusion when he addressed UPI. And I think these are the similar things. When we talk about disability, accessibility is something that is very important to address. So I would say, if we just follow the social model of disability, don't think the person with disability is the problem. Rather, the environment is the challenge, and we need to correct the environment. Then I don't think anyone is disabled.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. I can see many a times when you search your profile, you get this word resilience. Always it comes up. Yeah. People often label that term resilient with your name. So what does resilience really mean? Does that word feel too heavy, almost like an expectation?
So I'm going to divide the word resilience into two parts. One is acceptance, one is humor. I think that is how I see resilience. See, resilience is not just being strong all the time. I am not somebody who was born strong and, I just knew how to. There was no book I studied in school that taught me that this is how you survive a bomb blast or this is how you navigate life without two hands. No, there was no guidebook, nothing. Resilience to me is not to be burdened by the challenge. It is not to be strong always. It is not to, swallow our fear. Resilience to me is bouncing back. No matter how many times you fall down, you get up. Every time you have a choice. Do you want to give up or do you want to fight for yourself? I think that is what I truly believe in. Every day, every choice that I made starting the day the accident happened, I remember there were these iron rods that were drilled inside both my legs, and my doctors had decided that I'll never walk again. It was the choice, making the same choice day after day, that we are our best cheerleaders and we should never give up on ourselves. So that is what resilience means to me. And when I talk about humor, I think it is something, my mom is here, and she's somebody, I think, who taught me finding humor even in the most scariest of situations. So when I was fitted with prosthetic hands, I immediately after the accident, there were these very real life-like made of silicone. They had nails even. I used to wear them to college. I was in Delhi. I was studying in Stephens. I was doing my economics. I needed to write, but Delhi summers, right? It's so hot. So every time I would come back home, I'll remove my prosthetic hands, keep them in the living room, go back inside. So one such day, that's what happened. I went to college, very hot day. I came back home, removed my hands, went back inside. Now what had happened, the couch where the hands I had placed, there were two pillows on the couch, and the pillows kind of fell on the hand. I had this neighbor who was visiting us. She lived downstairs. She's an old woman. Very sweet, but she kind of always had this stereotypical attitude, especially because I'm a woman with disability, so I'm doubly discriminated. She'll never go to school, who will marry her? These kind of remarks that I must be a cursed person to live in this body. So that day she had come home. I had always kept polite, but it always used to bother me that why would I be looked down upon just because of my disability? It's not my fault. So she had come home that day, and I had removed my hands in the living room. She didn't know I was using the hands. So it was completely not intentional, but what had happened, the pillow on the hands, they had fallen in such a way, like, in a Japanese horror movie, like there are two hands coming out of nowhere. So that's how it looked on the couch, just two hands coming out of nowhere. And she comes inside the house and she just sees two hands. She starts screaming. She's so scared, and she almost even falls down at some point. And I started laughing. it is then I realized that humor, finding humor. This is just one such incident, but there are several such incidents. Sometimes when you're burdened by so much work, you say, ye to haath se chala gaya. This has gone beyond my hands. And then my mother would come and say, but you don't have hands, so how will it go beyond your hands? So these little things, finding humor in the little things. So that is what resilience to me is. It is not to be strong always. I don't think strength is absence of fear. Resilience is accepting what has happened, accepting what I can do, accepting what I cannot do. I was a dancer before my accident, a trained Kathak dancer. I couldn't dance. The day my accident happened, I have not been able to dance. But I found other crafts. I found other things that I was good at. So that is what resilience would mean to me. Accepting our best self is always inside us, nurturing it, and always finding humor no matter how terrible the tragedy is.
That's a very nice one. I mean, you told that we should actually cheer for ourselves.
Yes.
Whatever we feel we should be the first people who are cheering for ourselves, right?
Yes.
Resilience always is connected in some extent to recovery.
Correct.
Yeah? So I'll just put a little bit of light on that point. Recovery is never a straight line. It has its own ups, downs, moments when things don't go as you planned. I think most of us look confident on the outside, but inside, things are difficult. Where there was a moment when things didn't go according to your plan, but later turned out really important for your growth. And just to probably something that strikes you that, this was one moment which I never planned, but yes, this has really helped me into my recovery, something like that?
I think for me, there is this one such incident that happened was I was bedridden after my accident. I had plasters in both my hands, both my legs, and I was bedridden for over 1.5 years. And there was absolutely no way of walking. My doctors had not assured that I would ever walk. So I had missed out on 1.5 years of school. So I had completed my 8th, all of my 9th grade, and almost 3/4 of my 10th grade. I was just in the hospital bedridden. With really no future, no plan in sight, I just asked my mom one day. It was 3 months left for my board exams. And 10th, it's a very instrumental year in everyone's life. So I asked my mom, can I write my exams privately? Because no school would admit me at the time, just 3 months left. So my mom is like a yes man person. Like, she is this person who will say yes to everything I have asked, everything I have dreamt, everything I wanted to. So I think that is something, I would say that is what really pushed me to, achieve all my dreams, or even to accept who I am today with these hands and with these legs that I have. I think it is all credit to my family, but especially my mother. So when I asked her, like, can I apply as a private candidate? And she said yes. She literally carried me to the coaching center near my house, and 3 months left, no hands. I had to learn everything, like, how to draw diagrams, biology, formula, geometry, everything I had to learn. It was a very different way that I had studied all my life, but I was determined that I needed to write these exams. There was no plan of I don't know even if I will clear them. I just had to write them. And I did. I wrote my exams with the help of a writer I was given, and I spoke, dictated everything, and they wrote my answers. I just dedicated those 3 months, the dancer in me, the crafter in me, everything. I had to forget my old identity. This is just all I had now. Academics, education in front of me, and I went all in 3 months. And the day the result came, like you asked, something that changed my life. And that is something connected to growth mindset as well. The decision to want to move forward, the decision to choose yourself, the decision to believe that the skills and capabilities that we are born with. Someone with a fixed mindset would think that, whatever talents that you're born with, that is it. But no, a person with a growth mindset would believe that every mistake you make is an opportunity to learn and grow. Every effort you make is a step towards progress. So that is what growth mindset taught me. And I think my growth mindset pushed me to go and write those exams. And the day the result came, I had scored a state rank, a 97%. So I had 100 in maths, 100 in these marks I had never scored with my two hands.
So I think you were a right fit to be a CA.
So, in fact, I did. After college, I did take up accountancy and business maths, commerce. I had, in my 12th, I had a 200 out of 200 in commerce. I did love accounts a lot, yes. So, those were my subjects in college, and I really loved it. But this moment, this was when Dr. Kalam was the president of India, and he had read my story, and he invited me and my family to Rashtrapati Bhavan. This moment, this marks that I got, it was my mom told me, it is not about the marks, it is not about the honor, it is about the growth mindset, wanting to move forward, not letting the accident, the disability, the inability of my legs to walk, not letting any of the things that had taken away. We say, right, human spirit, we talk about it. I think that is what it means to me. The accident took away so much, but if there is one thing it didn't take away from me, it is my spirit. And human spirit, I strongly believe that human spirit, it is made of such determination, strength, and courage that nothing can take it away from us. And I'm here today, with the spirit that has helped me from that day in the hospital till today.
So I would request a loud round of applause for the mom who brought her and who was instrumental in building what she is today. Of course, yes, there is a moment for that, yeah. So Malvika, now comes the success story. I know all these things were a stepping stone towards your success. No, success often changes its meaning after the hardship. Then it becomes something else, right? Today, how do you define success? What achievement feels most powerful? Not because of the applause that you're receiving, but because of what it took from within you. What is the achievement that probably surprised you the most?
I think success is a very... it's a beautiful word in a way that for me, I have celebrated all the big moments and the small moments equally. For me, I want to share some pictures with you today to tell you that what really it meant to include a person with disability and have the kind of platforms that I had where I felt like I belonged in my community. But also, these awards or these pictures that I share, beyond all of that, success is truly waking up every day with the spirit that, I will not give up on myself. It is the positive self-talk. If you can do that to yourself every day, I think that is success. The first day, I think almost 12 years after the accident, when I was living in the US, I made palak paneer all by myself. Like I chopped the paneer, I roasted. I mean, I did everything and I cooked the whole dish with my two hands all by myself. That to me was success. Applying my first eyeliner or kajal, that to me was success. It is the little victories. So to me, these pictures that I want to share, in the year 2018, I got the honor of Nari Shakti Puraskar from the President of India. So this is the highest civilian honor given to women. And here on the left, I got to meet the Prime Minister of India. And I got the most, I would say, being the cloud 9 moment to be selected as one among the women achievers. I was invited to take over the Prime Minister's social media accounts, and I believe I've shared the message of acceptance with you here as well. So I got to take over his social media accounts, Twitter, Instagram, all of it, and got to share why it is so important for us that people with disabilities, irrespective of what challenges there are, we need inclusion is, I think, the most beautiful word. It's a celebration. So these two awards definitely are most close to my heart and the greatest honor that I have received. Can we have the next slide? So as I told you, I got to meet Dr. Kalam when I had just gotten the state rank in 10th. So I think it was a very, very emotional moment. He spoke to me in Tamil, Dr. Kalam, with my family, and he gave this knowledge card as well. So he asked about how my artificial hands work, and he asked about my future plans. So I think it was an amazing, very divine moment to meet Dr. Kalam. The photo here in the middle is my favorite. I'm actually showing in my right hand, as you can see, there is a bone protruding out. So there was a error while the surgeries were happening, so I'm just left with a bone. I don't have any flesh or skin on it. Everybody has 10 fingers. I say this is my one extraordinary finger, and I used that to type my doctorate thesis back in 2018. So this photo is very special to me when I got my doctorate. And going back to craft my small achievements, something that I thought was a lost art, going back to doing art and craft. And I always say that disability is my superpower, because embracing my disability allowed me to see what I'm good at and to stop resisting what I can't do and start accepting and celebrating what I can do. So the next set of pictures are just some happy pictures I wanted to share with you, to talk about the platform that I have received today, the honor that I have received today, the inclusion from your community, from the ICAI community that I have received today. I think this is what every person with disability deserves, and this is the way that we can truly include them in our society. So these are just some of the awards. This was in Detroit, where I received the Diversity 50 Award. Can we have the next slide? So ramp walk, being told by the doctors that I will never walk again, to actually promoting accessible and inclusive fashion and walking the ramp, wearing gowns that are especially designed. Thank you so much. So these gowns, and even that top, as you can see on the top, the Malvika tunic tee, these are all clothing that are made uniquely for people with disabilities, using materials like Velcro instead of zippers and buttons. So this is something that it's like my passion project that I've been working for the last 10 years. And of course, walking the ramp as a showstopper. So next slide, please. So these next set of pictures, the media, because we talk about disability, we see disability in movies, we read about it. It is very important how media portrays people with disabilities. And I have been fortunate that it is the positive representation of media that has helped me spread my message. Instead of focusing on my disability, I have always advocated that we need, there is ability in disability, and we need to focus only on that. Next slide, please. And this photo, getting the opportunity to speak at the UN. The next slide, please. These are some of my favorite. I'm hoping today's pictures, I've seen some lovely cameramen, so I'm hoping to have my picture next in this slide. My speaking my heart to help people. I think this is just when you said success. I think to influence the lives of people in a positive way. Because my mother did that for me, and if I can do that even to one single person, I don't think there is any success beyond that.
So, I would say that we should not mention like you're a Bone Plus survivor. You are a real champion in life.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. We have the last slide, I believe. The next slide is, I don't have many pictures from 22 years ago, but this is the one I found one day in my childhood home, where I was, this is me when I was 13. And this is a very recent picture of mine. So not much from those scary, gory days, but I do feel, I feel proud to see that this girl, I don't think she would have ever imagined that I would overcome this, leave alone pursue my education, be an advocate for disability rights. But here we go. And I want to end this presentation with the next slide. Now that you have seen me, I do believe that this quote, the only disability in life is a bad attitude. So, this is the quote.
One last question. When the stage lights dim, the expectations go away. Who is Malvika in those quiet moments? I think Auntie is the better person to answer that, but still I want an answer from you.
I actually write poetry. I love writing poetry on love and romance. So that is something that not a lot of people know. I enjoy cooking a lot. I miss dancing and the art and craft that I was so good at before my accident. But without that, I've used artificial hands, but nothing can beat the intricate details that you need. So I have found writing to be very cathartic. For me, when I lived in the US for the last 9 years, gardening and finding joy. See, I have always believed this life that I have is a second chance because not everyone gets a second chance. I almost died that day. I remember people around me telling I had lost 80% blood because the four main nerves, two legs and two hands, they were cut. My legs, the left leg was upside down. I don't know how the doctors miraculously saved my legs because they were going to amputate my legs as well the first week of the accident. When you see all of that and you see today, this is a second chance at life. And I feel who I am is really living and being content every day, thanking God that every day is a second chance. And it would be absolutely unfair to sit and complain and cry and brood and ask why me instead of what next. So the second chance that I have, it must be spent in a very in a way where I honor the opportunity that I have given, and I think this is how I see myself.
So in that way, we all are very blessed. I mean, it means that we should not be worrying about things that comes across day by day. There is
Yes.
always a second chance that where you can really excel.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
One last question.
Sure.
If there is one truth in your journey that life has taught you, a message that you would like to pass on to our members that stays with us for long, what would that be?
Can you repeat the question? I want to answer
I
it
mean,
correctly.
we spoke about resilience, success, recovery, everything. It's just one message to all the members from your heart.
Lessons, lots of lessons. But I think if there is one thing that you take away from my talk today, I think losing is not failing. Giving up is failing. And if you keep trying, thank you. If you keep trying, success, failure, it's really nothing. You keep trying, you're always a winner. The day you give up on yourself, I think that's the day you have lost. And I see everyone here, with your happy faces. I don't think anyone is, someone who would give up. So I think that is the message I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Okay, that's from my side. I can take one or two questions from the members. Yeah.
Thank you. Though you have come out from a very challenging position. In your talk, many times you have used the word disability. I think you have proved that it should not be disability, it should distinctly ability or differently able. So that bad word which in the negative way which we always use, disability, never come in the life, no matter how challenging the life. So what your take on that?
I have thought about this, but I live with certain challenges, and it is one way to see that I have gotten an award or have completed my doctorate or I have achieved what people my age have, but that doesn't deny or that doesn't hide the fact that I do live with a lot of limitations. A lot of my life is very different from people my age, and there is so much that they can do that I can't. Sometimes I am able to do those things, maybe slowly, maybe I take time, but there are a lot of things that people my age without this disability can do that I cannot. So what I have understood is disability is not a bad word. It is not something that I'm ashamed of. But how you use it matters. You said differently abled. I like the word differently abled. But the word that is most correct according to me, most correct way of using disability to me is person with disability. So when we say a disabled person, when you say Malvika is a disabled person, your immediately first focus is disabled. So she is disabled in ways. What ways? She doesn't have hands. I have nerve paralysis, so I wear a foot drop brace. So bunch of these physical limitations you attach to it. But when you say you're a person, I am a person with disability. So the person comes first. It's a person-centric language. Then it is, you're focusing on the person, their abilities, their hobbies, where they are from, who they are, what they like, what they enjoy. I don't want to ever take the word disability away from me because it is a challenge. I don't cry or complain as much as I should because my mom is always wondering that you never sit and cry that, oh, I have lost my hands, what do I do? I sit and cry that, I think yesterday I was complaining about the most stupidest thing, something about my hair. I think when she was taking a picture of mine, I told her to wipe the camera lens, and I was so bothered about it. She's like, you complain about these things, but you are not complaining about your legs or your hands. Because that to me is how I see my life. I don't see disability as a negative word, but again, it is very much a part of my life because I see and notice how my life is so different. So it should be seen in a positive light. A person with disability, I think that is the most beautiful way to put it.
Hello, Malvika ji. It was really inspiring, and I can surely tell you that you are most able person in this audience, far being disabled. I mean, apart from your parents, obviously, they tremendously provide you motivation, guidance. I would like to know who were your role model as you were growing? Who were you looking up to?
I think when we talk about people with disabilities, one of the things that is sometimes often not shared is caregivers, the role of caregivers, the support system. For me, outside of my family, my extended family, my teachers, the team of doctors, nurses, so they were my first step. It's they who looked at me, they helped me regain my mobility back. So their role was instrumental in helping me, making me independent. But to me, where I find hope or where I see who motivates me, I think it is every day. Every day you see someone, when I told you, right, losing is not failing, giving up is failing. Anybody who doesn't give up gives me hope, inspires me to keep going on. So it could be anybody I meet today in this room. It's our ability to not give up on ourselves. So the everyday people I meet in my life, and individuals especially who provide and create these platforms to include people with disabilities, I think these are my real heroes.
Thank you, Malvika. Thank you very much, not just for sharing your journey alone, but for reminding us that courage doesn't really roar all the time. Sometimes it's allowing ourselves to be seen not as perfect, but as real. Yeah. On behalf of everyone in Abu Dhabi chapter, thank you very much for your honesty, grace, and the quiet strength that you shared with us today. Thank you very much, guys. A loud round of applause for our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
May I request Hamma Madam to be on the stage, please?
Requesting Dr. Malvika Iyer's mom, one of her primary caregivers, as Malvika said.
Yes.
We'd also like to felicitate you, ma'am. Also requesting CA Hemalata Lingamurthy, CA John George, and CA Suma Rajesh on stage to present a small token of our appreciation for this thought-provoking session. We've really had some food for thought today on ideas around resilience, identity, and the importance of humor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Malvika Iyer, for participating in Tarang 2026.
Come forward. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Keep the spirit.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Also felicitating CA Anu Thomas for his thoughtful questions in conducting this fireside chat at Tarang 2026 Day 2.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Before I start our next panel, may I request all our guests to remain seated. It's an interesting panel that you don't want to miss. Any lovers of dressing elegantly in this room? I want to see a show of hands. Anybody who likes to dress well, dress fashionably? I see you, I see you. Anybody who likes travel? There we go. Yes, fashion and travel. When we are lovers of dressing well and seeing the world, we come across many, many brands in our life. Two business creators, business managers, business leaders from two such amazing brands are here with us today for our next session. It is a startup panel on brand concepts. The CEO the co-founder of easemytrip.com and managing partner of BHPC Lifestyle are both here with us today for our next startup panel discussion, and I request the AV team to play the videos of our eminent speakers.
Mr. Rikant Pitti. Mr. Rikant Pitti is the CEO and co-founder of Ease My Trip, one of India's leading online travel platforms and a rare bootstrap unicorn. Starting the company at the age of 16, he has led its growth from a nascent travel tech startup to a publicly listed, profitable enterprise with a strong domestic and international presence. Known for his product-first approach and entrepreneurial vision, Mr. Pitti has driven innovations in sustainable mobility, technology, and travel services. He also serves as chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, Delhi State Council, contributing to tourism-led economic development and policy initiatives. His leadership has earned him multiple accolades, including Fortune India's 40 Under 40, Hurun India's Bootstrap Entrepreneur of the Year, and recognition among India's top 200 self-made entrepreneurs of the millennium. Ajay Bindru. Ajay Bindru is a seasoned entrepreneur, brand architect, and global business leader. After rising to global CEO at the Supermax Group, where he helped scale consumer personal care brands to over 160 countries, he founded Global Rubicon Ventures in 2014 to focus on building enduring high-equity brands. A defining achievement of his entrepreneurial journey has been the global expansion of Beverly Hills Polo Club's Class 3 IPR portfolio, establishing the brand across the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and Africa. Known for his strategic precision and grounded leadership, Ajay continues to drive cross-category growth, global partnerships, and scalable brand ecosystems, combining entrepreneurial instinct with long-term value creation. CA Priyanka Birla. CA Priyanka Birla is the Assistant Vice President, FP&A and MI Reporting at First Abu Dhabi Bank and an accomplished finance professional with over 18 years of experience. She has worked with leading global organizations including KPMG and Schlumberger and has been recognized among the top 13 women achievers in the UAE. A committed member of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter since 2017, she is currently serving as its General Secretary. Beyond her professional career, Priyanka is an active Toastmasters executive, a strong contributor to CSR initiatives, and a passionate yoga enthusiast, dedicated to uplifting and strengthening the chapter fraternity.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for our next session's panelists, Mr. Rikant Pitti, co-founder of easemytrip.com, Mr. Ajay Bindru, managing partner of BHPC Lifestyle, and our very own CA Priyanka, secretary of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, who will be moderating the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it is my pleasure to welcome Rikant and Ajayji here with us, learning from their journey of how you have started as an entrepreneur, how you have created a brand and taken it to so many international locations. We would want it to have more of an informal, probably I think a lot of takeaways is what our members are looking for to get from both of you. My first question to you, Rikant. You started building Ease My Trip at the age of 16, went it all the way from bootstrapping to IPO. What were the early decisions in your life that had shaped you bringing Ease My Trip to this scale? Or I would rather put it lightly, what was that difficult trip that you make which forced you to start Ease My Trip?
Great, thank you so much. And first of all, such a pleasure for me to be here in front of all of you. The esteemed people would have been there in Abu Dhabi and Dubai for a very long time. And that's actually the question which is very, very close to my heart. And let me just start by informing that, when I started Ease My Trip, I was 16 years old, as you mentioned. So many of the people would have thought that, as Ease My Trip is one of the very few bootstrapped IPOs in the world, wherein we have also become the unicorn at one point of time. And we got listed in 2021, and we probably may be the first company in India to get listed from the start of eternity. So, from the point of view, the people may think that, we would have a grand strategy or specifically a master plan when we went for an IPO. But I would say that's honestly, to be very honest, me and my brother, we entered into a travel industry by a coincidence. So basically, we wanted to have an internet connection at home. And my father and my parents were like completely against of it. So we convinced them and mentioned that, okay, we will book your flights, we'll book your hotels, because they've been flying in different parts of India. And now we never knew at that point of time that, it will probably become our destiny. So back on those early days, I believe that there are a couple of things which has shaped our future. And maybe I can share a few of them, like first one probably being frugal. So now that's the word which everybody, all the startups now use. But back in those days, we didn't have much choice because we never raised any capital. And, at that time, there was no VC money. And, as we say that, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So we had to innovate the things in a different way. Like, for an example, we did not spend much money in, getting the people recruited in our company. Even we used a lot of growth hacks. For an example, I was very young, right? So I didn't knew much. So I had to, at those times, get the interviews conducted, learn from my competitors, what specifically policies, what kind of frameworks, what kind of strategies they've been having in their business. We never chased any headlines in a way that, we don't wanted to burn any cash, right? So we always believe that, okay, we should be financially disciplined in a way that we don't wanted to do a business which will consume cash. We would want to get into a business which will generate cash. So frugality is definitely one which has taught us to be disciplined financially. And I believe that, funding can give you a speed, but discipline gives you scale. Second, is the customer trust. As we all know that, travel industry is more like an industry wherein there is a lot of distrust among the customers. Because when you book your flights, when you book your hotels, at the last page, you find some kind of surprises in the form of a convenience fees. So we believe that, that is something which we would not wanted to do it because we did not feel it right. And we started a model of no convenience fees. And somehow that has become our model wherein the people started coming back on Ease My Trip again and again, and our CAC becomes very low. So the repeat rate was very, very high, and still now as well. So we've got 86% repeat rate, which has never been heard of. Third point, I would say, is the team. So, me and my two brothers, we started the business together. So like we had very clear focused roles being defined, like me and my elder brother, we were like focusing on the execution while the eldest brother was there in US and he was like literally telling us the strategies and what specifically the global, investors and, the consumers think. So that ways, it has given us those kind of thought processes that teamwork is very important. And as we all know that, starting the business within a family could be a disaster and could be a strength as well. So we converted that particular thought process into a strength. And I see that that is something which has worked very well for us.
That's so basically your journey started with pleasing your parents to book their flights and tickets, yeah? That's how the journey has started. But it's very encouraging to know, as you said, that Ease My Trip is not charging any convenience fee. So it was not like that, it was a strategic move and not like that, okay, chalo kar lete and then we see how it is going to come, yeah? So you very, very, very easily clarified that point to us. I'd like to put my question to Ajay ji. So you've come from Kashmir and you've evolved your brand from a domestic platform to an international locations. What were the decisions that you've taken in your earlier career that has shaped this journey into brand building?
Pragat, first of all, thank you for giving me the platform. Abu Dhabi, it is first time actually, but I'll been in UAE for over 34 years. Dubai, Abu Dhabi is both like sisters, and it is great to be in Abu Dhabi. Look, Kashmir is a beautiful journey, but unfortunate was in 90s when things were not right there, and we had to leave and do something elsewhere. But I still feel it's the most beautiful part of the world, and which I go every second month. But Dubai or UAE gave us that, at least to me, to that platform when I was young age. I was 20-year-old. So I had three things in mind when I set up on my base here. Was I've left my country, and I want to make my country proud by doing something which is really big. Number two, I was working for an Indian organization, and we as Indians, we are a little shy when we go out and we want to make something big outside India. So I felt that if I do it, it will be a great story for the rest of the entrepreneurs and the Indian families or the businesses, so that they can make it big globally. And number three was, when I do this, I can go back with the story back to my country and narrate this to everyone, and if they can then make it big. So I think it was all interconnected, and that's what I felt. It was all, as of yesterday, it is 30, 35 years. I still feel it was all yesterday. I think UAE, even it has not changed in 30 years. Maybe we were small 30 years back. Now where we are much larger. But I think what this country is doing for many businesses globally is same what it did 30 years back with us. It's a great platform for the global business, whether it is the compliance, it is the government, it is the banking, it is the logistics, it is the hubs, so it's an ease of doing business here. Now, while we come back from our country where we have a large economy, but it's all India focused, while we remain here more global focused. And that's where whoever has come here and set up the base, they have made it big eventually. So in my early days, you have to just understand how do you really work out the basics and then go global, and that's what we have done here. We started out of Jabza, which is today the largest. I mean, DP World is as large as any other the ports in the world. Where they have business in multiple countries. India, they are the second largest today, the port. So they gave whatever infrastructure was given, and the rest was we as a team, as a company, to do the things.
And we build up a story in 160 countries, and it is in the books. You know, I always say, when you build up a legacy, you build up a story, it doesn't go away. It all remains in books, and people recall it. And that's what we did. And we are very proud of what we have done.
That's an amazing journey of how it has come to this platform. When you say like building stories for the brands that have been built up in scale, how, for an intellectual crowd like this, what is the message you would want to give them on how to build up that story for the knowledge and the expertise that they have? I think the problem and challenge is to putting forth. So what has helped you to build that story and then to show it to others?
So we are in a new era, okay? When we started our life, we started in a different, because we didn't have the mobile phones, we didn't have the Google, we didn't have a digital, you know, whatever we are today. So I think today's generation, they have everything around them, you know, and they have what my friend said, they have money also. So they have the startup environment where you have the investors coming in, and when we started, we never had so much of money around where we can build up something. And today you have everything around. But what we have to really understand in the business, when you build something big, there are no shortcuts in the life, okay? So anything what you need to build up a business, we call it, they have to go through the ladder. Wherever you do the shortcuts, it will not go. You may make money in the bargain, some money, but then someone will lose money. So the founders may make money, but then someone is losing that money somewhere. So you're not creating that value, what the shareholders or the people who have invested money on you. Now, how would you do that is simple. You have to focus first in one of the countries and make a platform which is eventually going to become a platform, a profitable platform. Once you get that done, then you got to go out and scale it up. You know, unless you don't do it. Now, it may take 1 year, it may take 2 years, it may take 10 years, but you can't back down on that unless you get there. So scalability is not scaling in one go in 100 countries. That's what we did. So for us, my experience is we didn't even do UAE. We did a smallest country like Oman, where we did the whole exercise in 90s, in 97, 90, until we didn't become the 30, 40% of the market share. And we understood what right and what wrongs we did there. Imagine from Oman, we straight went to US. And then we went to elsewhere because the model was perfect. So you got to perfect your model. And that's what I think the young generation has to do. But it is not going to happen over the night when they just feel that money has come and everything is, and we sit, you know, behind a laptop. It doesn't happen like that. They got to go out, they got to experience it, and eventually they have to turn first business profitable. And once it is that, then scalability is very easy.
I think that's a very, very valid point that you have raised, especially when it comes to the younger generations who are being very picky in terms of making the decisions in their life. So your suggestion on that, you have to stick to something to reach to that stage, and then scaling it up is much easier after that. So that was a message for the younger generation. My question to you, Rikant, is like, now that he touched upon the younger generations, the Gen Zs these days, their travel is mostly influenced by very last minute decisions, Instagrammable locations. How you and your company is coping up with that?
Yeah, that's it's working now. Yeah, great. Thank you so much for this question. So as we all know that, you know, Gen Z's attention span is not that too great. So like we are in the era of Instagrams and the Reels, right? So we just have maybe 20 seconds or 30 seconds for anybody to, you know, probably see and find out whether they would be either traveling to that particular destination or not. But I must say that, you know, travel is actually all about being to a particular place physically, right? How do you probably go to that particular destination? How do you probably find that particular destination? Could be done virtually, but travel will be always physical. As a matter of fact, I'll come to your question as well, but I just wanted to inform you, like during the COVID times, right? It was very, very tough for all the travel companies and tourism companies around the globe because there was a Black Swan event which nobody could have imagined would happen. So at that time as well, many of our competitors were literally raising the capital, was trying to, find out the way how can they sustain their companies. But we invested into a different way because at that time there were a lot of people was mentioning that travel will be all gone, travel will not come back again. But we were the one who was literally, doubling down, tripling down on travel and tourism. Even we were hiring a lot of resources. We were working on our products and services. And even as a matter of fact, we probably would be the first one who would have created the WhatsApp chatbot in India. Nobody else was having it before. So I would wanted to tell you that, travel will always be physical, whether it be Gen Z, whether it be, Gen X, or it would be millennials, anyone probably from that particular stage, the travel will be same for everyone. But how would they explore, how would they probably experience is something which will change. We are currently in the era wherein, everybody is currently focusing on AI. And from my point of view, I generally feel that, we should create some kind of products which will give some kind of value to the customers, which will solve some real life challenges. Even for Gen Zs, we are using a lot of personalization because we know their attention span is very less. So we are even having our marketing team reaching out to them the way they would want us to be reaching out to them. So I mean to say that, from the point of view of all the audiences, one is the reachability wherein we have been really reaching out very hard to them. And we see that, Gen Z's attention spans point of view, right? So we've been doing all the ways wherein to reach out. But yeah, AI is something which we are using very extensively.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a crowded AI platforms that we have these days, I think. And within UAE particularly, I think there is a lot of emphasis on bringing AI into your respective work cultures, whatever that you are doing. For you particularly in Ease My Trip, what is that differentiator that you have, which makes that this is the one, that people needs to select?
So, as Ease My Trip, we always call ourselves as a tech company than a travel company. We focus on the product first approach. But from our point of view, product first approach is not really just to be loud enough to inform what specifically we have built or specifically to have more and more features into a platform. For us, the product first approach is that how can we create an ecosystem wherein the customer generally gains something out of it. And we have a feedback loop mechanism in our, in each and every department of our company wherein, we get the feedbacks very seriously and we give it back to the product team, and then the product team then develops the products in a very efficient way. So from our point of view, we feel that, technology is definitely something which can give you a leverage, but discipline also gives you scale. When we even look into travel, right? So it seems a very simple thing that, you generally search and then you explore and then you book. But at the back end, there are a lot of complexities. You will have to maintain, your bookings. You need to maintain GDS, IATA. You need to maintain your payment gateways. You need to maintain your cancellation, reschedules. A lot of complexities been there at the back end, right? So from our point of view, we generally see that, how do we scale, without specifically breaking our promises with the customers, and how do we take, the things forward in a way which the customer want. So from the point of view of, again, AI and differentiation, as I mentioned that, we believe in customer trust, mentioning that, we don't charge convenience fees. We are very transparent. Our customer service is completely in-house because we feel that, customer service is heart and soul of our company. Because 20 to 25% of our customers tends to come back to us. From the point of view of technology, as I mentioned before, so personalization is something which we generally do in a very, very defined and very, very scalable way. And from the point of view of everything, I would say that, customization, personalization is what we generally do.
That's interesting to know. I think something that needs to be known, somebody looking into integrating the AI into their brand building. Now I'm coming back to Ajay ji for the brand creation and sustainability. So under your leadership, Beverly Hills Polo Club has grown from domestic to the international markets. Now this is a global brand. How do you balance a global brand to the deep cultural, intricacies, coming that it is coming from there and then getting into the local markets?
So when we look at any brand, when you build it up, so there is always a brand DNA. So it is not, the DNA you can change because globally the DNA remains the same. Now, for argument's sake, I'll give a very classical example when we went to Saudi Arabia. Now, Saudi Arabia, for a casual brand, it's very different than rest of the market. And we felt that the brand will be good for the male audience, but then, there's no literally a female market. Now, today, in less than 5 years, what we have been seeing is today we are 40% the female, and then we have the ladies market, and then we have 60% male. Now, so you had to go there in the local nuisance and understand that what they wear, how they wear, what is the local, what they, and then tweak it a bit, keeping the brand DNA with intact and changing few things locally, and then that is how you get so because, otherwise you're leaving 50% of the customers. So that is how any global brand, it's not any global brand does in that way. They may not change their brand DNA, but then they look at how do you localize the brands, keeping the brand. And today, I think we as a brand in the casual wear, we are far ahead than any other brands. But a lot of brands had taken 30 years to get here, while we took 8 years. Now that also, it's not just that global brands cannot do that, but then there's a difference between an entrepreneur-driven brands and then the very large corporate-driven brands. So we can go and change economics overnight and take the decisions, okay? And that's where the entrepreneur comes in. While as corporates have to take their own time to. So I think for our brand that has been a biggest advantage. While we are global, but we understand the localization and move very fast. So I think we are one of the fashion brands today globally, which is at the same time not just the GCC. We are growing in India, we are growing in Europe, we are growing in Australia, we are growing in. So again, it's the same model. So I come from an FMCG business. Everyone thought that how can when you come from a consumer business, how can you do fashion? The model is same. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Your model remains same. Can you make it a prototype successful in one country and just adapt to that? And then you don't need to do it yourself. You take the best talent within the industry who eventually are going to do that. Okay, so it is not, so a lot of questions I come, how do you manage these global businesses? It's so easy for me. I still play 3 times a week golf. That takes us 6 hours from end to end. And people are still puzzled, but when do you work? I said, I work, when I at my golf course. So it's not really, it's all what is in your mind. It is not you will sit in the office from 9 to 11 o'clock in the night and then the business happens. No. It's all how you think, and then how do you get the right talent? How do you execute it? And you got to be on top of it. You can't leave it we always say, the businesses grow through an entrepreneurial way when you're hands-on. You're not hands-off. And fortunately, I will not change. I'm a very hands-on businessman.
That's very interesting to know, and I think I can relate it to the words that you sent to me earlier, that you have to be on top of the things that you're doing, and you can't just assign and delegate it, but you have to be really part of that making creation for the brand to be there. My earlier question to both of you would be, regarding your involvement in terms of how the policies and the regulations in the places of business that you operate, you are quite engaged, especially Rikant, you are quite engaged into the government policies. You are taking part, you're giving your inputs on how it needs to be made more friendly when it comes to the tourism-led businesses in India particularly. So for the new businesses that are coming up, how do you suggest the private sector on how their role should be with the government authorities in making sure that, whatever that you need for your business to grow as well as your peers is being taken care of?
Sure, thank you so much. So, I will probably give you a brief background, right? So we all know that India is currently getting into a tourism-led decade. So government is literally envisioning and pushing a lot of infrastructure development, be it airports, highways, roads, and multiple other things, even the rail network, even the new rail lines, and even the new rails like Vande Bharat, which was inaugurated by the PM as well, right? So Indian government is definitely envisioning that India could probably be the forward thinker in tourism. That's what I've been able to sense. And like previously, I never used to see anybody talking about tourism, but now anywhere, when you even hear the government speaking, so you could see tourism being the part of the conversation each and every time. So I certainly started believing 3, 4 years back that, somebody should come forward, should speak to the government, should also mention that, what exactly the customers need. And like we being having 40 million customers in different parts of India, and we know that, what is the pulse of the customer in a way that, if they are traveling, what exactly they've been requiring, even not even domestic, even outside India to India as well. You must be knowing that, in India, there's like 250 crore trips which happens domestically every year, which is more than the population of India. But foreign tourists is not that too great. So we have got maybe 10 to 11 foreign tourists. Sorry, my voice is bad. My throat is bad today. So we have got 10 to 11 million foreign tourists which comes to India, right? So when it comes to the policies, I believe that, tourism, mobility, aviation, hospitality are some of the sectors which is not, which cannot be led by the private sectors, right, alone. So there should be a public and the private partnership, because we all know that half of the stakes of this particular industry sits with the government and half of the stakes sits with the private companies. When I talk about government, definitely infrastructure, highways and airports. And we all know that, no other country in the world could say that, India is coming up with 80 new airports in the next decade. And only India can say that because we already have the kind of scale being available with us. So I feel that, it's definitely not at all public versus private in some of the sectors which generally happens. In this sector, it is more about that how public and private can work together to create an ecosystem which will be beneficial to everyone. And that is where I'm deputing some of my time to see that how can we increase the kind of partnership which we have it and then take this forward.
And how do you think the support is coming from the other end?
No, they're very supportive. So I see that, all the government currently been looking forward for tourism. And as we all know, tourism is the highest multiplier impact on the employment. And currently our country is definitely, like we have a huge population. So we would have to have the population to be employed. And wherein, the focus of the government is very, very clear, very, very visionary that, we all have to work towards creating India as a backbone of the tourism industry. And as we all know that India can only step forwards, cannot go backwards in tourism, because you can't have less than 10, 11 million tourists which is coming to India, right?
I think post-COVID, it has increased substantially. Like within India also, the travel has increased so much. So definitely, India is on a growing trajectory when it comes to tourism, and your support and your experiences can definitely help the government in terms of, introducing more reforms that helps tourism and travel become more convenient in India, especially when it comes to the foreign tourists.
Thank you.
Ajiji, what's your take, given that you have built brands starting from Oman, you said, you've done in UAE, now globally you're going to Latin America, Africa regions, all of these places, when it comes to the regulations and the support that you're looking from the respective government and authorities, how has been your experience?
So, in a way, when we build any country, we also sort of help the economy, because end of the day, any brand or lifestyle, it comes with a lot. So what we do is we go to the mall owners, we, obviously rent the shops, we employ the local people. So if we open 200 of them, so, it's all interconnected. And what is, if you see today, we are taking, there's a lot of geopolitics, going on in the region, in the world, I would say. So as an entrepreneurs, we actually move very fast and see very clearly which economies you have to target right now, which you don't have to, so that you are not wasting time in certain regions which may not give you the yields. So that's again, because we are not a very large corporate, we are a very entrepreneur mindset business. Because eventually what we want to do is, whether it is partnership or whether it is the local players, we want to build the value for the business. So eventually every businessman, what is our end goal? Okay, it is creating a legacy, building up a value, and whoever are the stakeholders in the business, we all exit with the value. Okay, but in a nicer way. Not that I will run this business for next 20 years, because eventually 35 years is already done, and we'll work for another 10, 15 years. It's all how do we build, at our end goal is how do we build the value of the business. And that is what we understand as the board, as the entrepreneurs on the top, that where you have to go right now, where you're not exposing yourself, and which economies are going to do well, where you're building up the value, you concentrate on that. And that's how we as a company, and that is what the message is to many of the entrepreneurs. Don't get bogged down if it is not working in some country. Exit, move to other, because the world is full of opportunities. And we as Indian entrepreneurs, one thing I would tell you, I have worked with all my life with over 70, 80 nationalities. I mean, they've reported, and I understand each region, how they work. And we as Indians, we should be proud that the way our education system, the way our upbringing, the way we think about the business, we are the most flexible people and the community in the world. We can get adjusted anywhere. So there are a few drawbacks which I am trying to correct with my community is we got to be fearless. We got to also see eye to eye that if today the other economies, which is the Western economies, they can do it, we have also courage to do it. But we got to come on the upfront and do things the way sometimes they've done it. So we don't have to shy there. And we got to be on the big platforms. That's very important. We can't be only behind the computers and doing things, and then someone else is doing the brands. So I think we have come to that level now. In next 10 years, you'll see many Indian companies becoming global. I'm very sure about it.
That's very, very interesting to know. And as you said, right, once you try, you get to the ground is when you know the realities, and that's where you make the decision of whether it is going to sustain or it requires some changes and modifications to happen. But I think there's a great support that the governments and the authorities are actually giving for local businesses to groom here, particularly even in UAE, even in India for that matter. I will just take one more question, and I think then I'll leave it to you for passing on any messages that you have for the audiences. But given that both of your entrepreneurial journey and the brand that you created, your startup that you have created, we are all working in a global ecosystem now, which is very volatile. You've got economic changes, geopolitics happening, in new announcements, new policies. What is that one leadership principle that has helped you to stay resilient when it comes to you brand building it, and when it comes to you bootstrapping it all the way from this to the IPO? The one leadership principle that defines you.
So, no, that's actually quite a tough question.
To put it in one only, yeah?
No, absolutely. But I can give you a background about it, right? So, like, as an Ease My Trip, right, so we never raised capital. The competitors were quite deeply funded with big pockets. When we entered the industry, everybody was against that. You are very small guys. What do you want to be doing in this industry? You're not going to sustain. So it's a very crowded market. It's very competition driven. Leave it. Don't do it. Even the relatives, friends, everybody said the same thing. But we kept on thinking, no, we have to prove ourselves. We have to do something. When somebody says no to me, to be very honest, if you're going to be putting in one word, it's give me more empowerment to do. Like, for an example, again, so I announced electric bus manufacturing almost 1.5 years back. And that's also a natural progress of the business where we are in. So we have YOLO bus, wherein we are operating a lot of diesel buses. So we wanted to acquire electric buses, so we went to a lot of OEMs. Then coming from Marwadi, Bania community, I'm sure many of us over here probably would accolade with me, that we think in a very different way. We go at the back end, we think that, okay, that if you're going to be buying from the market, what is the price you're paying, and what is the price you can get in a much more efficient way. So then I inquired and find out that, specifically I can easily save on one bus 40 to 50 lakh rupees if I manufacture on my own. And then I went ahead, I made a lot of friends, and then, I got a lot of people from the industry to be with me. And then when I was speaking to the people, and then I was asking them again that, that I would want to manufacture electric buses. Everybody was saying that it's a very tough market. Then again, it's very competitive. There are large players, be it ABC, XYZ, I'm not naming them. So you may not be able to sustain. Then again, it gives me a kick, saying, no, I'll have to do it. And just to tell you, and just to update you, we have got a prototype already created. Our certification is going to get completed in the next 3-4 days. And even as a matter of fact, we got our order from the government. So we got our first order of 100 buses from Madhya Pradesh government. So it was a tender. We bidded for it, and we saw that there is a huge support. And apart from that, just day before yesterday, we got 400 buses order from a private company as well. So I think that, generally, when you talk about one word, I think it's basically a challenge to keep yourself resilient, that, you need to prove, you need to be ziddi, in a Hindi word, I would say that.
Yeah. So basically, the na is pushing you to do even more and letting you step out of that comfort zone. What about you, Ajay?
So, I will put it in this way for the entrepreneurs. I mean, what you said, one line is, business is holistic. When you have to look at business, it's a 360 degrees. It's not 180, it's not 90, it's a 360. So it's end to end. So what gets into that end to end is very important. Any entrepreneur or any businessman has to think about it. It is not a half day, it's not a half-hearted job, okay? Because business is end of the day, you either win or you lose. But you gotta go, in both the occasions, you gotta go 360. Now what does it mean? Let me just sort of break it down. You gotta have a plan. That's very important. For any business, you gotta have a plan, okay? Once your plan is done in your mind, you got to make an actionable plan. That means actions on that plan, what exactly you want to do and how you want to do it. And then third is, which most of the youngsters miss today, is execution. Yeah. So they have a great plan. They have written all the actions, but then they leave execution to someone else. And that is not, it is you who has to do both, all the three, and then you take the right talent and then execute it. So I again say, it is planning something, actionable, and execution. If you do all this, and you clearly focus, that one person has to focus on it, it is easy to build something big.
That's a very, very important message, I think, and that is not just relevant to the young people, but to all of us as well. We also plan a lot, put some items, but when it comes to execution, we may start with a lot of energy, but then probably might end up missing and taking it forward. And then we keep limbing. We are not able to do anything in our life, yeah. But that's a very, very important message that you've given to us. And I think with the paucity of time, we'll have to close it now. We may not be open for any questions. Thank you for being here with us today and sharing your journey. I think today's dialogue has given us two very different journeys that people knew about an ecosystem that has been built up from a startup, and how a brand has been created, sustained, and scalable to that extent. I think the message that I would, and the audience would take is that whatever that you do, I think the most important thing is clarity, discipline, and as you said, action and execution. So thank you so much for being here with us.
So I just wanted to add on the execution bit again. So, as I have done a lot of things grounds up myself, and I have been also supporting a lot of startups. So I've invested in more than 35 startups in India on my personal capacity. One thing which I just wanted to, even inform everyone is that as Ajay ji mentioned about execution, while you are executing, there could be a point wherein you see that, there is a blockage in front of you, there is a roadblock, you can't move ahead. And as you mentioned that, in terms of resilience, you need to have that kind of challenge, you need to have that kind of push in you that you need to do. And that is something which will keep you always pushing. And I have seen myself that, once you cross one particular roadblock, then I think the entire world, and there is a Hindi movie dialogue, right? Sari kainat aapko usse milwane ki koshish karne lag jati hai. And I have seen it myself that, the stars will automatically get you aligned to the right person and the right team, wherein you can take the things forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request CA Neeraj Ritolia, CA Suresh Panwar, and CA Rohit Daima to please come on stage to felicitate our panelists. Two business leaders with two very different journeys. And thank you to our moderator, CA Priyanka, for bringing out their lessons with so much grace and such detail. We'd like to felicitate all three of you, starting with Mr. Rikant Pitti, co-founder of easemytrip.com. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Mr. Ajay Bindru, managing partner of BHPC Lifestyle. Thank you, sir, for your time. Taking time on a Sunday morning to join us. Thank you, gentlemen. We truly appreciate it. The ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter expresses its gratitude to you for your participation at Tarang 2026. Of course, we cannot forget to felicitate our expert moderator, CA Priyanka Birla, General Secretary of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. We're nearly halfway through Tarang 2026, Waves of Transformation, Bridging Nations. Speaking of waves, what comes to mind is movement. And constant movement is something that the stock markets are known for. Which is why, ladies and gentlemen, our next session for the afternoon is going to be of extreme interest to everybody in the room. I can see everyone's got their eyes glued to the screens already. AV team, can we please have the introduction of our next speaker?
मुझे मैसेज पर मैसेज किए जा रहे हैं सुबह, जैसे अंबिका कॉटन दिखा, अरे ये तो मेरा जेम्स स्टॉक था। की बधाई और एनिवर्सरी है, पूरा 1 साल कंप्लीट हुआ है जैन साहब के इन स्टॉक्स को रिकमेंड करते करते, और 1 साल में सबसे बड़ी बात ये है जैन साहब, एक भी स्टॉक रिपीट नहीं किया आपने?
एक भी रिपीट नहीं किया अनिल जी। 250 स्टॉक और ये मेरे 250 स्टॉक की देखिए डेटा माइन है। मैं आज सबसे बढ़िया बात है, हर बार जो क्वार्टरली रिजल्ट्स थे, जब पहली बार दिया तब तो ये
अब आपको लॉन्ग टर्म पिक बतानी है सर।
बिल्कुल लॉन्ग टर्म पिक है कंट्रोल प्रिंट लिमिटेड। और
ये चार्ट आप देखने की परंपरा हर रोज की है या इस तरह की आपातकालीन परिस्थितियों में ही आप चार्ट देखते हैं? लेजेंड साहब, मैं धन्यवाद दूं या न दूं, ये बता दीजिए।
लॉस्कर इंडस्ट्रीज, आप देखिए ये नाम लेते ही मतलब इंडिया का इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन की याद आती है।
आप तो नहीं चला रहे थे ना प्लेन?
नहीं, मैं नहीं चला रहा था, बट फिर भी मैं मैनेज कर गया।
आप बोले थे हमने गूगल करके देखा, हमने कहा वाकई में जैन साहब ने खाली पढ़ लिया कि पूरी रिसर्च डिटेल करके आते हैं जैन साहब, एकदम बराबर। जैन साहब परफेक्ट, तो फुल। और जैन साहब को बहुत बहुत बधाई। आज 2nd एनिवर्सरी है जैन साहब के।
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Jain, stock market veteran and exclusive panelist on Zee Business with Jain Saab ke Gems.
Good afternoon, Abu Dhabi. Good afternoon. आवाज़ तो बहुत है, लोग दिखने में कम लग रहे हैं, बट भीड़ है, ऐसा नहीं है. तो खाने की भूख से ज़्यादा मुझे लग रहा है ज्ञान की भूख तो है, या जेम्स की भूख है. अच्छा, कितने लोग जैन साहब के जेम्स देखते हैं? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड्स. कुछ लोग दो हाथ भी उठा सकते हैं जिन्होंने देखा और लिया हो. अच्छा है, काफी लोगों ने दो हाथ भी उठाया है. अच्छा, कितने लोगों ने जैन साहब के जेम्स में पैसा खोया है? अच्छा, दो जनों ने हाथ उठाया है. थैंक यू. सो आई गेट अ फीडबैक फ्रॉम यू कि जिन लोगों ने खोया है. और कितने लोगों ने कमाया? बाकी लोगों ने कमाया, आई कैन अज्यूम दैट. अच्छा देखिए, ये मतलब जो आप खड़े हो लास्ट में, आप एक बार हाथ उठाइए प्लीज, और खड़े हो जाइए आप प्लीज. अब इन्होंने दोनों हाथ ही उठाया, खोने में भी उन्होंने हाथ उठाया है, कमाने में भी उठाया है. बट आपको नेट रिटर्न देखना पड़ेगा. इट्स अ पोर्टफोलियो एंड सर्टेनली डेज आर, द लास्ट ईयर वाज नॉट गुड. भले ही वो मार्केट्स के लिए हो या हमारे लिए हो या आपके लिए हो, मार्केट्स तो चले मगर पोर्टफोलियो सबका लाल में है फॉर श्योर. तो दैट इज द रीजन कि आजकल जैन साहब के जेम्स में भी हम लोग उस तरीके की आइडियाज जो 2020 से लेकर 2024 तक लाए थे, दे वर अमेजिंग. एंड जैन साहब के जेम्स जी बिजनेस में इनफैक्ट सुबह जो लोग नहीं देखते हैं या जिन लोगों को पता नहीं है, 9:30 बजे आता है. एंड आई एम एन एक्सक्लूसिव पैनलिस्ट ऑन जी बिजनेस और को फाउंडर ट्रेड स्विफ्ट, एक स्टॉक ब्रोकिंग फर्म है. एंड हम लोगों ने 2004 में मैं और मेरे को फाउंडर्स ने जर्नी स्टार्ट की थी. एंड कमोडिटीज से स्टार्ट किया था. विवेक जी वॉज देयर येस्टरडे. मी एंड विवेक जी स्टार्टेड कमोडिटीज टुगेदर. एंड उसके बाद धीरे धीरे इक्विटीज़ में आए. धीरे धीरे हम लोगों ने ये समझ लिया था कि कमोडिटीज़ इंडिया में अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा मैच्योर्ड नहीं है. एंड आई थिंक इको को बंद कर सकते हैं क्या? एक्चुअली आई एम गेटिंग डिस्टर्ब्ड. या सो वी हैव अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग फोकस ऑन रिसर्च एंड क्लाइंट सर्विसिंग ऑफ कोर्स. एंड रिसर्च करते करते 2011 में ये समझ में आया कि कमोडिटीज से अब धीरे धीरे हमने पिवट किया टुवर्ड्स रिसर्च. एंड बेसिकली अपने आप को, जो मैंने लास्ट में लिखा, फाइनेंशियल फ्रीडम फाइटर. अच्छा, मेरा स्टॉप लॉस कितने का है? स्टॉप लॉस मतलब कितना समय मुझे बोलना है, क्योंकि मैं 3 घंटे भी बोल सकता हूँ, पापॉन के शो तक बोल सकता हूँ आप लोग बोलोगे तो. बट एनीवेज, अच्छा टाइमर चल रहा है क्या? अच्छा, मुझे दिखता ही नहीं है, मेरे को दूर का दिखता नहीं है. एनीवेज, so I will try to make it because the presentation is really long. और जब मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन भेजा तो लोगों को लगा कि भाई अगर 100 स्लाइड्स की प्रेजेंटेशन है तो कितने मिनट्स लगाओगे. बट आई वोंट टेक मच ऑफ योर टाइम बिकॉज आई नो अब लंच के पहले इतने लोग बैठे हैं. दैट इज़ ऑल्सो एन ऑनर फॉर मी. एंड आई मेट मैनी पीपल टुडे कि लोग कल जो नहीं दिखे थे और आज आए हैं, बोला हम आपके सेशन के लिए आए हैं. सो दैट वॉज एन ऑनर फॉर मी. एंड आज का थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू. अच्छा, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो आप लोगों के लिए मुझे बहुत जबरदस्त तालियां बजवानी है फॉर सीएज. व्हाई? मैं रिसर्च कर रहा था, मैंने चड्डा जी को सुना एंड दैट वाज एन अमेजिंग इंटरव्यू एंड द मॉडरेटर डिड अ फैंटास्टिक जॉब. अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अपलॉड्स. आप खड़े हो जाइए, आप बैठोगे तो दिखेंगे नहीं ना लोग, जानते हैं आपको. चलिए, बट एनीवेज ही डिड अ फैंटास्टिक जॉब. ही सेट द टोन राइट. फिर डॉक्टर अय्यर को सुना. शी इज़ नॉट हियर बट आई वॉज सो हैप्पी. तो मैं उनके साथ फैन मूवमेंट करने वाला था कि उनके साथ पिक्चर लूँ, बट शी टोल्ड मी दैट माई फादर फॉलोज यू अ लॉट एंड मेरी बात कराना. सो दैट वॉज अगेन गुड. फिर रिकांत इज हियर और हैज ही लेफ्ट? ही हैज लेफ्ट. ओके. तो रिकांत को भी सुना बिकॉज आई एम एसोसिएटेड विद टाई राजस्थान ऑल्सो. टाई ग्लोबल समिट भी थी अभी जयपुर में, तो ही वॉज अ स्पीकर देयर. एंड ईज माई ट्रिप. और वो भी क्वेश्चन बहुत अच्छा था, वो डिफिकल्ट ट्रिप को आप लोगों ने आपकी इज माई ट्रिप की डिफिकल्ट ट्रिप के बारे में बताइए. सो अमेजिंग, मतलब ऑल द सेशंस वर टू गुड. सो आई एम मोर एनर्जेटिक टुडे देन येस्टरडे, वेरी फ्रैंकली. आज बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आ रहा है. सो क्या होता है कि मैंने एक चीज़ समझी है जी बिजनेस में. कई बार क्या होता है, स्टॉक मार्केट जितनी सीरियस टॉपिक है और काफ़ी बोरिंग भी है एट द सेम टाइम. अगर आप खाली नंबर्स की बात करो, तेजी मंदी की बात करो और खाली खोने की बात करो, क्योंकि लोग कमाते तो है ही नहीं है, कमाई लोगों को दिखती नहीं और खोने वाला पैसा खूब दिखता है. सो दैट इज़ द प्रॉब्लम कि लोगों को बड़ी प्रॉब्लम लगती है. सो वी हैव अ हैबिट. अनिल जी हमारे जो मान लीजिए कि मार्केट गुरु आजकल इंडियन स्टॉक मार्केट्स के अमिताभ बच्चन बन रखे हैं, वो है वैसे भी, एंड ही इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट लव्ड स्टॉक मार्केट प्रोफेशनल इन द कंट्री, स्टॉक मार्केट एंकर। तो मैं सीएस लोग की जो ताली बजवाना चाह रहा था ना, अनिल जी इज अ सीए, आप लोगों ने सुना उनको, चड्डा जी आए वो सीए हैं, एक अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन, बहुत सारे लिस्टेड कंपनीज है जिनके प्रोमोटर्स सीएस हैं, जिसमें से मुथूट फाइनेंस, गोल्ड लोन की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी, ही इज अ मिस्टर मुथूट इज अ सीए टॉपर, और वो भी सीए हैं, ठीक है। फिर मिस्टर प्रेमचंद जी गोधा, वो भी सीए हैं, इप्का लैब्स के जो चेयरमैन हैं। फिर बहुत सारे सीएस बिजनेस में तो बहुत, कल हमने सुना अंकुर अग्रवाल जी को, ही इज अ सीए, इट्स अ ग्रेट सक्सेस स्टोरी। अब एक चीज बताइए, कौन सा एक्टर है जो सीए है? ये क्वेश्चन चलिए आप लोग के लिए। चलो वो डायरेक्टर है, ठीक है, उनको मान लिया, एक वो तो है ये, और एक्ट्रेस, विमेन एक्ट्रेस, फीमेल एक्ट्रेस, नहीं परिणीति नहीं है भाई, परिणीति के हस्बैंड है। हाँ? शेखर कपूर तो है ही है, आपने, थैंक यू फॉर द पार्टिसिपेशन मैम, शेखर कपूर है। फिर एक सिद्धांत चतुर्वेदी आया था, गली बॉय, ही इज अ सीए, हाँ, वो दिखने में भी हैंडसम है और मजेदार। फिर एक हीरोइन है, साउथ के बहुत सारे स्टार सीएज हैं। और मैंने रिसर्च की, यहाँ बैठे बैठे मैंने भी, कोई मेरे को इतना आता नहीं था, मैंने रिसर्च किया आने के पहले कि मैं सीएस की बड़ाई कैसे करूं, तो सो दैट आगे भी आप लोग मुझे बुलाओ और ऐसी हॉस्पिटैलिटी दो और इतना ही प्यार दो। एंड ऑल द जीसीसी के जितने भी लोग हैं, सब लोग बोल रहे हैं सर हम आपको कुवैत बुलाएंगे, हम आपको बहरीन बुलाएंगे, हम आपको अलग अलग कंट्रीज जितनी भी यहाँ पे है सब लोग आए हुए हैं, तो मतलब बिल्कुल आएंगे। सो सीएस, फिर मैंने, अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बताइए कौन सी है? क्विज कर रहे हैं, स्टॉक मार्केट तो बता दूंगा, जेम्स बताना है क्या मुझे लास्ट में? तो लास्ट तक बैठे रहिएगा फिर। स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, टफ है ये क्वेश्चन, टफ है ये, मुझे भी नहीं पता था, बट वो बहुत अच्छे क्रिकेटर है, आईपीएल मैचेस में खेलते हैं, मध्य प्रदेश के हैं, वेंकटेश अय्यर, अगेन गूगल्ड, मतलब मैंने रिसर्च की। अब उससे भी ज्यादा विमेन वो भी है, और एक दो सीएज और मैं बता सकता हूं। तो सीएज लोग की पकड़ देखिए आप, सीएज लोग जो करेंगे वो बहुत अच्छे से करेंगे। और राघव चड्डा जी ने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली कि पार्लियामेंट का इलेक्शन जीतने से ज्यादा टफ सीए करना है। एंड हेड्स ऑफ टू यू गाइज, मैंने सीए इसलिए नहीं किया कि मुझे डर था कि मैं फेल नहीं हो जाऊं, मैं अच्छा स्टूडेंट था, आई वॉज अ गुड स्टूडेंट, आई डिड माई एमबीए इन फाइनेंस। तो उस टाइम पे एमबीए इन फाइनेंस के लिए भी एडमिशन लेना बहुत टफ था। सो दैट टाइम इट वाज सेड कि सीए में एंट्री इजी है, एग्जिट टफ है, एमबीए में एंट्री टफ है और एग्जिट इजी है, बट स्टॉक मार्केट में दोनों ही टफ है। एंट्री भी टफ है और एग्जिट भी टफ है, बट एंट्री तो आप ले लोगे, पैसे होंगे ना तो लेते रहते हैं आदमी, 150 200। अच्छा कितने लोगों के पोर्टफोलियो में 150 स्टॉक है यहाँ पे? अच्छा आप इतने प्राउडली जो हाथ उठा रहे हो सही नहीं है, बाकी लोग सब झूठ बोल रहे हैं। 100 150 बहुत लोगों के पोर्टफोलियो में। अच्छा 70 से 100 के बीच में कितने हैं? अच्छा 50 से 70 के बीच में कितने हैं? बाकी लोग के पोर्टफोलियो ही नहीं, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है। सो देखिए लोग है ना, आज मैं एक चीज बताता हूं, तो सीएस लोग बहुत जेन्युइन होते हैं, और आप लोग बैलेंस शीट भले ही बोलते हैं ना, कैसे भी पहले बोलते थे ना क्या करना है, कैसे दिखाना है, बट आजकल वो होता नहीं है। आजकल सब लोग बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट हो गए हैं, ऑल द सीएस, एंड हेड्स ऑफ, आप लोग सब लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। एंड दैट्स व्हाई कॉल सीएस एज फाइनेंशियल इंजीनियर्स। सही बोल रहा हूं ना मैं? फाइनेंशियल इंजीनियर्स हो आप लोग कंट्री के। तो बहुत जरूरी है कि पोर्टफोलियो का साइज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो मैंने इसलिए छेड़ लिया पोर्टफोलियो का साइज। बट एनीवेज दिस इज माय ब्रीफ प्रोफाइल। मैं थोड़ा बहुत ट्विटर पे एक्टिव हूँ और थोड़ा बहुत इंस्टा पे भी, और आजकल एक्टिव होने लग गए हैं। एंड सीएनबीसी आवाज़ पे मुझे टॉप बिजनेस मतलब बेस्ट एनालिस्ट ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड मिला हुआ है इन 2012 एंड 13। थैंक यू। बाकी सब ठीक है, बाकी चलते रहता है। ओके, सो हियर वी स्टार्ट। तो ये देखिए, इट्स बर्ड, इट्स प्लेन एंड इट्स सुपर सेंसेक्स। सेंसेक्स सुपर है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। ये चार्ट आप लोग याद रखिएगा, इसके बाद मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछने वाला हूं आप लोगों को। तो इंडिया की जर्नी ये है, और अब मैं एक बार थोड़ा सा इंडिया स्टोरी के बारे में बताऊंगा। एंड आई हैव सीन हाउ पीपल हियर, मतलब इंडिया के प्रति आप लोग का जब प्यार देखा मैंने, जब राघव चड्डा जी जब भी बात कर रहे थे इंडिया के बारे में, सो बहुत ज़्यादा तालियां बजी थी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. एंड होता है, देखिए आज मैं बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप इन असम हूँ, भले ही मैं मारवाड़ी हूँ, बट मुझे असम बहुत अच्छा लगता है. आज मैं इसीलिए शाम को रुक रहा हूँ कि मुझे पापोन का शो देखना. आप लोगों को मालूम है पापोन इज फ्रॉम असम? यस. सो आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर द इवेंट. तो वो एक अपना प्यार रहता है. सो इंडिया स्टोरी के ऊपर हम बात करते हैं. देखिए कैसे जनवरी से जो स्टार्ट हुआ माहौल इंडिया में, एक्चुअली में देखा जाए इफेक्टिवली आई हैव बीन ट्रैकिंग इंडियन स्टॉक मार्केट सिंस 1992. मैं भी स्टूडेंट था तब से स्टार्ट किया, हर्षद मेहता के पीरियड में थे. फिर मैंने आईपीओज में बहुत एग्रेसिवली पैसा लगाया. मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे शुरुआत में दे दिया कि अगर कुछ करना है तो उन्होंने एक साथ मुझे जो 5 साल के बॉम्बे की पढ़ाई के पैसे, आई स्टडीड इन मुंबई फ्रॉम मिठीबाई कॉलेज, डिड माई MBA फ्रॉम KJ सोमैया. तो उस टाइम पे उन्होंने कैपिटल दी. ये कैपिटल है बेटा, आपको 5 साल के जितने एक महीने के खर्चे होते हैं वो पूरी एक साथ कैपिटल देती हूँ एंड यू स्टार्ट इन्वेस्टिंग इन IPO मार्केट्स. उन्होंने क्लियरली बोला कि प्राइमरी मार्केट्स में पढ़ के समझ के अलग अलग न्यूज़पेपर्स पढ़ के करना. बट ये कैसा होता है, जैसे एल्कोहलिज्म होती है ना, शुरुआत में आप कभी कभार ले लिए, पहले वो बियर और वो लाइट ड्रिंक्स से स्टार्ट होता है, फिर धीरे धीरे हार्ड ड्रिंक्स पे जाता है, फिर धीरे धीरे आदमी ओकेजन ढूंढने लग जाता है और फिर रोज पीने लग जाता है. तो वैसे ही मेरे साथ हुआ कि मैं IPO में आया, मज़ा नहीं आता था, अलॉटमेंट नहीं आता था. अलॉटमेंट क्यों नहीं आता था बताता हूँ. जिसमें आता था वो सारा कचरा होता था. आपको मालूम है 1994 से लेकर 98 तक कितने IPOs आए हैं? एनी गेसेस? कितने? 1000 में किसने बोला है? 3 जनों ने. कितने हजार बोले आप लोगों ने? 1000. अरे अरे ये आप लोगों ने अपनी स्मार्टनेस दिखा दी. देखो यही CS लोग स्मार्ट होते हैं. कहीं भी कोई भी फोरम पे इसका आंसर नहीं आया था, बट आप लोगों ने 6 भी बोला, 8 भी बोला, वो भी गलत है. बट फिर भी यू आर क्लोजर टू द फिगर. कोई 100 बोलता, 1000 बोलता, 200 बोलता, 2000 बोलता. 4000 IPOs आए थे. कैन यू बिलीव दिस? 4000 IPOs. और आज लिस्टेड कंपनीज कितनी है? 6,500-7 हजार. तो कितनी कंपनियां बंद हुई है. और उस दौरान मैंने भी एक से एक चुन के घटिया IPOs में पैसे लगाए थे. मतलब क्या होता था, जहां पे 2.5 रुपए, पहले वो पार्शियल पेमेंट होता था कि 2.5 रुपए पार्ट पेमेंट में दे दीजिए, अलॉटमेंट के चांसेस होंगे. तो मुझे मजा आता था कि वो सर्टिफिकेट आती थी. अब कैसी आए, भले वो कागज का टुकड़ा ही था, बट देखने में मजा आता था. फिर देखते देखते 3-4 बक्साएं भर गई. एंड अभी भी है वो, मतलब रख रहा हूं मैं, मेरे पोतों को दिखाऊंगा. बच्चा बेटा तो देख लिया कि मतलब देखो ऐसे भी होता है. सो वो एक सारे कनकरों में, मतलब उसके बाद मगर एक चीज़ समझ में आई लाइफ में कि रिसर्च इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड बंदा धंधा सब कुछ साथ देखना पड़ता है. और उस टाइम पे बहुत सारे फ्लाई बाय नाइट ऑपरेटर्स आए थे. और एक मेरी बचपन से आदत थी, मैं सपोज बॉम्बे में चर्च गेट की तरफ जा रहा हूँ तो मैं वहाँ पे कौन कौन लिस्टेड कंपनियों की ऑफिस है, मैं ऐसे ही घुस के देख के आता था. बोरीवली जा रहा हूँ, अंधेरी जा रहा हूँ, ये सब सबब है बॉम्बे में. और मेरे को किसी समझदार आदमी ने सिखाया कि एक तरफ का काम बॉम्बे में सारा एक साथ करो, एक जगह का काम करो तो 2-4 जगह और भी जाके आओ, नहीं तो बॉम्बे में तुम सक्सेसफुल नहीं होंगे. तो मैं देखता था वहाँ पे ऑफिसेज में ऐसे फाइल्स पड़ी है, एक पियोन पड़ा है, डस्ट है, ताला लगा हुआ है. इस तरीके की कंपनियां लिटरली आंखों से देखी हुई है. एंड मुझे याद आज भी एक स्टॉक था, कोई विजयश्री केमिकल्स बोल के, मैंने एवरेज पे एवरेज करता गया. पहले 150 में लिया, फिर 30 रुपए तक एवरेज करता गया. और वो कंपनी बंद, और उसकी कंपनी देख के आता हूँ तो वहाँ पे पियोन था और लिटरली डस्ट लगी हुई थी फाइल्स में. So see what kind of, and I lost huge money. That time I invested more than lakh rupees in that stock. एक स्टूडेंट था, बच्चा था, आई थिंक 19-20 ईयर ओल्ड बच्चा. बट एनीवेज, तो मैं मतलब उसके पहले जो मैं बता रहा था कि जनवरी 2006 के बाद से जो मार्केट में चालू हुआ रैली, 2004 इफेक्टिवली. और मुझे याद है मैंने मेरा करियर वापस से, क्योंकि स्टॉक मार्केट में एक समय आ गया था 98 से लेकर 2001 तक, 2000 तक मान लीजिए, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे वो .com बूम आया था. और फिर जो Y2K वाला था, तो उसके बाद IT स्टॉक्स चले थे. तो लोगों की सगाइयाँ नहीं होती थी. अगर कोई बोलता ना मैं स्टॉक मार्केट से हूँ, तो मुझे शादी करनी थी. तो मैंने क्या किया, एक बार के लिए सबातिकल ले लिया कि मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में नहीं हूँ. मैंने मेरे ससुर जी को बोला कि मैं स्टॉक मार्केट के बारे में कुछ नहीं जानता. तो उन्होंने शादी कर दी मेरी, हो मतलब अपने लड़की के लिए पसंद कर लिया. क्योंकि अगर मैं बोलता कि मैं स्टॉक मार्केट, तो वाकई में शादी नहीं होती थी. सो 98 to 2003 तक ऐसा माहौल था. एंड 2003 में एक IPO आया था, एक जबरदस्त IPO. एनी गेसेस? February 2003. और किसी के पास वो स्टॉक है तो बताइएगा. नहीं, TCS बाद में आया. इन्फोसिस 1995 में आया था. मारुति, किसने बोला मारुति? अच्छा, क्या आपने मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन कभी सुना हुआ तो नहीं है ना? ये हर जगह ये क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं। नहीं, मारुति का एक आईपीओ आया था 125 रुपए में, और आज क्या भाव है? 16,000 रुपए। सो सी द काइंड ऑफ मल्टी बैगर रिटर्न्स। और बीच में चला नहीं था, नीचे आया, वापस से गया। तो जो फर्स्ट मूवर एडवांटेज है वो मारुति का तो था ही। एक बार, अरे 15 मिनट हो ही गए, स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ, सॉरी। एक्चुअली बातें करते करते बहुत हो जाता है, बट एनीवेज, तो फाइनेंशियलाइजेशन ये सारी इंडिया की स्टोरी है। ऑल टाइम हाई लगा, इमर्जिंग में। ये मैं स्लाइड्स जो इसीलिए बना के लाया हूँ कि आप लोग जरूर से ये प्रेजेंटेशन पढ़िएगा आराम से। एक 35 मिनट के स्टॉप लॉस में इतना काम नहीं हो सकता है। 35 मिनट का स्टॉप लॉस है, ऑल द वे फ्रॉम जयपुर आया हूँ, आप लोगों ने 35 मिनट दिया, वो भी ठीक है कि इंडिपेंडेंटली, नहीं तो पैनल डिस्कशन में बैठता तो ये सब जाहिर नहीं कर पाता। एनीवेज, साउथ कोरिया वाज द डार्केस्ट हॉर्स। मतलब कहां से आप देखिए 66% का रिटर्न, 66, 41%, 31%, and India was 9%, but my portfolio is -20%. Am I right? Yes. इंडियन मार्केट्स की ये देखिए आप कैसे जो सेक्टर्स है, पीएसयू बैंक्स ने अमेजिंग, मतलब हैट्स ऑफ टू द रेगुलेटर्स ऑफ आवर कंट्री, बीट आरबीआई, बीट सेबी, उनको इतना समझ आता है, पहले से देख लेते हैं। और इस बार उन्होंने जो पिछले 8-10 सालों में जो सफाईकरण किया इंडियन इकोनॉमी में, जो बैंक्स के और जो एनपीएज हैं, जो लोग वहाँ से निकल के यहाँ भी आ जाते थे, बाहर भी चले जाते थे, वो सब कम होने लगा है। एंड सी बैंक पीएसयूज ने कैसा किया, ऑटो ने ज़बरदस्त किया। और ये जितना भी अभी ये डोनाल्ड कुमार ट्रंप कर रहे हैं, डोनाल्ड कुमार ट्रंप ने जो जो किया है, मतलब कुमार इसलिए लगाया कि मेरी आदत है कुमार लगा देता हूँ सब में, वॉरेन कुमार बफेट, तो उन्होंने जो भी किया, इतना अनप्रेडिक्टिव माहौल लाइफ में कभी नहीं आया। आज कम से कम 30 साल मार्केट्स को ट्रैक करते हो गए, नेवर सीन दिस। एंड इफ अ पर्सन इज देयर ओनली टू डिसरप्ट, यू कांट हेल्प इट। मेरे एक बहुत ही अच्छे पीएमएस के क्लाइंट हैं, डॉक्टर संकेत शाह, यहाँ आए हुए हैं सुनने के लिए और मिलने के लिए। तो मैंने बोला कि आप डॉक्टर हो, आप रेडियोलॉजिस्ट हो, आपको किसी का उल्टा करना तो आप कर ही सकते हो ना। तो ही इज देयर टू डिसरप्ट ओनली। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप डिसरप्ट करने के लिए बैठा है, इसलिए हमें चिंता नहीं करने की हमारे पैसों का क्या हो रहा है। इस समय पे एक ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, वो है लिवरेजिंग पे ध्यान दीजिए। आप लोग एफएनओ में अगर काम कर रहे हैं तो लिवरेजिंग का ध्यान दीजिए, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट में ध्यान दीजिए, पैसा बनाने पे ध्यान मत दीजिए। पैसा बन जाएगा इंडियन मार्केट्स में, दैट इज फॉर श्योर। इंडिया स्टोरी बहुत मजबूत हो गई है। और जो गवर्नमेंट ने इस बार जो 3 कट का जो त्रिवेणी संगम किया है, 3 कट तो पता है ना आप लोगों को। सो द गवर्नमेंट्स ऑफ ऑल द कंट्रीज हैव बिकम एग्रेसिवली एक्टिव एंड दे आर इनिशियलाइजिंग लॉट्स ऑफ गुड पॉलिसीज। और इंडिया में पर्टिकुलरली पहले हमें टैक्स कट का बेनिफिट दिया फरवरी में, फिर हमें जीएसटी की सौगात दी, फिर 3 बार 4 बार रेट कट्स हुए। तो ये सारों का कंजम्पशन स्टोरी, इंडिया का, भारत की कंजम्पशन स्टोरी जबरदस्त होने वाली है। तो मुझे तो आई एम वेरी वेरी बुलिश। तो हमारा मिड कैप भले 0.63 दिया है, बट मैं एक आपको स्लाइड दिखाऊंगा कि मिड कैप का पावर क्या है। चलिए, आई थिंक आई एम रनिंग टू स्लो एक्चुअली। ये एसेट क्लासेस है गोल्ड सिल्वर। इस बार जो इंडियन मार्केट्स का जो बुल है वो बैठ गया बुलियन में। बुलियन का BULLION जो है वो वहां बैठ गया। सो गोल्ड सिल्वर हैव आउट परफॉर्म्ड, डॉलर इंडेक्स ने नहीं किया। देखिए ग्लोबल काफी इनफैक्ट फ्रेजाइल है, ग्लोबल मैक्रोज, डेट लेवल्स बढ़ते हैं, पॉलिसी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इज कंस्ट्रेंड, जियोपॉलिटिकल टेंशन जबरदस्त है। तो मुझे इसलिए कई बार लगता है कि डिफेंस स्टॉक्स को अंडर एस्टिमेट मत कीजिएगा। वैल्यूएशंस थोड़े महंगे जरूर है वहाँ पे, बट जहाँ पे भी करेक्शन आए डिफेंस स्टॉक्स पे ध्यान दीजिएगा। फिर इंडिया के रेजिलिएंट मैक्रोज है, बैलेंस शीट्स बहुत अच्छी हो गई है। कल मुझे कोई एक जना बोल रहा था, सर आप स्मॉल कैप मिड कैप में काम कर रहे हो, वहाँ पे गवर्नेंस के इश्यूज आते हैं। मैं बोला भाई आजकल ना तो सीएज और ना गवर्नमेंट कोई भी बैलेंस शीट के साथ खिलवाड़ नहीं करते हैं, कोई भी जने। एवरीवन इज वेरी वेरी कंप्लायंट। एंड इंडिया में अब जो पहले जैसे इन्फोसिस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एंड टीसीएस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड को एक प्रीमियम मिलती थी, या जो आपके जो एफएमसीजीज थे, एमएनसीज, हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर हो, नेस्ले हो, ये लोग को जबरदस्त वैल्यूएशन मिलती थी एज कंपेयर टू देयर पेरेंट कंपनीज इन देयर रेस्पेक्टिव कंट्रीज, क्योंकि उनको गवर्नेंस का डर नहीं था उसमें, तो लोग वहां पे पैसे लगाते थे। बट अब मिड कैप और स्मॉल कैप में मैं एक स्लाइड भी लाया हूं, कैसे मिड कैप और स्मॉल कैप का इंडिया में स्टैंडर्ड बढ़ा है। एंड यू विल बी अमेज्ड टू सी दैट कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ लेवल्स ऑफ मार्केट कैप्स आर इन स्मॉल कैप्स नाउ। तो जबरदस्त आपके अब धीरे धीरे गवर्नेंस बढ़ रहा है एंड स्मॉल कैप मिड कैप काफ़ी चलने वाले हैं। मिड कैप का जो इंडेक्स है 7x हुआ लास्ट 10 ईयर्स में। मतलब अभी दिखाता हूं मैं आपको, चलिए आगे। चलिए ये सब है फ्रेजाइल 5, ये सब टैग मैंने स्ट्रेंथ टू स्ट्रेंथ इंडिया के जो रोबस्ट मैक्रोज है उसकी बातें हम कर रहे हैं। इंडिया का शेयर क्या रहा, रियल जीडीपी, इनफैक्ट वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्लोबली, द फास्टेस्ट इकोनॉमी। कंफर्ट रेंज में इन्फ्लेशन पहले इंडिया की 5, 6, 7, 10 ऐसे बोली जाती थी, हालांकि लाइफस्टाइल इंडेक्स बहुत बढ़ गया। लाइफस्टाइल इन्फ्लेशन इज डिफरेंट, दिस इज डिफरेंट। रेपो रेट काट्स हुआ है, कंज्यूमर ड्राइवर्स, डिमांड टेलविंड ज़बरदस्त है इंडिया में, ये सारी चीज़ें हैं, बट मैं इन पे ज़्यादा समय नहीं दूंगा। सो समरी एंड आवर व्यू, अ बिट ऑफ फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग बेसिक्स, ये ठीक है आप लोग सब करते ही होंगे, सीएज है तो इसके ऊपर भी मैं बात नहीं करूंगा कि हाउ पहले रिस्क मैनेजमेंट करो, फिर आप अपनी वेल्थ क्रिएशन की बात करो। कई लोग हैं, मेरा भी एक शरण के बारे में कल जब हम सुन रहे थे अंकुर अग्रवाल जी को, तो वो शरण हेगड़े का बात कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने उसमें उनका पॉडकास्ट था, वैसे मेरा भी आया था, तो रिसेंटली लास्ट मंथ थी, तो मैंने उसमें यही बात की कि कैसे फर्स्ट आप अगर लाइफ में इंश्योरेंस से रिस्क मैनेजमेंट करो, म्यूचुअल फंड से आप वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट करो अपना, और बाद में वर्क के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करो, बिलीव मी यू विल मेक अ बिग मनी। एंड मैंने एक सीएस के साथ एक मेरी कंप्लेंट भी है, बहुत देर मैंने बढ़ाई कर दी सीएस की। सीएस लोग आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा कैपिटल मार्केट ओरिएंटेड हो गए हैं, मुझे जो देखने में लग रहा है। और सीएस लोग जब कैपिटल मार्केट में आते हैं तो वो जो अपना बैलेंस शीट देखने का जो ज्ञान है उसको साइड में रख के वो लोग भी यहाँ पे टिप्स पे और इधर उधर की नॉलेज पे जाते हैं। तो बेसिकली सीएस लोग मोस्टली आजकल देखते हैं कि भाई 3-4 टाइप के सीएस होने चाहिए, कि एक जॉब ओरिएंटेड सीए हो, एक होगी प्रैक्टिस ओरिएंटेड सीए हो, एक होगी चलो स्टॉक मार्केट ओरिएंटेड ही हो, कैपिटल मार्केट में आना है, फाइनेंशियल वर्ल्ड में आना है, जैसे कि सीएफएज है, वैसा कुछ होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना। आजकल शायद कुछ उस लाइंस पे हो भी रहा है शायद, बट एनीवेज कंपाउंड इंटरेस्ट इज द 8th वंडर। हु सेड इट? नो। कौन, किसने दिया आंसर? आइंस्टाइन। खड़े हो जाइए यार आप, अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम। लास्ट की लाइन देखिए, हु अंडरस्टैंड्स इट अर्न्स इट एंड हु डजंट ही पेज फॉर इट। तो ये बहुत बड़ी लाइन है, 8th वंडर वाली तो कॉमन है, एल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन। चलिए ये अलग अलग मैंने एक एसेट क्लासेस को एक पिक्चर पे लिया है। रियल एस्टेट में आजकल REIT, अब टोकनाइजेशन की बातें हो रही है। यूलिप्स एक पुराना वो था जिसमें खूब इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज ने कमीशंस कमाए, बट इनविट इज अ ब्यूटीफुल प्रोडक्ट, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रस्ट। फिर इधर हम लोग PMS AIF। और एक चीज और बता देता हूं कि बहुत कॉमन डायलॉग है ये, 26% से अगर आप अपनी कैपिटल को ग्रो करते हैं तो 10 साल में कितना होता है? एनीवन? 10x। 20 ईयर्स में? कौन बोला 100 गुना? और 30 साल में? कौन बोला 1000x? बहुत अच्छा गेस किया आपने सर। नहीं, इट इज राइट। अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज अगेन फॉर हिम। गुड। ये सब चीजें देखिए, राकेश झुंझुनवाला जी ने यही काम किया। ही इज ऑल्सो सीए, राइट? झुंझुनवाला जी भी, उन्होंने बिना टैक्स के देखिए कितनी बड़ी कैपिटल अप्रिसिएशन की है। उन्होंने क्रिसिल में, उन्होंने टाइटन में, इन सब में इस तरीके के मल्टीबैगर रिटर्न्स कमाए हैं। एंड कहां से कहां तक नेटवर्थ पहुंची है, ठीक है, हमने भी नहीं किया, मैं भले ही ज्ञान दे दूं, दोज हु कैन दे डू, दोज हु कांट दे टीच। तो हम टीच कर रहे हैं, बट ऐसा है। चलिए नेक्स्ट, ट्राई टू स्टॉक मार्केट ज्ञान। RRR देखिए आप लोगों ने मूवी? अब ये मूवी नहीं है, स्टॉक मार्केट में RRR का मतलब कुछ और होता है। रिसर्च, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट एंड राइट पोजीशन साइजिंग, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। मार्केट में देखिए 4 कंडीशन से एवरीडे फ्लक्चुएशंस, रोज ऊपर नीचे होते रहेंगे, बातों के लिए ठीक है वो। शॉर्ट टर्म करेक्शंस आएंगे, कभी भी सैटरडे फ्राइडे इवनिंग को डोनाल्ड जी कुछ बोल दे, कुछ भी हो सकता है। मीडियम टर्म क्रैशेस होते हैं। फिर लॉन्ग टर्म रिकवरी, लॉन्ग टर्म में देखिए रिकवरी बोला हमने, लॉन्ग टर्म में हर चीज रिकवर होती है एंड कंपाउंडिंग होती है। सो अगर आपको पैसा कमाना है तो 1, 2, 3 रीप्स द बेस्ट रिवॉर्ड्स, आप सब में आपको स्टैंड रहना पड़ेगा। रिसर्च, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट एंड राइट पोजीशन साइजिंग। लोग रिसर्च पे ध्यान देते हैं, विच इज ओनली 20% ऑफ द होल थिंग। लो पेरेटो यहां पे भी काम करता है। एक्चुअल में होता है राइट पोजीशन साइजिंग, आपने कितना बेट किया, जहां पे कन्विक्शन था आपने क्या बेट किया, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट। और रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, जो अभी मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बोली कि आपको एक्चुअली में रिस्क मैनेजमेंट पे फोकस ज्यादा करना चाहिए। तो RRR इज रिस्क रिवॉर्ड रेशियो, RRR इज रिसर्च रिस्क मैनेजमेंट एंड राइट पोजीशन साइजिंग. ये देखिए, जितनी भी क्राइसिस आती है उसके बाद अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत बड़ी रहती है. और इस बार देखिए हमने ट्रंप इंपैक्ट टैरिफ, और ये हर बार देखिए ग्लोबल रिसेशन 1986 के बाद 40% मार्केट टूटा मगर 199% बढ़ा. गल्फ वॉर के बाद 320%. ये लाइन से आप देखिए, रशिया यूक्रेन के बाद हमने देखा, इनफैक्ट मैं भी डर गया था रशिया यूक्रेन के टाइम पे, कोरोना के लॉक टाइम पे तो बहुत ज़्यादा डरे थे, बट कोरोना के बाद तो लोगों ने ज़बरदस्त पैसा कमाया. हमें भी भगवान की दया से बहुत अच्छी पॉपुलैरिटी मिली और हमारे स्टॉक्स बहुत चले. जैन साहब के जेम्स मैंने आज 5.5 साल हो गए, 5 साल 6 महीना ऑलमोस्ट देते हुए विदाउट एनी सिंगल ब्रेक. मैं वर्ल्ड में कोई भी कोने में हूँ, मैं रोज 9:30 बजे दूंगा. कल भी मैं यहाँ से शो करने वाला हूँ और मैं इस सेशन के बारे में भी बात करूंगा कि कितना प्यार मिला. थैंक यू. सो अब ट्रंप इंपैक्ट टैरिफ और एफआई सेलिंग कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं है, बट यहां के बाद भी रिटर्न्स बनेंगे. नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं अगर आऊंगा तो मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको. गैस, ये कौन सा चार्ट है? सॉरी, देखिए ये चार्ट ऊपर ही जा रहा है. इंसान हो या सेंसेक्स हो या निफ्टी, अंत में जाना ऊपर ही है. ये हर साल देखिए आप, ग्रीन कैंडल्स है, ये ईयरली कैंडल है निफ्टी का, निफ्टी ईयरली चार्ट. तो इसलिए आप डरिए मत, पैसा बनना है. जस्ट दैट कि आपको लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा, राइट पोजीशन, राइट रिस्क मैनेजमेंट और राइट अमाउंट. उतना अमाउंट जिससे नींद नहीं उड़े, पेट का पानी नहीं हिले. दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एनीवेज, ये एक मैंने ना ये क्वेश्चनर बनाया है, ये रिस्क प्रोफाइलिंग क्वेश्चनर है, जो कि हम लोग पीएमएस में और जो भी क्लाइंट हमारे यहाँ ऑनबोर्ड होता है हम लोग उनसे पूछते हैं. 4 टाइप के, कि आपकी पूरी, अगर आप इस क्वेश्चनर को भरोगे, मैं ये क्वेश्चनर मेल करवाऊंगा थ्रू ऑर्गेनाइजर्स टू ऑल द अटेंडीज. तो इसमें सब कुछ हमने पूछा है, क्या पोर्टफोलियो साइज है, क्या आपकी एजुकेशन लेवल है, एफएनओ में कर रहे हो तो क्या क्या सीखना चाहिए, क्वेश्चन में सारे आंसर है. सो वंस यू इंट्रो, मतलब आप क्वेश्चनर को भरोगे आपको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन होगा. फिर ये रिस्क प्रोफाइलिंग, ये कंपलसरी है, हम लोग को पीएमएस में भरवाना पड़ता है. वी रन अ पीएमएस ऑल्सो इन इंडिया, तो वहां पे हम लोग ये सारे क्लाइंट्स को फिलअप करवाते हैं. चलिए, ये 5-6 पेज का, आई विल नॉट स्पेंड टाइम ऑन इट. ओके, सो चैलेंजेस क्या है कैपिटल मार्केट में? टाइम, आप कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद एग्जिस्टिंग ऑक्यूपेशन, आप अपने आर्टिकल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी प्रैक्टिस जॉब इनके साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते हो, बिकॉज स्टॉक मार्केट एक्चुअली टेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंड लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी ऑल्सो. यू गेट ड्रेन्ड इफ यू कंटिन्यूसली ट्रैक स्टॉक मार्केट्स. ये अभी पता नहीं चलता, बट पैसा बन रहा होता है तब तो मजा आता है, एक्साइटमेंट ज्यादा होता है, और खो रहे होते तो बहुत दुख होता है. तो दोनों ही केसेस में आप ड्रेन्ड होते हो. सो लैक ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. हमें लगता है कि ये व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे ये हो जाएगा, जी बिजनेस पे ये हो जाएगा, सब देख रहे हो, इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन है कि समझ में नहीं आती कि इंफॉर्मेशन कौन सी फॉलो की जाए. इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. इट इज अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर अस ऑल्सो. आई इंडिविजुअली कैन नॉट डू इट. इट इज माई टीम जो कि करती है, जहाँ पे हमारे सीएस और सीएफएस को हमने रखा हुआ है. कम से कम 12-13 लोग मेरा ये प्रेजेंटेशन बनाने में भी हेल्प किया या रिसर्च करने में हेल्प करते हैं. एनीवेज, फिर पोर्टफोलियो नहीं बनाते लोग प्रॉपरली, मतलब वेल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड पोर्टफोलियो, भले वो मल्टी एसेट हो, गोल्ड सिल्वर रहता तो क्या होता. फिर आपके लार्ज कैप, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप सारे चाहिए, इवन माइक्रो कैप, नैनो कैप, ये भी काम करते हैं. फिर वॉलेटिलिटी को झेल नहीं पाते हैं. सो इन्वेस्टिंग थ्रू म्यूचुअल फंड्स, पीएमएस एंड एआईएफ. सो मैं एक चीज हमेशा बोलता हूं, यू शुड बिकम एन एक्टिव पैसिव इन्वेस्टर. एक मटीज गाड़ी आई थी, याद है आप लोगों को, उसका एक बिग स्मॉल कार था, उससे मैंने कॉपी किया. यू शुड बी अ वेरी वेरी एक्टिव पैसिव इन्वेस्टर. गिव योर फंड्स टू द एक्सपर्ट्स, फिर उनको ठीक से मैनेज करो. कुछ पैसे पीएमएस में लगाओ, कुछ एआईएफ में लगाओ, कुछ म्यूचुअल फंड में लगाओ. थोड़ा पैसा है अप टू 10 लाख पीएम म्यूचुअल फंड को दे दो. एसआईपी करिए, हर महीना एसआईपी तो करना ही है, इट्स अ गुड ईएमआई. सेकंड, आजकल एक एसआईएफ आया है, एक जबरदस्त प्रोडक्ट आया है इंडियन मार्केट्स में, विच इज अ कस्प ऑफ एवरीथिंग. It is as good as a PMS, it is as good as an AIF, and it is as good as a mutual fund. Mutual funds लोग ही SIF मैनेज करते हैं, तो इसके बारे में आप लोग देखिएगा. और ETFs के थ्रू आप लोग पैसिव इन्वेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं. जैसे मेटल्स अच्छे दिखते हैं, अब मेटल्स में कौन से स्टॉक को ले? IT अच्छा लगता है, कौन से स्टॉक को ले? आपने जो स्टॉक लिया, एक सब लोग बोलते हैं यार मेरा जो स्टॉक वो चलता ही नहीं है यार. होता है ना ऐसा, आपके पास जो पोर्टफोलियो में स्टॉक वो चलता नहीं है, तो उसका एक ही निवारण है, वो है ETFs. यूएस में और वेस्टर्न डेवलप मार्केट्स में लोग ETF के थ्रू ट्रेड करते हैं, इंडिया में नहीं करते, ये प्रॉब्लम है, बट धीरे धीरे अब स्टार्ट हो रहा है. मतलब नैस्डैक का भी ETF लिस्टेड है, आप हैंसेंग का ETF लिस्टेड है, हैंसेंग हैज डन वेरी वेल, तो आप वो ETFs ले सकते हो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स के। सो आप लोग फुल टाइम इन्वेस्टर्स एंड ट्रेडर्स नीड टू लर्न दीज स्किल्स। अभी अजय जी ने बहुत अच्छी बात बोली थी, अजय बिंद्रू जी ने, वो भी नहीं है शायद, अपना सेशन करके निकल गए। उन्होंने बोली 360 डिग्री, इट कैन नॉट बी इवन 180 डिग्री। स्टॉक मार्केट में भी सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए एक्चुअली में आपको 360 डिग्री होना पड़ेगा। लोग बोलते हैं मैं तो इन्वेस्टिंग ही करता हूं, मुझे समझ नहीं आता है। चलो इन्वेस्टिंग में फिर भी आप चल जाओगे, ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हो तो आपको इन्वेस्टिंग भी आनी पड़ेगी, FNO भी आना पड़ेगा, ऑप्शंस भी आना पड़ेगा, मार्केट को ट्रैक करना भी आना पड़ेगा, फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस, टेक्निकल एनालिसिस, फ्यूचर्स एंड ऑप्शंस, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स पढ़ना, मैक्रो माइक्रो सब चाहिए, इंडस्ट्री नॉलेज। कुछ आप ऐसे, हम लोग जनरली जैसे कुछ लोगों को हमने चैनल चेक के लिए बना रखा है कि इस इंडस्ट्री है, सीमेंट है तो मैं इनसे बात करूंगा, ऑटो इंसुलेटर तो मैं इनसे बात करूंगा। ऐसे लोग हमने एक्सपर्ट्स की एक कमिटी बना रखी है हमारी। सो वी टॉक टू देम, पढ़ने के बाद सुनते हैं किसी की, और एकदम हार्डकोर जब एक्सपीरियंस मिलता है तो और ज़्यादा अच्छी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है। बैलेंस शीट में और टीवी पे और प्रेजेंटेशंस में और कॉन कॉल्स में प्रमोटर की फितरत का नहीं पता चलता है। बट आप आज संदीप जी कैसे हैं, हो सकता है यहाँ पे 10 आदमी मिले, अरे अच्छे ही हैं यार, पता नहीं यार थोड़े ज़्यादा घमंडी लगे मुझे नहीं पता था कि वो इतनी इजीली मिल जाएंगे। तो वो फीडबैक जो आपको इंडस्ट्री के लोगों से मिलता है, उसकी रेपुटेशन कैसी है। मेरे को रायपुर की कोई कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करना है तो मैं रायपुर में पूछता हूँ, जो फॉर्चुनेटली बीइंग अ नेटवर्क पर्सन, हम पूछते हैं वहाँ फ़ोन करके कि यार ये आदमी कैसा है, ये कंपनी कैसी है, बजाज स्टील कैसी कंपनी है नागपुर में, सो आई टॉक टू अ पर्सन इन नागपुर। फिर अहमदाबाद की कोई रियल एस्टेट की कंपनी है तो मैं वहाँ के रियल एस्टेट के डेवलपर से पूछ लूँगा। तो कुछ तो क्या है कि CA चैप्टर में एक्टिव होने से, या जीतो में, टाई में, अलग अलग फोरम्स में, हर जगह ब्रोकर्स होते हैं, स्टॉक ब्रोकर्स, उन सब से क्रॉस चेक करते हैं। अगर आपको बड़ा पैसा लगाना तो आप जवाई की तरह स्टॉक को ढूंढिए। जवाई ढूंढते टाइम पे करते हैं ना अपन, मतलब जवाई ढूंढने में तो मुकेश अंबानी ने भी उतनी टाइम लगाई है जितना एक रिक्शा वाला लगाता है। ठीक है ना सर? तो वो लोग टाइम, उसमें क्या होता है, आप रिश्तेदारी भी पूछते हो, बंदे की क्वालिफिकेशन भी पूछते हो, दिखता कैसा है, घर में भाई बहन कैसे है, सब कुछ देखता आदमी। वैसे स्टॉक मार्केट में भी करना पड़ता है। अब वो करेंगे कैसे, 100 स्टॉक का तो नहीं कर सकते हो, इसलिए हम बोलते हैं कि 25 स्टॉक ही रखिए पोर्टफोलियो में। तो हमारे PMS में जनरली 4 से 5% एक पोर्टफोलियो में रखते हैं। एक सेक्टर को हम 8% से ज़्यादा एलोकेट नहीं करते। बस खत्म मेरा टाइम। बट एनीवेज इट इज़ नॉट येट स्टार्टेड। सो ये सारे हैं। बाकी नीचे वाली भी जो लाइन है ना, कई लोग विपक्षना करते हैं, कई लोग मेडिटेशन करते हैं, बाबा जी वाले 5 जो स्टेप्स है वो भी करते हैं, ये सारी मैं भी करता हूँ। मैं भी यहाँ योगा करके ही आया हूँ, एनर्जी मिलती है। जर्नी कैसे स्टार्ट की जाए मार्केट्स में, आपको बेसिकली ये क्वेश्चनर मैंने बोला, फिर आपको एक सेल्फ बिलीफ एक्सरसाइज, आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि मेरी स्किल सेट क्या है, आपकी अपनी नॉलेज बेस बनाइए, इमोशंस पे कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा। जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड इज फाइन बट यू हैव टू बी अ मास्टर ऑफ वन। फिर ये 360 डिग्री अप्रोच। अच्छा यहाँ पे, अब मैं यहाँ नहीं जानता HF अकाउंट्स आप लोग अगर खोले हुए कि नहीं। HF अकाउंट्स तो सबके होंगे आप लोग के फैमिली में, इंडिया में नहीं है, कम लोगों ने हाथ उठाया। एनीवेज ये HF अकाउंट को मिस नहीं करना चाहिए। 12 लाख की फ्री की इनकम मिलती है, तो IPO वाला काम, ट्रेडिंग वाला काम सब हो जाता है। इवन माइनर का भी अकाउंट खुलता है। माइनर का भी, जैसे मैंने मेरे बेटे का बॉन्ड होते ही पैन कार्ड बनाया और IPO में लगाना शुरू कर दिया, तो माइनर का भी अकाउंट खुलता है। आप एक IPO में, जैसे अभी एक IPO खुला हुआ है भारत कोकिंग कोल, अब उसमें अगर 5 अकाउंट में लगाते और एक में भी आ जाए तो पैसा सीधा डबल है, क्योंकि 50% प्रीमियम पे चल रहा है। ग्रे मार्केट दो इट इज नॉट द राइट इंडिकेटर, बट थोड़ा बहुत मिलता है, बट वैल्यूएशन भी सस्ते हैं भाई। 8 के P मल्टीपल पे आ रहा है। कोल इंडिया का वैसे सब्सिडियरी है और बहुत बढ़िया कंपनी है, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर है थोड़ा, तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। फिर मैं एक फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस का, टेक्निकल ऑप्शंस का, मैंने 2016-17 में ये सारे कोर्सेज फॉर्मली किए, भले ही MBA इन फाइनेंस हो, बट ये करके आया। फिर दुनिया भर के आजकल, फिर हम लोग बोलते हैं कि ये कुछ OD लिमिट्स वगैरह भी लेके रखिए अगर ले सकते हो, और OFS वगैरह में लगाइए पैसा। एक रात में 2-2, 3-3% का रिटर्न निकलता है। बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र का IPO आया था। ये सब चीज़ों को क्या है, स्टॉक मार्केट में बहुत सारा इजी मनी है जिसको लोग लेना नहीं चाहते हैं। टेबल पे पड़ा लोग लेना नहीं चाहते हैं। तो स्टॉक मार्केट इज द टफेस्ट प्लेस टू मेक इजी मनी, दैट्स फॉर श्योर। बट देर इज इजी मनी लाइंग इन स्टॉक मार्केट्स, इन टाइप की अपॉर्चुनिटीज में जो नॉन सेकेंडरी होती है, एंड प्लीज ट्राई टू टैप दैट। चलिए, अच्छे रिसर्च प्लान्स, एनालिटिक्स ऐप, सॉफ्टवेयर्स लीजिए। कितने लोग यहाँ पे screener.in देखते हैं? कितने लोग बस पेड screener.in है? एक जने ने हाथ उठाया, नीचे ही नहीं किया, आप भूल तो नहीं गए सर? पेड ही है ना आपके पास? ओके ग्रेट, तो पेड है उनके पास, तो एक ही है। बिलीव मी दिस, मैं स्क्रीनर का एक एजेंट हूं और आप लोगों को खरीदने के लिए पिच कर रहा हूं, आप लोग प्लीज खरीदिए। 5,000 रुपए में उस बंदे ने मिराकल कर दिया है। 5,000 रुपया सिर्फ पेड 1 साल का एक आप पैकेज लीजिए एंड सी द काइंड ऑफ डेटा यू गेट। तो प्लीज बाय अ पेड प्लान ऑफ screener.in। स्टॉकेज, कल विवेक जी आए, जबरदस्त। हम लोगों ने ऑफिस में 10 ऐसे एनालिटिक्स सॉफ्टवेयर ले रखे हैं, 3-4 रिसर्च प्लान्स ले रखे हैं, दूसरों की रिसर्च को ट्रैक करते हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर्स ले रखे हैं, लाइव टेक्निकल एनालिसिस सॉफ्टवेयर्स, तब जाके रिसर्च करके भी पैसा नहीं बनता है। सो बी इक्विप्ड। गोल्ड सिल्वर ईटीएफ हमने देखिए कब से बोला शुड बाय गोल्ड सिल्वर ईटीएफ। कल विवेक जी भी सिल्वर ईटीएफ की बात कर रहे थे। 5 से 10% एनी टाइम होना चाहिए। अब नहीं बोलूंगा, थोड़ा एक बार ठंडा होने दीजिए। सो देयर आर वेरियस टूल्स। प्लान द ट्रेड एंड ट्रेड द प्लान, डॉक्यूमेंट योर प्लान, मॉनिटर योर पोजीशन, लर्न फ्रॉम द नंबर्स, कीपर। ये सब कोई करता नहीं है, बातों के लिए ठीक है, बट एनीवेज इन्वेस्टिंग इज अ प्रोसेस। एक प्रोसेस में बताता हूं आप लोगों को, ये सब थोड़ा हटा देते हैं। चलिए, ये मार्केट इज गोइंग, ये डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं तो एक ही है कि वो रिसर्च करना पड़ेगा आपको। बोलते हैं कि पैसा बनता ही नहीं है, हमारे डॉक्टर साहब भी आए हैं। नेवर ट्राई टू टाइम द मार्केट, रादर इन्वेस्ट टाइम इन द मार्केट, टाइम इन रिसर्च, टाइम इन द मार्केट, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड गेट अस। ये सब ठीक है। ये सिगरेट वालों से कॉपी किया मैंने, आईटीसी से। कितने लोगों के पास आईटीसी है पोर्टफोलियो में? अरे सही है, काफी हाथ उठे। इतने तो जैन साहब के जेम्स में ही नहीं उठे थे बट आईटीसी भी जैन साहब के जेम्स में दिया हुआ मैंने 205 रुपए पे। एनीवेज, इन्वेस्ट इन आईपीओज, ईटीएफ्स और ये सब है। बोथ एनआरई एंड एनआरओ कैन अप्लाई, आई थिंक, इन सब में, राइट। फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस एनालिसिस, टेक्निकल एनालिसिस, फिर ऑप्शन बैक्ड स्ट्रैटेजीज, फंड मैनेजमेंट, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, एक प्रोसेस हम लोग फॉलो करते हैं। अब इनके ऊपर मैं डिटेल्स में जा नहीं सकता कि 35 मिनट में हो नहीं सकता, क्योंकि 15 मिनट तो मैं इधर उधर की बातें करता हूं, मेरी प्रॉब्लम है ये। फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस, ठीक है, बिग 3। ये एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चार्ट है, ये हीट मैप है ये बेसिकली, इसमें कलर्स आए नहीं है। आप देखिए निफ्टी का पी मल्टीपल जनरली 2002 में 19 आया, 2003 में 10 तक आ गया था, 2021 में 42 क्योंकि अर्निंग्स कम थी, 2021 में 28 तक गया और अभी है 22। और इसका मीडियन भी मोस्टली यही 21-22 के लगभग रहता है। अब इंडिया का पी मल्टीपल देखना बहुत जरूरी है, इसके साथ इसका पैग रेशियो भी देखिए। पैग मतलब मालूम है आप लोगों को? नॉट दैट पैग, 30 ml 60 ml, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट पी ग्रोथ रेशियो। पी ग्रोथ रेशियो का मतलब है, मैडम आ रही है, समय की कमी है, एनीवेज। प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू, आप देखिए, आप प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू 4.69 था, अभी 3.49 है, ठीक है। ये अभी भी मतलब इंडिया में जो अपन को लगता है ना कि बहुत सस्ता हो गया, निफ्टी तो चल गया, अब स्मॉल कैप और मिड कैप चलना बाकी है, उसमें भी स्मॉल कैप। डिविडेंड यील्ड रेशियो अभी काफी कम है, 1.31। ये मैं 9 तारीख तक का है, फ्राइडे इवनिंग तक का, बाद में ट्रेडिंग ही नहीं हुई है। ये देखिए, अब ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। आई लव माइक्रो, मिड कैप, स्मॉल कैप्स, माइक्रो कैप्स एंड नैनो कैप्स। वाई? आप देखिए मिड कैप 100 को देखिए आप, निफ्टी ने 4.32 दिया है, सेंसेक्स ने 4, ठीक है, और स्मॉल कैप ने 4.64। भले मैं कितना ही स्मॉल कैप करूं, बट मिड कैप इज द मोस्ट स्वीट स्पॉटेड इंडेक्स। तो आप अगर ब्लाइंडली भी मिड कैप इंडाइसेस में पैसा लगा देते हो, मिड कैप सिलेक्ट आ रहा है, मिड कैप और मिड कैप के जो भी म्यूचुअल फंड्स है, वहां पे आप इतना पैसा कमाते हैं, 7x इन 11 years, दैट्स अमेजिंग। 2013 से लेकर 2026 तक, 13 साल में, 13 साल नहीं भाई, 12 साल है मान लीजिए आप। अब ये देखिए आप, मार्केट कैप ये दिसंबर 31, हर 6 महीने में एम्फी रिकैटेगराइजेशन करती है स्मॉल कैप्स और मिड कैप्स की और लार्ज कैप्स की। हम लोग को इसको फॉलो करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हम लोग जो भी स्ट्रेटजीज और स्कीम्स लॉन्च करते हैं तो उसमें हम लोग को ध्यान देना पड़ता है। अब आप देखिए रिलायंस, ऊपर वाले लार्ज कैप वाले सब बड़े हैं, टीसीएस नहीं बड़ा, बट एचडीएफसी बैंक, रिलायंस, भारती, ये सब बड़े हैं, और ओवरऑल एचयूएल। और नीचे आप लार्ज कैप के बॉटम में देखिए 1,05,000 करोड़ की कंपनी है जिंदल स्टील, जो कि ये पहली बार हुआ है इंडियन हिस्ट्री में कि ऑल द टॉप 100 कंपनीज आर 1 लाख करोड़ कंपनीज। सो दिस इज द स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ इंडिया। अब उधर मिड कैप में देखिए एचडीएफसी एएमसी, जो सबसे बड़ा म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनी है इंडिया की, इट इज अ मिड कैप, 1,04,000 करोड़ की। तो ये सारी मिथ है कि मिड कैप छोटी कंपनियां है। बॉटम में भी देखिए गुजरात गैस MCX, मतलब ये बॉटम में आप देखिए गुजरात गैस, अब ग्लोबल हेल्थ आ गया है, 34,000 करोड़ की कंपनी। सो 35,000 करोड़ की कंपनी मिड कैप है। अब आप आइए स्मॉल कैप पे। ACC इज अ स्मॉल कैप, जिसके पीछे हर्षद मेहता ने उस टाइम पे कितना बड़ा बवंडर मचाया था, आप लोगों को याद है? ACC की स्टोरी पता ना आप लोगों को? रिप्लेसमेंट कॉस्ट थियरी में क्या भाव हो गए थे, 10-10 हजार रुपया भाव हो गए थे। उसके बाद अभी अडानी ग्रुप कंपनी है, तो इट इज अ स्मॉल कैप, 35,000 करोड़ की कंपनी। सो स्मॉल कैप, मिड कैप, लार्ज कैप, ये बातें हैं खाली। आपको अच्छे स्टॉक में बैठने आना पड़ेगा, कन्विक्शन, रिसर्च वो देगा। चलिए फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस इस पे नहीं जाता, टॉप डाउन बॉटम अप। ये सेक्टर्स है कुछ हम लोग देख रहे हैं। ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म, मैं बिलीव करता हूं कि हो थीम, होटल्स, हॉस्पिटल्स एंड होम इंप्रूवमेंट। चलिए आर्ट एंड साइंस। आर्ट क्या है? बिजनेस मॉडल, मैनेजमेंट, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, कॉर्पोरेट कल्चर। ये चीज आपको नहीं मिलती है कहीं भी लिखी हुई पड़ी हुई, ये आपको सेंस करना पड़ता है। यहां पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। मैं रमेश दमानी जी के अंडर में 2 महीना जॉब किया था। वो बोलते हैं भाई इन्वेस्टिंग इज एन आर्ट। साइंस तो सबको पता है, दिख जाता है, नंबर्स ये वो सब दिख जाएगा। आर्ट है कि बंदा कैसे देखो फिर धंधा देखो। टेलविंड्स क्या है, बहुत चीजें आपको प्रेडिक्ट करनी पड़ती है। चलिए पी मल्टीपल्स, ये प्राइस टू सेल्स, ईवी बाई इबिटा। मैं आप लोग को अभी बताता हूँ, पी मल्टीपल को देख के आप लोग को स्टॉक को छोड़िए मत कि 40 का पी मल्टीपल और या 8 का पी मल्टीपल ले लेता हूँ, नहीं है। आपको ईवी बाई इबिटा देखना पड़ेगा। ईवी बाई इबिटा इज, आप लोग को समझाने की जरूरत नहीं है, एंटरप्राइज वैल्यू, जिसमें कंपनी के रिजर्व्स, इक्विटी और डेट्स सब आ जाते हैं। तो जो भी पी फॉर्म आती है, वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट आते हैं, वो लोग ईवी बाई इबिटा को सबसे ज्यादा देखते हैं। मारवाड़ी देखेगा प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू, अरे यार अंदर सामान कितना है और उसका क्या भाव दे रहे हैं, प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू। एक अनलिस्टेड कंपनी बुक वैल्यू से चलती है, एक लिस्टेड कंपनी पी मल्टीपल से चलती है, और एक स्टार्टअप चलती है, किसी को ही नहीं पता किससे चलती है वो प्राइस टू सेल्स, और कुछ प्राइस टू अपने पैरामीटर्स होते हैं। मेरे इतने डाउनलोड्स है, मेरी सेल्स का ये वैल्यूएशन है, इसको 10 का मिला हुआ है, पीयर कंपैरिजन करते हैं। सो ये सारी चीजें हम लोग देखते हैं। देखिए ये सब, मैं इबिटा मार्जिन, नेट प्रॉफिट मार्जिन, ये कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट, ये सारे देखते हैं। फंडामेंटल इंडिकेटर्स में ये मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया है, प्राइस टू बुक, प्राइस टू अर्निंग्स, ईवी बाई इबिटा, पैग रेशियो। पैग रेशियो इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जो मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बोला। अब इसके बाद एक ये स्लाइड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसको आप फोटो खींच लीजिए। 10 का अगर % का ग्रोथ है किसी कंपनी का, 17 इज अ जस्टिफाइड पी मल्टीपल, प्रोवाइडेड वो 10 साल तक कंटिन्यूअसली ग्रो करे 10% पे। 40 की पी मल्टीपल अगर कोई कंपनी 25% से ग्रो कर रही है। बट चलिए मेरे को आज नेक्स्ट टाइम बुलाएंगे ही नहीं। अब फोटो ले लिया ना आप लोगों ने, कैश फ्लो, ये आप लोगों से ज्यादा दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी कोई नहीं करता है। दूध, ये मेन स्टेटमेंट है जिसको हम लोग देखते हैं। चलिए आगे चलते हैं। बैलेंस शीट, ये टाइप्स ऑफ बिजनेसेस, स्लो ग्रोवर्स, स्टॉलवर्ड्स, फास्ट ग्रोवर्स, सिक्लिकल्स, टर्न अराउंड्स, एसेट प्लेस। ये सारों की फितरत अलग अलग है। स्लो ग्रोवर का पी मल्टीपल अलग होगा, स्टॉलवर्ड का अलग होगा, फास्ट ग्रोवर को ज्यादा पी मल्टीपल मिलेगा, सिक्लिकल्स को कम मिलेगा, टर्न अराउंड्स को अलग ही मिलती है, वो समझना पड़ेगा। फिर एसेट प्लेस है जो प्राइस टू बुक वैल्यू मल्टीपल पे चलते हैं, कि बुक वैल्यू 0.5 है उसका। चलिए आगे, वॉरेन बफेट, ये 3 जनों का समावेश। चलिए हाई ग्रोथ, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। पीडीसी, प्लेजिंग अ बिग नोट, डेट्स अगर कंपनी में ज्यादा होता है, कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, हाई ग्रोथ, नॉन सिक्लिकल, लेसर रेगुलेटेड कंपनीज को हम लोग देखते हैं। चलिए रेड फ्लैग्स, ये सारे हमने दे रखे हैं। चलिए ये मल्टीबैगर्स मिलते नहीं हैं। अभी आज मेरे को बहुत लोग मुझे उतरते ही पूछेंगे, और कल से पूछ रहे सर कोई मल्टीबैगर बता दो। मल्टीबैगर मिलते नहीं है। जब लेते हैं तभी भी नहीं पता चलता है। कोई कंपनी 26% से ग्रो करेगी, वो ऑटोमेटिकली 10 साल में 10 गुना, 3 साल में, 2.5 साल में डबल, तो वैसे होता है। बट एनीवेज, ग्रोथ कॉन्ट्रारियन, या चलिए अब तो एकदम वो हो गया, अति हो गई अब। चलिए ये रेशियोज की भी एक हम लोगों ने बुकलेट बना रखी है, मैं आप लोगों को दे दूंगा। पियोत्रोस्की स्कोर, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये सारी चीजें इसमें आ जाती है। स्क्रीनर पे 0 to 9 का एक स्कोर रहता है, 6-7 का पियोत्रोस्की स्कोर इज गुड। अब मैं आपको टेक्निकल एनालिसिस ये एक पेज में हमने बता दिया कि कैसे क्या होता है, बट चलिए मैं इस पे नहीं आऊंगा। मैं ये जरूर देखता हूं, मैं फंडामेंटल्स, स्ट्रॉन्ग फंडामेंटल्स के स्टॉक, टेक्निकली टाइम्ड, वो हमारी स्ट्रैटेजी है। चलिए ये एक बुक है बहुत अच्छी. गिव मी 5 minutes, आई जस्ट रैप अप इन 5 minutes. बट चलो, ये बुक जरूर पढ़िएगा आप लोग. वर्ल्ड्स ग्रेटेस्ट इन्वेस्टर्स, 20 इन्वेस्टर्स है, उनकी पूरी मतलब स्वॉट एनालिसिस की हुई है इसमें. कौन इन्वेस्टर ने क्या गलती की, सब कुछ. ये आप लोग कॉपी कर लीजिए. ये स्क्रीनर आप बना लीजिए. ये स्क्रीनर में कम से कम 8-10 मेरे नाम से बने हुए. संदीप जैन, जैन साहब के जेम्स स्क्रीनर. ये इसके हिसाब से कई स्टॉक्स हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, टेक्निकल्स एंड फंडामेंटल्स मिक्स करके. चलिए, फंड ऑप्शंस में नहीं जाऊंगा मैं. एग्जिट स्ट्रेटेजी, अभिमन्यु. या ये बहुत टफ है. मल्टी बैगर्स या मल्टी बैगर्स, आजकल सब मल्टी बैगर्स हो रखे हैं. चलिए, ये सब अब ये मैं मतलब बताने जाऊंगा. इसके ऊपर एक पूरी बुक लिखी जाती है, मतलब हाउ टू एग्जिट. एनीवेज, सो आई जस्ट कंप्लीट. ये मेरा ठीक है, ये मैं नहीं बात करूंगा. आप लोग प्रेजेंटेशन रख लीजिए. बट एनीवेज, आई थिंक एक चीज बस इसमें बता देता हूं. XIRR अगर आप लेते हैं और टारगेट पे एग्जिट करते हैं तो इस तरीके के रिटर्न्स निकलते हैं. हम लोगों ने पूरी कैलकुलेशन की हुई है. और एक है कि आप ले लिए और बेचो ही नहीं. मैंने अभी पास में मेरे एक प्रियंका जी बैठी हुई थी, उनको मैंने बताया कि आप हर स्टॉक में अगर 1,000 रुपए की डेली SIP करते हैं, जैन साहब के जेम्स में भी, और बेचते नहीं है, तो इस तरीके के रिटर्न्स निकलते हैं. एनीवेज, बाय एंड फॉरगेट. ये चलिए चलिए खत्म हो गया मैम. ये जमाई वाला मैंने बता दिया. ऑप्शन बैक स्ट्रैटेजी में बताऊंगा नहीं. ये एक मैंने ट्रैकर बनाया. सेक्टर्स, फार्मा, ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म, ये सेक्टर्स को हम लोग क्लोजली वॉच कर रहे हैं. वी आर बाइंग स्टॉक्स फ्रॉम दीज. इन्वेस्टिंग इन इंडिया, NRIs और NROs के लिए हम लोगों ने कुछ, हमारी रिसर्च टीम ने और कंप्लायंस टीम ने निकाला था. चलिए, ओवर. Spend lesser money than you make, save the difference, buy a diverse portfolio of different asset classes and be patient. पैसा बनेगा. थैंक यू सो मच. ये मैंने बनाया मेरा. स्वस्थ रहे, व्यस्त रहे एंड मस्त रहे. थैंक यू. अरे फेलिसिटेट बाद में लंच पे कर लेते हैं.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive presentation. The audience was extremely interested, even though they could smell the lunch outside, so it says something about the knowledge you are sharing. We'd like to felicitate you for your participation at Tarang 2026 Waves of Transformation. Our chairman, C.A. Krishnan, will now felicitate Mr. Sandeep Jain. Thank you so much, sir. Joined by C.A. Monish Mohan and also C.A. Prasad Amara. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick note, please be back in the auditorium by 2:45. We will be conducting the raffle and giving out iPads, Apple Watches, iPhones. You know the drill. You don't want to miss out on winning, so please have a quick grub and come back here to win some prizes and for an excellent afternoon session with very interesting speakers. Thank you. All right. It's now time to call the person that we love to call when we want to win something. Her name should be Lakshmi ji, but her name is C.A. Hemalata. Please, a big round of applause for the lady who's going to be handing out iPads and iPhones and Apple Watches to our members.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maitri. So, like we told before, now you have UHY's raffle, which you have to drop your visiting cards. Drop it if you don't, if you haven't done so far. We'll just give. Keep it there so that people can drop. We will start with MCA's raffle draw. Can we start? Yes, we'll start. Omar Al-Arab. Omar Al-Arab, 1, 2. He's there. Yes. Let's give a big round of applause. We have 3 more to win. And this person is walking away with an iPad from MCA. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations. Next is a goodie bag from Zoho. So can we run the wheel? The lucky winner is Sara. Sara, you're there? Yes. Please come running. Otherwise, someone else might come. You're lucky to have a Zoho goodie bag along with vouchers. Flash is on. Yes. UHY? The next raffle, which is based on the visiting cards that were dropped, is for UHY. Please come on stage, sir. And Mr. Krishnan. Welcome, Neeraj, sir. Let's see who's the lucky one. Yeah, can we know who the lucky person is? Ashish Bandari, but from SLB. Not Ashish Bandari, financial controller. No, where is he? Yes, welcome, sir. What is he walking away with? iPhone 17. It's iPhone 17 Pro Max. Oh.
Can I get the spike?
National bonds. We call upon our representatives from National Bonds. as a token of thank you for being our sponsors. Don't worry, 2 more raffles are there to go. Let's give a big round of applause. And may I call upon if the representatives from Artha Global? Do we have representatives from Artha Global here? Okay. I think we'll continue with... Okay, we have the next raffle, which is based on visiting cards from SBC. We call upon to the stage, sir. Please do come. And this is what? This is another Apple iPad as well. Who is the lucky person? Safe. I just have the word safe. Anyone can be safe. No, actually he has used someone else's card, so I can see that. Okay, we'll go on to the next. Yeah, we'll go on to the next. SK Menon. We have SK Menon here. 1, 2, 3, next. Okay, pick one paper, sir. We have one more raffle now, plus we have 2 more raffles in the end as well. Please stay till the end. Let's give a big round of applause. Meanwhile, I call upon the representatives from Protiviti for their felicitation.
They're here?
Yeah, they're here.
Can I take this?
Yes, you can. Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being our sponsors. Okay, it's okay. The next raffle for the session is from Young Global. They gave away iPhone 17 yesterday, and let's see what they want to give away today. The same iPhone 17, and who's the lucky person? Hi. Yeah. Jay Kumar Kaushal from National Bonds. 1, 2, 3, not there. I didn't get. Paper, oh, okay. Ali Hussein Al-Ahmad. 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 Not there? Okay. Let's pick a paper based on Krishna Rahul. He's there. Oh my God. I think the last benches are so lucky this time. Please come running. We really want to thank all our sponsors for wholeheartedly supporting us, as well as making our sessions even more interesting by giving away all these raffles. But please stay tuned. There's going to be a few more raffles at the end of the session. Let's give a big round of applause. I hand it over to our MC. Is everybody awake?
Very good, because that's what we need you to be for the next talk. AV team, can I please have the video of the next speaker? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when you've run, swam, hiked, cycled across the wild and wonderful world we live in, and broken a few world records along the way, you learn a thing or two about life and, more importantly, about yourself. it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Mitch Hutchcraft to Tarang 2026. Please, a round of applause for Mitch Hutchcraft.
Thank you so much. How's everyone doing? Everyone awake after lunch? I hope so. Well, I hope to wake you up today. I just want to start by saying thank you to all the esteemed members for inviting me. It was only a couple of weeks ago I was in Muscat for the Vista, so to be here with you today for the Tarang conference really is amazing. The last time I was in Abu Dhabi was this time last year when I cycled past. I'd cycled 8,000 kilometers past Abu Dhabi the last time I was here, only 20 kilometers from where we're sat right now. So it's incredible to be back here today, and thank you so much. Now, I wanted to start by saying that this story today isn't about me. This is not just about me. It's also very much about you, because I want you to see yourself in this story tonight, okay? This talk is about giving you a few small lessons that you can take away and apply to yourself, to your Everest, no matter what that might be. Your Everest might be starting a business or joining the gym or even waking up after you've lost somebody and getting through the day. So I want you to leave here today as strong as you can be. Now, this story is not to wow people. This is not to me to stand here and say, look at all this, okay? Yes, I've completed 3 world records in the last 12 months, but it's not about world records, okay? I'm not a professional athlete. I'm not a professional psychiatrist or psychologist. I've got no formal training. What gives me the right to tell you how to live your life? All I can do is share with you my story, how I got there, the adversities that I had to get through, the challenges that we all face, in the hope that you can take away just one small thing from today. And if you can take away even one thing from my talk today, then I will be very happy. Now, I'm lucky enough to have just survived the longest climb of Mount Everest in human history, which was also the first ever triathlon to the top of the world. Now, what did that look like? A little bit like that. 13,157 kilometers, 237 days, and 19 countries across the planet. It all began with a 35-kilometer swim across the English Channel, the hardest day of my life. 19 hours of non-stop swimming from England to France, and it was almost all over on day one. Thank you so much. That was almost all over in day one. My shoulder was nearly broken, my tongue was falling apart, dissolving from the salt water. And after that, I then had to get up and begin the 11,921 kilometer cycle across 2 continents and 18 countries, across the whole of Europe and then the Middle East. Originally, we were going across Iran, but fortune turned us south through the Middle East, and I'm so thankful. Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Oman. As I said, the last time I was here was in Abu Dhabi, and the amazing people, the hospitality of this country and Oman was incredible, so thank you, everyone. And it's incredible to be back. Into the next hardest part of the expedition. So after completing nearly a 12,000 kilometer bike ride, I then had to put on my running trainers 2 days later and do a 900 kilometer ultra marathon. So I finished in Digha, which many of you know, in the Bay of Bengal, after cycling 3,000 kilometers across India, to then go straight into a 900 kilometer run when I'd not ran one single mile in 6 months, was the second most painful thing I had to do. Thank you again. To finish, it's actually 360, and then to finish it all off, from Kathmandu, it was 360 kilometer hike from Kathmandu to Mount Everest, and then climb Mount Everest to the summit. Now, the question was not whether this was physically possible, more logistically possible. Now, I know all this might sound, wow, that's a lot. This was not my worry. The biggest thing I'm so proud of in this expedition is that you can achieve impossible things even when they don't seem real. I had less than 5% of the money and sponsorship I needed to complete this expedition. Relentless optimism, relentless positivity gets you through anything. Every day, I would finish a day cycling, not knowing if I would make it to the next country. 19 hours across the channel. I didn't even know who we were climbing Everest with until we got to India. So this entire expedition, the physical part, I knew was possible. It was the logistics, finances, Can pure belief, determination, and resilience get you through what everyone has told you is impossible? Now, it all started with a dream. It all started with one small dream that progressed into what might be a reality. But what I want you to hear today is that the most extraordinary journeys genuinely start from the most ordinary places. And it's not about being exceptional. It's about proving that exceptional is a choice available to every single one of you sat here today willing to take that first step. And the most important message, that the only person in this world that knows the definition of the word possible is looking in the mirror. That I promise you now. As I say, this all started with one dream and a determination to change the world. In 100 days, I will begin a race from the UK to the top of Mount Everest. 12,000 kilometres of swimming, cycling, running, trekking and climbing will take me from the shores of England to the top of the world. Good, we're ready to go. Oh my God, struggling to breathe, I'm nothing less. We're about to cycle 11,500 K. Journey begins. Iran's not happening. 4 extra countries. Temperature is crazy. The dance will get us into a life. Lockdown in Baghdad. The most easterly point of the Arabian Peninsula. 5 days to find a boat to Pakistan.
Sometimes problems aren't solvable, but you can't let it stop you.
I'm too stressed at all, man.
That's literally the Indian border right there.
Phase 2 is officially complete. 1,200 K on foot. I've really cried off a couple of times, that level of pain. The knee swelling has been the toughest day by far. Country 19, I am in Kathmandu. We were in the British Embassy to replicate one of the greatest achievements in human history. 30,000 K, top 10 hardest days of the whole 200. Everest Base Camp! The Boucher East, the first rotation on Everest.
Each individual step is willpower.
Here we are, South Summit of the Boucher East. All that's left now to do is the second rotation. It's all just hit me. How amazing it is to be here. Next time we go up, it's either summit or don't. Do or die. It's all come down to this, mate. I'm about to go and summit Mount Everest. Now, I know what everyone's thinking. Everyone's thinking, why? And probably, he's a bit of an idiot. Which I completely understand, because most people say to me, I'm not built like you. I could never do that. That's just not the way I am. I'm not like you. But I'm here to tell you now, that is an absolute lie. I've had 2 knee surgeries. The doctor told me I'd never be able to run again. I'm not a super athlete. I'm not Superman. I'm not Superwoman. I've faced all of life's hits, and I'm the same as every single person here. I am not special. I'm not going to waffle on too much about this. As we said, whether it was physically possible or logistically possible, there were so many factors. Less than 5% of the money needed to begin. And I had to quit work completely with only $2,000 in my pocket with one dream. And I had to spend 12 hours, 15 hours a day making calls, sending emails. And nobody would believe in the dream because nobody thought it was possible. All the sports scientists, all the experts, everybody said the human body would not be able to climb Mount Everest having just completed a 13,000-kilometer triathlon. So I want to prove everybody wrong and to show the world that anything is possible. I won't even go into medical complications, but there was quite a few. So how did it all begin? Redefining possible. So I've summarized it now into 9 lessons, 9 pillars. And the new book, I've got a new book coming out next month called Limitless, 9 Pillars to Unlock Extraordinary Human Potential. So redefining possible is number 1. Redefining possible simply means your own stepping stones, your own journey. There's no simple answer to how to redefine possible, except everyone has the same journey of taking that first step. All you can do is take that first uncomfortable step moving forward. And success is built on many, many, many tiny steps. Tiny acts of courage that you all know. Doesn't matter if you're building a business from scratch, if you're climbing Everest, it's one tiny, tiny dream at a time. The gap between dreaming and achieving is measured by action. I'll say that one more time. The gap between dreaming and achieving is simply measured by action. You don't rise to the occasion, you fall back on your preparation. Now, it all began for me. At 5 years old, my grandmother gave me a book called The Turquoise Mountain by Brian Blessed. Now, this lit a spark in me, and I told my grandma there and then on the dinner table, I still remember, I was 5 or 6 years old. I said, I'm going to climb Everest. And her and my dad laughed at me, obviously. But from that moment, even from then, I knew. But I knew, as with anything, it would take simple steps. Well, simple, it would take hard work, discipline, grinding day by day, you know, As Dr. Malvika said, determination, resilience is about taking tiny steps that are often uncomfortable. That's what resilience truly is. So my journey began at 16 years old. I saved up for 2.5 years, working, laboring, building with my father. I saved for 2 years, and I flew to Africa to climb Mount Kilimanjaro completely on my own at age 16, because I knew this was the first step, the first disciplined step to achieving my dream. Fast forward 2 years, 2018, Everest Base Camp. The first time I laid eyes on Everest for the first time, I still remember walking around that corner and seeing Mount Everest glistening in the morning sun, red and gold. And in that moment, I made a promise to myself. I didn't care if it took me 10 years or 50 years, I would be back. But then, as with everything, life hits us at the worst moments. Adversity hits us. 2013, I tore my knee in 3 places, and I was told by the doctor that you'll never be able to run again or play head tennis, let alone climb Everest. And I was heartbroken. And then 2 weeks after that, as a teenager, 2 weeks after that surgery, I got a call telling me my father has about 1 week to live. Now this is the call none of us want to hear, but everyone here, you've all lost someone you love, your grandmother, your brother, your sister, a father, anyone. But it's how you respond that brings you forward. And I made a promise to my father, 19 years old, on his deathbed. The last thing I said to him before I walked out of that room was, I promise to make you prouder than you could have ever dreamed possible. And that was the last promise I made to myself and him. So what's the first thing I did? I joined the Royal Marine Commandos, one of the most elite military units in the world, because that was the promise I made my dad, the first promise. I was not meant to be able to join the military because I'd had my knee surgeries. But luckily, I had my knee surgeries completed in Australia, so there was no record on my British medical records back in the UK. Luckily, I just told them I've had a surgery, but I didn't tell them what. Because I knew there's only one person who knows what possible means, and that's me. And I'm going to prove to everyone what that really means. So fast forward 6 amazing years, and it taught me such resilience, such mindset. The first expedition that I completed was a 3,000-mile row across the Atlantic Ocean. 48 days of rowing 12 hours a day, 3 hours rowing, 3 hours off, 3 hours rowing, non-stop for 48 days across the Atlantic Ocean. And it was during that expedition, it hit me, Everest, my limitless expedition. The dream for me was always to climb Everest from zero, from sea level, to go from the ocean to the top of the world. But I had an epiphany. I've always wanted to swim the English Channel as well. Now, 5 times more people have summited Mount Everest than have swam across the English Channel. So I thought, what an amazing challenge for me to honor my father. So we'll swim the English Channel, we'll then cycle across the world, then we'll run and hike to Everest, and then climb it, in just the ultimate adventure of all time. But I knew I had to train. I'd never bicycled. I've never cycled more than 50 kilometers in my life. As I told you, I'm not a professional runner. I'm not a professional cyclist. So I bought a bike and I cycled across the United States of America, 5,000 kilometers from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, all in training for this, because this was another step in redefining my possible. And then 2023, my Everest training expedition to Amadablam. You can see Mount Everest poking out the corner there. Now, I nearly died on this summit. I had an infection. I was vomiting off the side of the mountain. I nearly fell off a couple of times. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done. But as we say in the military, as in life, as in your training, if you train harder than the fight, if you train harder than the exam, if you study harder than the test, when it comes to that day, it's going to feel 10 times easier. So that's what I did. And we'll skip that there. Now, what made it all feel impossible? Like I said to you, all these disadvantages. I grew up in the flattest part of the UK. I was diagnosed with ADHD. I was kicked out of many schools. Everybody thought I was not going to go anywhere in life. My knee reconstruction, self-doubt, doubt from others, and grief. All these adversities, which we'll come on to later. So redefining possible, there's no secret. It's redefining it one step at a time and carry on going. Only you know the steps to redefining your possible. The next pillar and message, especially for young people, but for anyone, is proportionality. Success is completely relative. One person's 5-kilometer walk is as amazing as one person's ultramarathon, okay? Greatness is personal, okay? And you are the hero of your own story. We have a problem in this world that we compare ourselves to others. He's got a bigger car. He's got a bigger house. You are the only person in this world that matters. As soon as you can bring it back to yourself and realize you are the most special person and only you matter, that is how you find true happiness. Never to measure your success by somebody else's mile. Now, after world records, 5 world records in total, channel swims, global expeditions, one of the hardest things I ever had to do was my first run after that knee surgery. It was as hard as anything. Nobody was watching, no one was cheering, no one was clapping, but it was my Everest, and it felt as amazing as any other world record that came after. Moving on to one of the next most important lessons. Now, the anatomy of resilience. Now, we spoke a lot today about what that word means, okay? And Dr. Malvika put it very well earlier. Resilience is enduring. Resilience is having that courage simply to step forward when it's not easy. Resilience is choosing the hard path over the easy path. Because the only way the human body, and then most importantly the human mind, the only way that we can grow is by making ourselves uncomfortable, controlled uncomfortable, being comfortable, being uncomfortable. This is the only way we grow as a person. So for me, resilience is simply keeping moving. And resilience is how we strategically manage pain, okay? Now, everyone here has their own method of strategically managing pain. So I want you to have a think about when you're having a hard day, how do you get through? What are your reasons for being there? My resilience is a combination of things. My father, myself, the charity I'm helping save lives, all the children I know that are watching me and being inspired. My resilience is my mental arsenal of methods to get me through. And it's also the courage to just keep going forward, keep pushing forward. I'm going to skip this video just because of time. The next pillar, so important, strategic pain management. Now, as I said, it's about strategically managing pain, welcoming pain. Pain can teach you so much. Okay, guys? We have a famous sign down at the Commando Training Center where I trained for the Marines. It's a cartoon figure that says it's only pain, 500 meters to go. Now, all that means, all you need to worry about from this slide is pain is temporary. No matter how bad it is, no matter if it's psychological, physical, emotional, pain does not last forever. That's all you need to remember. Next time you're having a hard time, it doesn't matter, because there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Pain does not last forever, and you have the decision to move out of that tunnel. That light is always there. This is how I managed to get through the hardest day of my life in the English Channel. Yesterday was by far the hardest 24 hours of my life.
The goal? To swim over 35k through some of the strongest currents and busiest shipping lanes in the world. And hopefully I'll end up in the north of France. Wind and swell were set to pick up later in the day, so I had to push past these mega ships and make a move in the morning. Leaving England in the distance, that's when I really started to feel fatigue. Still so far from France, it's vital to keep my injury levels up. By this stage, the swell was huge and was really starting to throw me around. Every second in the sea, I was cheered on by my amazing team. As the sun goes down, I encounter even more problems. The feeling of swimming in complete darkness was hugely demoralising, especially because we had just found several boats ahead of us that didn't make it.
Swimmer is clear of the water.
In this moment right here, it felt like a dream. Did I actually just swim to France?
Now, strategic pain management is the only way I got through that moment. 19 hours of knowing the pain would not last forever. Now, if I didn't know that, it would become overwhelming, and I would have stopped long before, but I did. I knew the pain would not last forever. Eventually, I'd be in France having a coffee and a shower. It would come eventually. Now, adversity equals power. Now, this has already been spoken about today, and this slide is dedicated to Dr. Malvika because she knows. And this adversity is your superpower. Adversity equals power. You have the decision, every single one of you, to decide whether a negative is a positive. You can change a negative into a positive. Injury, depression, grief, hardship, failure, every single one is simply a launch pad for your success. For me, ADHD, doubt, self-doubt, doubt from others. Okay, when someone tells you you can't do something, I promise you, when you go back and tell them you've done it 10 times better than they ever thought, it's the best feeling in the entire world. Using adversity. Adversity is the fire. Adversity is your fuel, okay, for the fire. Okay, so if you change the way you think, next time you think something is hard, use that to be your superpower. Adversity does not define you. Only how you respond to it does. Sometimes the voices trying to limit you are simply giving you the blueprint for an amazing comeback. As I said, my father grief. We've all faced our fair share of adversity. But being thrown into that adversity simply forces us to overcome it. And the second you do that, you become a better person, a stronger person than you ever were before. Now I'm just going to skip this one. Which brings us into the relentless pursuit of positivity. As I spoke about, the only way I got through the doubts, the demons every single day for 237 days was by being relentlessly positive. Positivity isn't pretending everything's fine. It's finding the magic in the small things and letting that shield you from the weight of negativity. And we all have a choice. We all have a choice to be positive. I'm lucky I think positively. Many of you think negatively or pessimistic. That's fine. You can work harder and you can see the light in the life. You can change the way you think because positivity is a perception. Positivity and negativity is simply a perception. Same as the word possible, it's a perception. Being positive or negative or defining your own possible is only a perception that you have control over. So being relentless in my pursuit for positivity is probably one of the main reasons I managed to complete it. Now, we all do this every day, the power of compartmentalization. How do we get through hard times? Breaking it down into one tiny step at a time. On my bike ride, 136 days of cycling 10 hours a day, I broke it down into 20 minutes at a time, okay? I would get off the bike after 20 minutes and I'd touch my toes and I'd stretch for 1 minute. That way, I never had to think further than 20 minutes at a time. If I fought 10 hours every day, I've got 18 countries. If I fought that far ahead, if you allow yourself to come into work and think of next year, your head will explode. Work and think and focus on one step at a time. Get through the day. Give everything you have today, and tomorrow will happen. Tomorrow will happen. That's the only way I managed to get through the hardest run of my life. Was the power, the ability to break things down into manageable goals.
I was in a state of pure ecstasy as I ran the final 30k to the end. The constant pain that had been beating me down for the last month had gone completely, replaced by sprint finish power.
Where have these lot come from?
Run, quick, go, go, go!
Wow, fair play.
Nothing could shake my mood. Not the massive elevation or the rocky dirt tracks, my blisters or my strains. The pain was ending today.
Describe how you're feeling in one sentence, Mitch.
Like I'm floating.
Mate, it's the end of the fucking road.
Apologies.
It's just not real. This isn't real. I'm going to wake up tomorrow.
In Turkey.
In Turkey, in the bus, in -5. This was all just a good dream. And it's going to be back to not feeling in my hands and knowing I've got like 8,000 kilometers left ahead of me.
It's crazy to think how far you've come.
But it wasn't a dream. I had just passed into Kathmandu. I am in Kathmandu. After 900k, I'm only 3k. 3k from the finish line. I'm only 2k from the finish line. And I genuinely just can't even believe it. The very last kilometre. Very last K. Here we go. That is the palace. 500 metres till the end. I just can't believe it. I can't believe I'm in Kathmandu. I can't believe I've actually got here by human power. Just feeling so thankful to be here. So thankful to be alive. To finish a 900 kilometre ultra marathon after 12,000 bike ride and swimming the channel. This is it. Thank you so much. So the breaking things down into one step at a time. Thank you, everyone. Breaking things down into one tiny step. The only way I got through that run, I listened to one song at a time, and I didn't think past that one song. Before I knew it, I'd ran 700k to the Indian border. And before I knew it, I was in Kathmandu. By taking it one song at a time, the power of compartmentalization. Which brings us on to the last and most important lesson, purpose beyond self. Purpose beyond self, guys.
So those of us that have a why to live can bear almost any how. I'll say that again. Those who have a why to live can bear almost any how. So I want you to take a second and think about your purpose beyond self. Why are you really doing things? For me, it's my father. It's knowing I'm helping children, knowing the charity. But it's important to say, okay, purpose beyond self was important. But the most important person in the room, the most important person is yourself. If you can't be proud of yourself, if you can't be doing this to make this little girl or little boy inside of you proud, then it doesn't matter about anyone else. First and foremost, you are the hero, and you need to make yourself proud. But after that, trust me, having a purpose beyond self, you want to make your children proud, your father proud, your mother proud, looking down on you. Anyone, if you want to do this to make a difference, your purpose beyond self, you find out what that is, and it will propel you to greatness. I promise you right now. For me, honouring loved ones through action, losing my dad to cancer and my cousin to Craig, hollowed me out from the inside. But it gave me a choice, as many of you have been given the choice when you lose someone and grief hits you like a sledgehammer. You don't move on, you move forward. Am I going to let it kill me, or am I going to let it make me? And I carried them with me on my shoulder for every single one of them 13,157 kilometers. Helping the veterans, helping the young people, all of these goals outlasted me, and this helped me push forward. Even in the English Channel, I would look up when things, after 12 hours of swimming, knowing I still had 7 hours to go, I would look up and imagine my dad hanging over the side of the boat, screaming at me, screaming the favorite quote, our favorite quote from our favorite film, "Every man dies, but not every man really lives." Hearing that, every man dies, but not every man really lives. Visualizing that, having that purpose beyond self is what got me through. And on Everest, the last moments of making history, I felt him with me, pulling me up, on my hand on my shoulder. And without having this purpose beyond self, we can never achieve true greatness. So thank you, Father. And this is the only way I managed to complete the longest climb of Everest in history, was by believing in that purpose beyond self.
After the longest 5 hours of my life, the sun came up and my world expanded from a tiny disk of light to what felt like the entire planet. I looked around to find myself almost on the south summit, surrounded by a view of the entire Himalayas from above. Nothing can describe that feeling. I continued on, riding the high of my life in absolute awe. I was almost at Everest. The wind was much higher than expected, but the weather had held and the route was almost empty ahead of me. But at the Hillary step, I was snapped back to reality as I passed the bodies of 2 dead climbers. This was incredibly sobering and reminded me that I was only halfway there, even at the summit. Feeling an indescribable mixture of emotions, I moved past them. But I also knew that death was a part of life here, and a risk we all took on, and I knew that I had to try and enjoy this moment after everything that came before it. One of the main reasons I'm doing it is Dad, the most level-headed, smart bloke, but the most loving and massively hearted man you could ever meet. It's kind of like just the whole shadow of him above me, always feeling that like he's watching. It's like almost gives you a need to just keep on wowing him up there, you know. I look at it as the same as getting on my bike and crossing that road. You know, you've got to be prepared to take the risks if you want to get the rewards, so that's got to be done. Life's too short. From when we make it is the pinnacle of childhood dream. I remember picking up a book when I was 7 or 8 called Galahad on Everest by Brian Blessed, and it just got me. It was just like, that was it from day one. I was like, I'm going to do it one day. Lights will guide you home. I will try. The feeling of reaching the top of the world after crossing an ocean, 19 countries and 13,000 kilometers to get there is genuinely indescribable. It was everything I ever dreamed of and more. The view was more beautiful than I could have imagined, but it was mixed with the knowledge that I wasn't finished until I was back safe in base camp. And so after unfurling my flag, with my dad and all the friends and relatives I've lost, as close to the heavens as I could get, it was time to move.
Hello, Gage. Congratulations, Team AGA. Congratulations, Gage. Congratulations, Furi. And a massive congratulations, Mitch. You're an absolute fucking legend. Well done. Get back down safe, guys. Come, well done, well done.
Things were tense for a while, but as soon as I reached the balcony, I felt myself relax and my achievements sink in. I could finally start to enjoy the ride. Everest has just been conquered. Finally. After 27 years of dreaming, I'm just beyond words at the moment. Today's been so hard. Come down from the summit after a 10-hour summit push, 11-hour summit push, and then dropping from Camp 4 to Camp 2, another 8 hours, 7 hours, no energy whatsoever, but just made history. And I've kept a promise to myself that I've had for 27 years. It was as beautiful as I could have ever imagined.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop there for time, but I want you to take away, if you hear nothing, if you take away nothing from today, please just listen to this last 3 minutes. Redefine your possible. Most people are waiting until they feel ready, but no one is ready, feels ready, until they start. Whatever that dream might be, redefine your possible. Your adversity is your power. Your grief, your doubt, your failure is a launchpad for success. Adversity is forged in failure. Your adversity is your power. Harness it. I promise you that the climb will teach you more than the summit ever will. Pain is temporary. Remember that. There is always a light at the end of the tunnel. So no matter what pain you're in, physical, emotional, work is tough. The end of the day is coming. Get through that moment. There is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Never compare yourself to anyone. You are you. You are the myth and hero of your own story. Both matter. Greatness is personal. Remember that. When you can accept this, you can find true happiness. And be relentless in your pursuit for positivity. I promise you, if you're going to take anything from example from me, for 237 days, I'm not even knowing if you'd make it to the next day because you've got no money or support or belief. Believe in yourself. Be relentless in your pursuit for positivity. And I promise you, you will achieve great things. Compartmentalize. One step, one manageable dream at a time. One tiny step. Most people think belief comes after the win and not taking that first step. And discover your purpose beyond self, like we've spoken about. Have a minute right now and discover your purpose beyond self. Now, I want everyone to think of something. Think of one small action, one small thing. Have a think for a minute now. What did you think that you cannot do today? What have you wanted to do for a long time, but you haven't had the courage to quite do it, okay? I want you to leave here today and prove yourself wrong. You've seen my Everest. The power is in your hands, guys. Now go and conquer yours. Thank you for having me, guys. I hope you've enjoyed the talk. And conquer your Everest. Thank you so much. I will just say one more thing, that's okay. I will just say one last quick thing, guys. I've been nominated for the 21st Century Adventure Award. Only 3 people in the world are nominated, and if we win, £5,000 goes straight to charity. So if you've got a minute to scan that, and vote for me. That would be much appreciated because it's going to help save lives. And it's as simple as scanning that and putting in your email address. But ladies and gentlemen, all I care is that you've taken away one small thing from today. Because these lessons, it doesn't matter if you're a 10-year-old in school or a 60-year-old CEO. Breaking things down into small steps and believing in yourself, it all comes back to the fundamentals and the foundation of being human. That is what it's all about. And that is the only message I wish to share. This is just one small example. We've got time for a couple of questions? Oh, I don't know if we have time. I'll let the bosses decide. We'll take after. Okay, guys, I'm going to be around all day. Please come and ask me questions. But yeah, hopefully, if any of you would like to see me again, I will come and see you soon. Oh, it's not working. Come to me after, and I will. Oh no, actually, guys, I've got an even easier one. If you scan that code and go onto the Instagram, the link in the bio, it's vote here. So all you have to do is scan that, follow, and the link in the bio, it says vote here. Okay? So there's a link on that first page on the Instagram, and you'll see that right there. But ladies and gentlemen, you've been an absolute pleasure. Please come and see me after. If you have any questions, or you want me to come and see you at your business, come and see me. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Oh yeah, I'll stay on stage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mitch Hutchcraft. That was amazing. May I request CA Ashish Bhandari, CA Anu Thomas, and CA Mohammed Shafiq to come on stage to felicitate Mitch Hutch.
Hope you enjoyed that. Good, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Very inspiring. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
We saw the world through the eyes of an adventurer, an award-winning adventurer, a world record-breaking adventurer. Wasn't that fantastic? In our final session for today, I know you're all still here because you know who's coming. I'm going to request our chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, CA Krishnan, to please come on stage to introduce our next speaker. AV team, can you please play the introduction video for our chairman?
Good afternoon, everyone.
CA Krishnan V. Narayanan. Krishnan is the chairman of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter and a seasoned chartered accountant and cost accountant with over 25 years of professional experience in the UAE. He currently serves as a partner at Anderson UAE Abu Dhabi office, advising clients on corporate tax, VAT, transfer pricing, IFRS, regulatory compliance, and strategic advisory across multiple sectors. With a decade of leadership in the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, Krishnan is committed to promoting knowledge sharing, ethical practices, and continuous professional development, while fostering a vibrant and collaborative professional community in the region.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are enjoying the session so far. Hats off to Mitch for sharing his wonderful journey to all of us. It was a great session. It's nice to see the standing ovation from all the members over here. Myself, Krishnan, you might have seen my introduction. Today is the final session of the day of the technical seminar. Most of us are more interested about how to increase our wealth. What are the ways and means in which we can increase our wealth? And again, for us, Indian equity market is the key. The last 2 days, we had sessions from Vivek Bajaj. Today, Sandeep ji also is talking about the stock market. Now, we are going to learn from one of the finest person who worked with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala for the past 2 decades. He is working with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, who is known as Indian Warren Buffett. He is going to talk to us about how you have to do the investment, what is the best way to do investment, which is none other than Mr. Utpal Seth, CEO of Trust Company. May I welcome CEO Utpal Seth to the stage along with intro video.
Mr. Utpal Sheth. Mr. Utpal Sheth is the founder and mentor of Trust Group, a leading multi-line, multi-asset financial services platform in India. With over 30 years of experience in capital markets, he has built expertise in investment management, debt capital markets, M&A, corporate advisory, and wealth management. Prior to Trust Group, he served as senior partner and CEO of Rare Enterprises, a multi-billion-dollar proprietary asset management firm. A chartered financial analyst and cost and works accountant, Mr. Sheth is recognized as a thought leader in the financial ecosystem, serving as co-chair of FICCI's Capital Markets Committee and frequently sharing his insights at academic and professional forums.
Thank you, Mr. Utpal Seth, for coming over here. It's a great honor to welcome you over here. In fact, I was with you in Kuwait when there is a Kuwait conference 2 years before. That time we had a discussion that we want you to share your knowledge and wisdom to our members. Thanks a lot for accepting our invite, Mr. Utpal Seth.
Thank you, Krishnan. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with friends in Abu Dhabi.
Okay, today what we are going to do is straight questions where you can get more knowledge and information about the investment. Mr. Utpal Seth, first question is 3 long and short-term investment option in the industry or the sectors where people can invest for a short term, which a period of 1 to 3 years horizon, and a long term, more than 3 years of horizon.
Krishnan, I must admit that I know nothing about the short term. I only focus on the long term. And the second thing I would like to say is, instead of thinking about sectors, one should think about what are the mega trends that are happening around us. And if you permit me to drill down a little bit here, we are in the midst of unprecedented change. As Eric Smith said, change happens slowly and then suddenly. We underestimate the long term, but we overestimate the short term. So focus on the long term and these mega trends that are happening. These mega trends are actually spreading across sectors. So it is time that investors don't think about sectors, but they think about mega trends. These mega trends are all pervasive. They are across countries, across geographies, across sectors. Let's talk about AI as one of the mega trends.
Yep.
Right? This is revolutionizing multiple sectors. It is changing every business that we are seeing. But more importantly, it is making things which were not possible earlier possible now. Same way, I think the change that is taking place with regard to renewable energy and the intersection of all these mega trends is very powerful. So for example, robotics and autonomous vehicles are the third leg of this. So when you have AI, robotics, autonomous vehicles, and renewable energy, you have very, very powerful megatrends coming together. And those megatrends will create opportunities which we have not thought about. There used to be an economist called Joseph Schumpeter. He talked about this theory called creative destruction. And in many ways, Indian mythology also talks about the Trinity, which is Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, which is the creator, the nurturer and the destroyer. Likewise, value is created and simultaneously value is destroyed. You have to position yourself wherever value is getting created. Now, value is moving from the old to the new. When I say old to the new, it does not necessarily mean only in terms of technology. It means in terms of new business models, new way of doing business. And we are seeing fantastic consumer companies which are being created without any cost of customer acquisition.
Okay.
These kind of business models were unprecedented. So my humble submission to you is, Krishnan, instead of thinking of sectors, let's talk about mega trends. I've shared a few mega trends, but I'm sure you all can see more mega trends around you, and you don't have to participate in every mega trend. Whichever mega trends you understand, you focus on that and leverage that.
Okay. Okay, sir. It's a very valid point. Okay. So the next question is, we are all talking about guerrilla investment, and people, when we are talking about guerrilla investment, I have listened to your podcast also, you're talking about guerrilla investment. Can you share some highlights about the guerrilla investment?
So first of all, let me talk about why the word gorilla. I could have said lion companies or tiger companies. Why did I use the word gorilla companies? Gorilla companies are companies which you find at the intersection of megatrends, leadership, and intangibles. But why that one word? Both gorillas and monkeys are from the ape family, but they are very different. In a jungle, you will find many monkeys, you will find very few gorillas. So gorillas are rare. Second is, gorillas are physically much bigger. They are outsized, they are dominant as compared to others. The third factor is that you will find the monkeys playing with each other. You will not find the monkeys playing with the gorillas. The monkeys keep their distance away from the gorillas. So there is a moat between the monkeys and the gorillas. And lastly, the average lifespan of a gorilla is double the average lifespan of a monkey. That is longevity. These are the 4 attributes that we look for in exceptional companies. That they should be rare, they should be dominant or outsized, they should have a moat, and they should have longevity. That's why we call these gorilla companies. Gorilla companies are at the intersection of megatrends, leadership, and intangibles. These companies create disproportionate value over the long term. In our experience, when we invest in a portfolio, we think that this is a gorilla company, but really speaking, not all of those companies are gorilla companies. A few of them are gorilla companies. But over a period of time, gorilla companies keep becoming a larger and larger percentage of your portfolio. So the moral of the story is keep focusing on gorilla companies.
So in other words, in layman's language, it's a growth stock. The growth where it will be a tremendous growth will be there in a stock. Concentrate on those stocks.
See, growth is an important variable, and definitely gorilla companies should grow fast. But growth is also not just absolute, it's also relative. Gorilla companies you will find are growing at a faster pace than their peers. More importantly, they are taking a larger and larger portion of the profit pool, and they do it more efficiently, which means that these companies grow faster, are more profitable, and have higher return on capital employed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So you have been working with Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala for 20 years from 2003 onwards. During our discussion, you were talking about the investment which you have made in Titan when it was available at 30. Then you waited for the investment to grow, keep on investing it. Even when it was 900, you keep on investing it. So generally, as a general trend, what a general layman or what a normal investor will do is when it becomes 50 or 60 or 100 and 30, we try to come out. What advice, what prompted you to hold and keep on buying a stock when it is started growing tremendously?
As an investor, one must understand that the probability of finding a gorilla is actually quite low. So when you do find a gorilla, you keep adding to it. As your conviction in that gorilla keeps rising, the weight in your portfolio of that company should keep rising. Which is why Rakeshji kept on buying at different price points. But the genius of what Rakeshji did was that he bought the same company even at 30x of his first purchase.
Wow.
You know, most people that I know, they would sell at 30% higher. And here was this guy buying it at 30x the first purchase. It was a reflection of his conviction. It was a reflection of his vision. It was a reflection of his patience and his belief. So,
what prompted him to choose Titan? Basically, when you started buying a Titan, it was in a huge debt. What prompted him to buy a Titan so that he believes that it can be a multi-bagger, it can be a gorilla company?
You know, as the previous speaker, it was really an inspiring one. As he was saying that when he began his journey, he did not know how that journey would evolve. In the same way, when we bought Titan, we did not know that this is going to be so many 100x or so many 1000x. But the belief was that here was an exceptional company with a great management team, with a great business model, and with a leadership which was institutionalized. Which is why we've been holding that company now for more than 23 years and still believe in it.
Okay. Sir, if I go back to the geopolitical issue, now, okay, the tariff which has been imposed by US on various countries, in particular to India, where every day we are hearing different news from Trump, how it is going to have an impact on Indian market? Indian market of late is able to withstand, but it's again always ups and downs happening. What is your long-term view with regarding to the impact of tariff on India?
Okay, tariffs is definitely not a great impact on India. It is something that is having some bit of adverse impact on India. But the true impact is actually beyond tariffs. It is having an impact on the capital flows as well. India is facing a challenge with regard to both FPI flows as well as FDI flows. It's a good thing that India has a high savings rate, and because of which India is able to sustain its growth rate. Having said that, if the tariff issue is to be resolved, then that will be a good outcome for India and hopefully a good outcome for the rest of the world as well.
Yeah, true.
But if the tariff issue is not resolved, it's not as if India is out of the consideration. No. I think what I am seeing across India is a genre of new entrepreneurs, new businesses, new business models, new go-to-market strategies, which is very, very exciting. And I think every adversity is also an opportunity. Therefore, these difficult days of the market, I see as an opportunity. I am constantly looking for newer companies and understanding how they are evolving to find investment opportunities.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Sir, if I ask you, what is the rare opinion you hold about investing that many experienced investors might disagree with?
I will quote Rakesh ji here. He would tell me that your patience may be tested, but your conviction will be rewarded. So, thank you.
That's it.
So, I think most investors are focused on IRRs. And in the process, sometimes they miss out on the big picture. There are times when great companies go through a consolidation phase when they are not giving you returns for 6 months, 12 months or more. And at that point of time, people find those companies boring. But if the underlying conviction in those companies is right, then that means those companies are becoming greater every day, even though the stock price is not reflecting that. As a long-term investor in what I call as terminal value investing, it is vital for me to understand that the company that I have invested in is getting better every day. So long as that is right, the stock price does not matter. As in the movie Three Idiots, Amir Khan says, don't pursue success, pursue excellence. If you pursue excellence, success will follow.
True, sir. True. What you're saying is 100% right. So you worked with Rakesh Jhunjhunwala for the last 20 years. You have worked with him closely. So you might have some disagreement with him. Can you share some insights where you had some conviction and where you where you put a lot of efforts to convince Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala?
Sure. So amongst the initial, so there are two occasions that I remember. Amongst the initial years, I made a presentation to Rakesh ji saying that we should not do trading, we should focus only on investing. And then Rakesh ji said, oh, you made a great presentation, but be clear that if you ever tell me next time that I should not do trading and only do investing, I'll throw you out of my office. He said trading is the source of our investable capital.
Okay, yeah.
It is because we make trading profits that we can invest, and it is that investment which creates wealth. What he also taught me at that time was that trading and investing are two different things. We don't trade in the companies that we invest in, and we don't invest in the companies that we trade in.
True.
The second event like that happened much later when Titan exceeded 20% of our portfolio. I went to Rakesh ji and I said, this is not good for our risk management. We are too heavily concentrated and maybe we should think of reducing exposure. And again, he taught me something beautiful there. And he said, the risk does not come out of concentration. Risk comes out of not knowing enough. He says, do you have any doubts about the greatness of this company or of its business or of its management? If you have any doubts, I'm willing to listen. But just because it has exceeded 20% of the portfolio is no cause for us to reduce exposure to such a great company.
Yeah, he's a man with great vision. Sir, now we'll have rapid fire questions. You can give a quick answer. Bear or bull market, which is better for learning the trade?
Always a bear market is better for learning investing.
Okay, why is it so?
Because adversity teaches you far more than success ever will. And I remember the words of Winston Churchill. He said we should expose our children to adversity even if we have to purchase it for them.
Okay. Biggest lesson from a bad investment?
Is that the greatest cause of value destruction is wrong capital allocation. If you do wrong capital allocation, it takes years to rectify that mistake. and we learned that lesson bitterly.
Okay. A sector which you feel currently overrated?
Overrated. As I said, I don't think about sectors, I think about mega trends. And I don't see any mega trend which is overrated. What is important is to understand how these mega trends last for decades. So there's no point in thinking of whether they are overrated right now or not. We are not timing the market in a mega trend. That's like saying the language used by Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett was, you're trying to pick pennies in front of a road roller.
Okay.
So don't try to pick pennies in front of a road roller. Focus on the big picture, and that will make a big difference to your investment portfolio.
Okay. So best book you have read on investing? And if you have to recommend some books for the investors like us, which book do you recommend?
So investing is not very different from life, and I find that this book about Charlie Munger called Poor Charlie's Almanac is a beautiful book which captures both those aspects.
Oh, okay. A personal habit that helps you to take better decisions?
I don't know whether it helps me to take better decisions or not, but meditation has helped me a lot.
Oh, okay. True. So, final thought process or final 3 mantras which you want to share it with our members over here.
Okay. So, I will again share those things that I've learned from Mr. Junjunwala. One of those is, making a mistake is not a crime. Repeating a mistake is definitely a crime. But not learning from a mistake is the greatest crime.
Okay, great words. Sir, the last question. We have heard a lot about Zero and Grow, which has been in the Indian market, the way they capitalize the Indian market. What do you foresee the next period of, in the next decade or the next couple of years? Do you think similar type of turbulence or similar type of things happening in Indian market?
Okay. So let's first try and understand what is making these companies so great. The one is the rapid scalability that they have demonstrated. Second is the adaptability that they have demonstrated. The third is zero customer acquisition cost that they have demonstrated. If you have these three characteristics, those are the characteristics that have made these companies great. I see more companies like that in the Indian financial markets. It will not be appropriate for me to name any company, but I can tell you some of them have been recent IPOs, and some of them have been companies which have been listed for quite some time, but have pivoted and adapted very well. So look for those management teams which can pivot and adapt. If you permit me one more minute, then I would talk about a classification system that I use. There are two kinds of companies, incumbents and challengers. And in those companies, there are two qualities that one should look for: scalability and adaptability. By definition, incumbents have already scaled. What makes them great would be their ability to adapt. And likewise, challengers are by definition adaptable. What would make them great would be their scalability. So one always looks for adaptable incumbents and scalable challengers. When you look at your portfolio, classify each company into adaptable incumbents and scalable challengers. Any company which does not fit into these two buckets in your portfolio is the company that you should revisit and decide what to do with that company.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the last question, we are 20 days away from the budget. What is your wish list? Or if you have to recommend to the Indian government, what you will recommend to the Indian government?
Okay. So one is, I don't have a wish list. I think as an investor, I want to be independent. I want to have my portfolio which is resilient and independent of government policy. But I must also say that there is an opportunity for this government to keep accelerating the pace of reforms that they have already been doing. That would go a long way towards making India great again. Talking about taxes, changes in taxes or new incentives and all, I don't think is right. Today, India is well poised. What we have to think about is what will make India better than before.
Okay, fine, sir. Okay, now we have another 5 minutes left for our time. In case if there is any questions from the audience. Yeah. Quickly, can you ask? I'm also waiting for it. We are all waiting for it. Off the record, sir.
No, it's not about on the record and off the record. And really speaking, I don't need to name those companies. You know those companies. Each one of you knows those companies. And as I said, you don't have to find all the gorillas. You have to find a few. And let those few that you find make a difference in your portfolio, right? So I don't have to name any company at all.
Any other questions? Yeah, quickly.
Okay, I agree with you. I think that India is a protein deficient country, and as India's per capita income rises, as the awareness for health keeps rising, the shift towards proteins will be a mega trend. I think the mega trend has already started. The question that you must ask yourself is, having identified the mega trend, which is the best way to play that mega trend? In any mega trend, it is 3 or 4 leaders who capture 80% of the value created by that mega trend. So you must make sure that you are able to identify those 3 or 4 leaders who can extract 80% of the value that this mega trend will create. But I agree with you that it's a very powerful mega trend.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rakesh. Thank you. A big round of applause for you. Thank you, Mr. Utpal, for spending your valuable time and sharing your knowledge with our members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, one second.
Thank you so much, sir. We'd like to felicitate you for your participation at Tarang. May I please request CA Sridhar Iyengar, CA Vikas Puri, CA Priyanka Birla, and CA Prashant Nathwani to join us on stage to felicitate sir. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utpal Sheth, for sharing your insights. Mr. Utpal Sheth is an investment strategist, founder of Trust Group, former CEO of Rare Enterprises, and he had an excellent fireside chat with our very own CA Krishnan, chairman of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter at Tarang 2026. Thank you, sir, for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Krishnan, for conducting the fireside chat with such gusto and such thoughtful questions. A big round of applause for our chairman, CA Krishnan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 2 incredible days of learning, of networking, but the fun that I had promised at the start of the day yesterday is not yet over. There's still more prizes to be won and awards to hand out. Before we do that, I want to acknowledge Artha Bharat, our diamond sponsor. Artha Group is a global investment management firm focused on delivering investment strategies across key financial jurisdictions. And from Artha Bharat, we'd love to welcome on stage Ms. CA Ashwini Savrikar, Designated Partner and CEO from Artha Bharat, our diamond sponsor. Mr. Sachin Savrikar and Ms. Ashwini Savrikar, both chartered accountants, of course, and CA Ashwini Savrikar is also past chairman of the Muscat chapter. Thank you so much. Artha Bharat Group, our diamond sponsor at ICAI 37th Annual Seminar in Abu Dhabi, Tarang 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICAI brochure was unveiled yesterday. I hope you've had a thorough read-through of your copy. I'm sure you have some favorites there. Our judges have also picked favorites from the articles that were submitted for the brochure. And to give away the awards for the best article, may I please request CA Shafiq Nilayal to join me on stage.
Good evening. It's time to announce the Best Article Award. So from the 9 articles we received, we have selected and shortlisted the best 2. And to give that award, I would like to request our honorable panelists, past chairman, CA Rajiv Shah and CA Srinivas Ajar on stage. So the second prize goes to our own Angit Kotari. And first prize goes to CA Abhishek Vaishya. Abhishek. No.
Congratulations to both the winners of the Best Article Award for their contributions to the ICAI annual brochure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's finish on a high. Who wants to win some iPads? Who wants to win an iPhone? Who wants to win an Apple Watch? Yes, that's exactly why we are going to make you wait for 2 more minutes. I'd like to welcome on stage for the vote of thanks our Vice Chairman, ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter, CA Rohit Daima.
Good evening, everyone. I will not take much of your time. I know everybody is excited to go for the Hudayria, Thailand for the next gala dinner and musical concert. But before I deliver my formal vote of thanks, can I ask you for a favor? Can I ask you for a favor? We would like to receive honest feedback on what favor I'm asking for. And we would like to know how was your overall experience for these 2 days. If your experience was below expectation, you don't have to react anything. If your experience was to the par, as per your expectations, you can give a bit of round of applause. But if your experience was above the expectation, let's give a standing ovation and give a huge round of applause, not to anyone else, but to yourself, because your presence is essential for a success of any event. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for making this 2 days of annual international seminar a grand success. From a committee perspective, and I'm sure from most of the members' perspective, these 2 days of annual seminars is not just an event. We are celebrating it as a festival. Do you all agree with me? And this year, we have crossed all the previous bar which was set in terms of the registration. We had a capacity of 800 people for this venue, and we have got 1,100 registration for those 2 days. And unfortunately, first time in the history probably, we had to close the registration 2 days before the event, and we had to say no politely to many of our members for their spouses, for their guests. But on behalf of the managing committee and the chapter, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the members, to all the partners for their unwavering support throughout these 2 days and throughout last 3 months. Because this event is not possible without the support of our own members. You have seen many of the speakers, high-profile speakers, but do you think we have got a connect with them? No. The connection is coming from our members. We have got highest number of sponsors outside our partners. Who are the brand ambassador of this chapter? It is our members. The credit goes to only our members. We are just the felicitator. The 14 committee members, I would like to give a huge round of applause to them as well, because they have been working day and night. The last 10 days, I think we all lost the track of all the activities. I don't know, how the things were happening in an automative manner, because there are 14 team members plus their family members. They are making sure that whatever activities are assigned to them, they are taking a full accountability, full responsibility, and nobody from the other committee members has to be worried about their activities. And I would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to the entire committee for their commitment towards the profession, towards this chapter. Let's give a big round of applause to all of them. Now, on behalf of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, I express again my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, guest of honor, president of ICAI, dignitaries, speakers, panelists, invited guests, partners, and dear members. Thank you so much for being part of Tarang 2026, and thank you for making it a grand success for all of you. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of the volunteers. We have got close to 25 to 30 volunteers who are managing so many tasks independently. Every year we felicitate them, we invite them on the stage, we give them a certificate of appreciation as well. Unfortunately, we are running short of time. We have to go for the gala dinner as well. But we would like to invite them in our next PDC event, and we will acknowledge their contribution, and we will give them, felicitate with a token of appreciation as well. Now, everyone present here is eligible for a delegate gift. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for being part of this Tarang. And we have two categories. We have divided the crowd. All the paid members of this annual seminar, paid members who has the blue color lanyard, they will just go outside of this ballroom, and by handing over your lanyard and the badge, you will receive one gift, a delegate gift on behalf of the chapter. And all the other invited guests, sponsors, representatives, all the other invitees, they can proceed down, and they have another queue on the exit, and by handing over your lanyard and the badge, you will receive your gift. Thank you so much, and we would like to see you all in the gala dinner sharp at 6:30. Probably you should start coming before 6:30 because there is a limitation of parking. So please use this time, and we would like to see you all there. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Just 2 minutes, we'll have a raffle draw. I know we are running out of time, but I take this opportunity to thank each and every committee member and their family for their extraordinary support in the extraordinary work and the support in the last 10 days, last 15 days at least. They have worked sleeplessly for the last 15 days. Please stay over here for a wonderful raffle draw. There are 3 raffle draws which is there. One is Apple iWatch, Apple phone, Samsung S25. Now we are going to announce the raffle draw.
Thank you, Krishnan. I would request everyone to settle down just for 2 minutes. The 3 gifts are Apple Watch, Galaxy S25 Ultra, and Galaxy Tab. So without any further delay, can I request the team to bring the wheel? Oh, by the way, just wanted to make one clarification. If any of the committee member wins the prize, if they're a winner, then their representative can collect on their behalf, please. Okay, let's continue. Thank you. And the first winner is K. Diwakar. Do we have? No? 1, 2, 3. Oh, we have the winner here. Can I request Chairman C.A. Krishnan? C.A. Krishnan? On to the next one, please. All right, we have the second winner, Mr. C.A. Mayank Jain. Do we have Mayank in the hall? 1, 2, 3.
Let's spin the wheel, please. The last gift for the day, an Apple Watch, and the lucky winner is CA Purva Gupta. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Can we run it again, please? Oh, CA Rajesh was so close. So close. Hard luck. Do we have Ashwini Kumar? No? 1, 2, 3. Roll, please. CA Vaibhav Sharma. Yes, we have the winner. CA Vaibhav just won an Apple Watch. All the paid members can leave from the gate number 1 just beside the stage. Sponsors, invitees, they can leave from the gate number 2 and 3. Paid members can leave from the gate number 1. Those who are carrying a blue color lanyard, please leave from the gate number 1.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All the blue lanyards out from this door on my right, door number 1. All the other lanyards out from the other 2 doors. Everybody gets a prize, everybody's a winner, and tonight everybody's going to be entertained. See you at the Papon concert, and thank you for joining us for Tarang 2026.